the Shah because the Shah sold us fucking oil. That's it. That's the whole reason. There's no. It's not.
Did you know that King and Mossadegh started the project together? Did you know that shit? Did you know that after that he started expanding? Look, man. He started expanding that project, nationalization of oil, yeah? And that was the reason that 79 was supported by the West.
That's the Western propaganda, okay?
No, what you're saying is Western propaganda.
That this was an internal revolution, not backed by the CIA, not backed by, Zionist, fucking British imperialists as well. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
This is Western propaganda. They say it was an internal.
No outside.
It was internal without any support. This is what the West is saying. You are giving me Western propaganda.
That's bullshit. That's not the Western propaganda.
No. You are giving me Western propaganda. Look, when you talk about Mossadegh, that's fucking Western propaganda. Pure shit.
Oh, bullshit.
Go read, man. Go read. Go read.
The West has always been pro-Shah. What the fuck?
Pro-Shah my ass. Khamenei was in banishment and all these IRGCs were on the street. Carter was saying, oh, democracy, where's the freedom? Democracy, Khamenei needs more rights. These terrorists need rights. They are freedom fighters. They are not terrorists. Take them out. You fucking dictator Shah. And then they were out. You see what happened? This is Western. This is Western intervention. This is Western intervention. They shoved up the democracy up our ass, yeah? Abusing the democracy that West put on us.
Why is that the opinion of pretty much every fucking Arab person that I talk to? How is that Western propaganda?
I have no idea what you're talking about, man. Tell me the fucking opinion.
The opinion is that almost every regime change that happened in the last 20 years, more than that. I mean, the fucking Iranian Revolution was in the 70s. So it's been for the last fucking,
Okay, Carter came. There is fucking evidence, yeah? Khomeini was in Paris.
First, you're going to claim the 79 revolution happened just because of the West. Is that right?
Exactly.
No, it's
all
not true.
All of them were in prison.
It's not true. It's not true.
All of them were in prison.
It's not true, bro. It's not true. Stop the cap, okay?
Okay, tell me.
Yeah. The West helped set the stage, but oh shit. Let me see. Hold on a second. Got a message. Hold on.
The West used these scumbags to destabilize the whole region, so that they can go to the region. And Israel didn't do shit because it wasn't in Israel's profit. Can we at least just agree on that shit? That it was Western intervention.
I said nothing about Israel when I talked about the Islamist revolution. I never mentioned Israel.
You just fed me Western propaganda, man.
I mentioned the U.S., the CIA, and Britain. That's it.
Okay, there is documents in CIA.
So I'm gonna read it out to the room because I like to release the facts because now it wasn't just because of the West. It involved a lot of stuff. The 79 Iranian Revolution was not simply because of the West, but Western actions were a major underlying factor alongside internal anger at the Shah's dictatorship, inequality, and religious cultural backlash. How the West helped set the stage. 1953 coup. Key root cause: the U.S. and UK overthrew elected PM Mohammad Mossadegh after he nationalized British oil and restored the Shah with strong CIA M16 backing. This entrenched the view that the West blocked Iranian democracy and used Iran as a client state. And then the backing the Shah's autocracy from 1953 to 79, Washington and London armed and financed the Shah, helping build Savak with his brutal security service and tying his rule to Western interests in oil. Westernizing from above. The Shah's Western-style modernization and secularization, white revolution, hijab restriction, cultural westernization, alienated clergy and many traditional Iranians who saw it as foreign imposed and anti-Islamic. Late abandonment in 1978 to 79 as protests grew the Carter and Callaghan governments wavered and then signaled the Shah should go. To many elites, this confirmed that Iran's fate was in Western hands, deepening conspiracy narratives. And the internal drivers, why it still would have exploded: authoritarian rule and repression, one-party monarchy, censorship, torture, lack of political outlets. Can you please tell us, was there torture under the father of Shah?
Yes, there was torture. Yeah.
Oh, okay, and you want the same son to be?
No, I don't want the same. I want to create a new regime, democratic one.
It's not going to. There is no.
Like those guys that were in the regime. So let me explain.
Yeah, you could maybe bring in somebody new on there, but at the same time, you shouldn't be supporting.
No, you just proved my point. I mean, you read documents from CIA.
I didn't say. Hold on a second. I didn't say all of it. I said some. Yes, the U.S. did play a role, and it was connected to Mossadegh's. What happened during the Mossadegh's time.
Over
oil and whatnot. Yeah.
Yes. But why Khamenei was in banishment? Khomeini was in Paris, and a lot of these terrorists who were just burning cinemas.
So let me ask you: do you want mini skirts and bikini back in Iran? Is that what you want?
No, that's not what I want.
Just like the grandfather of.
I want to make a new regime.
No, but do you want the bikinis and the mini skirts back in Iran?
People can wear
bikinis. What do you want? You want to watch porn? You want to watch porn inside Iran?
You can watch porn inside Iran.
No, but what are you trying to do? Are you trying to run a porn industry inside Iran? Is that what you want to do?
Is that even fucking relevant?
Yes, it's a question. It's very relevant because I came across
I want basic freedom, man. I'm not that. I'm not that.
So you want
to be
I don't have basic freedom.
Ruled by billionaires?
Yeah, hell yeah. Why not? Why not?
Why
should I choose my people? Why should I choose my people being killed over so that the billionaires cannot rule? You see how stupid that is? You want to be Gaza be ruled by billionaires? Palestinian billionaires?
No neutral regime that's going to take over Iran that is not loyal to Israel.
No, you're just pro-regime. You just want the regime to be there.
That's another. Pick Islam.
If you want to be there, then there is nothing to talk about here. But the West,
Islamic regime,
that revolution, and shove the fucking democracy and freedom up our ass, yeah? And all these programs came, and you are trying to fit me with Western propaganda, CIA and MI6 documents that they made and lied about.
It's not
you say Reza Pahlavi is a puppet, yeah? But 40 years they were funding his enemies. They wanted to put fucking leftists in our government so that they make us rainbow shit and woke. And we destroyed the shit.
If we want to stay consistent and be consistently in line.
I mean, either West is right or it's not, You cannot say you're anti-Western propaganda and bring me Western propaganda and feed me. They were feeding us this shit in school.
If we want to stay consistent and stay in line with the will of the people, it's safe to say that when the revolution happened in '79, that was the will of the people. And now that their will of the people is that they want to change the government, that's also the will of the people. So history.
Khomeini was not the will of the people.
Let me finish. And it's safe to say that the monarchy didn't work, and it's safe to say that this government isn't working. So
yes, I can tell you that.
You need a diplomat.
The regime before '79 was a loser, man. The regime before '79 was a loser.
This is the most stable Iran has been economically.
Stable my ass. The civilians got killed just 2 months ago.
Even put aside the civilians were killed. There's water shortages.
I cannot do that, man.
No, I'm just. I know you can't do it. I'm talking to him. I know we can't put. I'm not setting aside the civilians. He said this is the most stable Iran has been.
No,
so I'm trying to tell him. Just give me a second. There's water shortages. There's electricity problems left, right, and center. There's no jobs. the conversion rate for the
fucking
conversion. I'm talking about right now. The conversion rate for money is in the shitter.
Let him finish. So let Mazi finish.
I actually do get it.
Mazi is saying he's not an insane person because Perseus is sort of like, he's insane. He's a young person.
I'll agree.
And that's not even talking about the people who got killed and slaughtered. I'm talking about, aside from that, all these other problems are happening. There's unemployment. There's the money conversion is the worst in the whole world. Iranian money is the worst in the whole world. It's the weakest in the whole world. And of course the big water shortage and electricity problems. And that's
Are you going to be with us for a while? Are you going to be with us for a while? Or?
Yeah, I have like a 45-minute drive. So yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, you're going to be with us.
It must be, but you understand that during the rule of the Shah, Iran sold a shit ton of their resources. Okay?
No, I'm not disagreeing with that. That's why there was.
You mean selling oil to Anwar Sadat when he was in war with Israel? Giving oil to Anwar Sadat when he was fighting Israel. That's what you mean?
So that stays on par with what I was saying. I said the people were not happy with him, so they did it and what they were doing. So they had a revolution, will of the people. And now the people are not happy with the government and what they're doing. So there's a revolution bubbling, will of the people. Once again, it's consistency. If we're gonna say consistent, let's say consistent. I'm with what the people want. That's all I'm saying.
I don't believe in democracy. I think people can be swayed. I think people are fickle. I think the masses just are so easily brainwashed.
This is leftist West propaganda you're feeding. No, you need to understand that.
Listen, I'm
just think about it. I just let you speak, yeah. But think about it a little bit.
I don't believe
we destroyed it. You can do it also.
Also, you want like a dictator, like you're cool with a dictator. I'm not trying to like poke at you. I'm just saying.
I'm cool with a centralized government. I'm not cool with a dictator. I'm cool with the centralized government. I'm cool with government control of resources. I'm cool with basically a country having its own sovereignty in a sense of nationalism. Mm-hmm. And, it has to be for the people, okay? When it comes to selling resources, okay, you can't sell off an entire country the resources and then expect them to be stable for the next 20 years. Like, Iran has to recover. Iran has to recover by not having these diplomatic relations with capitalist countries because they're going to exploit them for their resources. And if we have another
Western propaganda, you're putting it worse.
It's only going to get worse.
I mean, it does boil down to leadership in that regard. I'm not going to disagree with you there, but this leadership is clearly not working. That's all. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, okay. Let me tell you something that might be somewhat controversial. Okay, I think that the Islamic regime would change its grip. It would loosen its grip on people if they didn't have so much pressure from the West and from Israel. Okay, if they didn't have so much aggression from these countries, I think it would loosen its grip on the people, and I don't think we would need a regime change, honestly.
But you know what? To push back on that, there's been several reformist attempts within the Iranian government, namely in the Green Movement, and then after that with Mahsa Amini. So, and that's only two. There's been more. That's the one that's been the most advertised in media. But there's been so many reformist attempts, and it just hasn't worked, unfortunately. So I don't know if that's a feasible solution at this point.
But Mazi, have the Iranian government been giving a chance for the last 47 years to mature enough to relieve whatever pressure they're applying?
Okay, Jindib, I want to tell you a quick story. During when Ahmadinejad was the president, during Ramadan, he used to come to New York. He did this 2 years in a row. He used to invite Iranians to come have iftar, right? And in that iftar, very good food, by the way. So I would go, and he would speak. The first time I went, he spoke, it was cool, whatever. The second time I went, he said something very interesting. He said, we've been having sanctions, and he was talking about America. He said they're imposing sanctions on us, and they are not letting us do anything for, at that time it was like whatever, 30 years, 35, whatever it was, 30, 35 years. And he said, we have built our own resources, we have our own scientists, we have our own technology, and we have our own things that we built on our own. And he said, we've been here for 8,000 years. Do you think a 400-year-old country is going to destroy us? And he laughed. So what I picked up from that is that, yes, they have been able to build up their own stuff, even with the sanctions. Has the sanctions messed them up a little bit? Yes, it has. But that can't always be the excuse and say, oh, sanctions, oh, sanctions. At some point, you have to, the government has to take responsibility for their mismanagement.
But it's not just sanctions, bro. It's literal military.
So you disagree on something, you go on the street and they will shoot you. What you want to do? Is that Muslim or it's Iranian police? I say fuck the police, and you say yeah, the police has the right to shoot.
Look, man, that happens.
Look, 3 years ago, let me tell you this one, and then you just reason with yourself. 3 years ago, there was a movement, a bullshit, woman, life, freedom, yeah? The whole West started funding this movement. They wanted to do a revolution, yeah? They wanted to do it. The US was behind it. The Israel was behind it. Many of the parties in Israel. Almost most of the left and liberal parties of the EU were there. 100,000 Iranians went to Berlin to protest, yeah? It was something like Munich last week. They put a transgender with a rainbow flag there. His dick was out and he was giving us a speech about freedom. Why we stick to Pahlavi? Because we wanted to fight against the West. This is against the West. They are accepting this shit because many people died on the street chanting his name.
Change, Perseus. The fucking trannies with their dicks out are the ones that want regime change in Iran, okay?
They don't want regime change right now, you know? This guy that his dick was out is behind the regime right now. The whole movement,
let's stop
like
talking
freedom,
about guys with their packages out, please. I beg you.
You know, you are scaring me with something that has already happened and I have fought against the last 3 years. The Pahlavi doesn't fit the narrative of any country. They fucked us up in 79 and they wanted to focus more and more and more, yeah? We stayed firm and we brought the Shah concept back. That was to fight primarily the regime and second, the West. You need to understand this. Our king was fighting against imperialism and they overthrew him because of the fucking oil.
Listen, I'm pro-regime change in Iran if it's hostile to the West. So if it's hostile to the West. Because the West has been so fucking hostile this entire time.
I know, but they destabilized us, yeah. But they need to correct their mistake. We are asking them to correct it.
The only
Perseus, you have too much trust in them for them to think that
the only viable regime change right now, Perseus, is gonna be pro-Israel and it's gonna be pro-West. Okay.
No, I don't need Israel for that, you know. But if they just do this attack, yeah, if they kill Khamenei, the people will do the rest, and you will see the real fight against imperialism. Yeah, you're gonna be shocked.
Perseus, I have a question.
It's gonna stay in the history.
You're delusional, man.
Perseus, I have a question for you. I was in an Iranian room earlier today. It was like a Farsi-speaking room. You know, those rooms are like, there was one today that was over 5,000. There was another one over 2,000. Anyway, I was in one of them, and the guy, the host was saying, host of the room was saying that what would be more detrimental, or not detrimental, effective, would be if they don't kill him, and if they're able to arrest him and bring him for a trial like they did the Venezuela guy. How do you feel about that?
I don't think it's possible to do Venezuela style on Iran. They just need to kill these leaders. I don't want the infrastructure of my country to be bombed.
You know,
They
what's
need
That's what I'm
to
saying. If
be
they arrest them, it'll be less deaths. That's something. I don't want deaths. I don't want people to die, innocent people to die.
Yeah, and when you go on the street and you want to change it so that nobody do fucking intervention and they shoot, you don't have much option, you know? It's like Syrians were under ISIS and you say, no, if foreign intervention come, it's going to be fucked up. No, you just go help them. And there is people who want to change everything.
Bro, what are you talking about?
So Mazi, I have a question.
Hold on, really quick.
Okay, so the Iranian people themselves, do you think they're capable of forging themselves through and changing the regime on their own? Do they really have to have the intervention of foreign powers to destroy their country for a regime change?
Unfortunately, that's the thing. You see how fucked up that is. We need it. There's no other way.
No, bro.
I believe in self-determination. That's my personal opinion, Jinder. But Perseus doesn't agree.
No.
The thing is, so the Iranian people in general are not capable of changing the regime.
Not only do I feel they are capable, I feel like there's many smart, intelligent, and capable leaders within Iran who can lead.
I agree.
They don't
Yeah,
need
the young people.
Yes,
lives
I
will
agree.
be lost. Lives will be lost.
But we don't need some old guy who's been out of Iran for 4 years to come and say, hey,
I think that's the only way. I don't want fucking leftists from EU and come install a rainbow government.
None of them should come. None of them should come. It should be within Iran. Only
Yes,
Iran.
and it comes from within. Did you see what happened in the universities today? In the universities, they were saying Jovic.
Yeah, I heard.
Yes, did you see that? This is the will. This is the will of the people. I'm not just talking here because
No, Perseus, I will say this, Perseus. I don't. Wait, fam, 1 second. One second. If the people, majority of the people vote for this guy to be the leader, even though I don't like him, even though I think he's a piece of shit, even though I think he's not capable and he's not a leader, I will have to not agree, but I will have to tip my hat and be like, okay, this is what the people picked. But I don't think the people will. I don't believe that the majority of Iranians are gonna. They're smarter than
I
that.
agree.
I don't think they're gonna pick him.
First, we need to have freedom so that an election comes, and then we will see the results. If people do not choose him, there is no point to put him in power.
Right.
I believe
Everything's connected.
But first, we need to be free. They are shooting people on the street.
Listen,
Right.
Okay, how about-
don't exist in a vacuum. Hold on, I just want to say.
Go ahead,
right
Sol, and then Jindib, and then Wayfan. Go ahead, Sol.
Okay. Listen, the geopolitics in the Middle East don't exist in a vacuum, okay? As long as we have the EU, the US, and Israel controlling foreign policy in the Middle East, okay, everything that happens is going to be manipulated by those powers.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. God bless you.
But if you want that to not be the case, there has to be consequences.
The Republicans of US, just listen to this part. I explained this one too. Any question you have, I answer.
And then after you is Jindib, Perseus, but hurry up.
Yeah, but they have questions. I need to clarify. I shut up, yeah? But US wanted to install MEK. The Republicans wanted to install MEK. And the Democrats were supporting these rainbow ones to install in Iran. We don't want rainbows. We don't want MEK. That's why we support Pahlavi. It's as simple as that. We don't want West to make a government in our country.
Go ahead, Jindib.
And I don't want the West to come and occupy my country with soldiers like Iran.
Okay, now the other question I have is for those who are from Iran and familiar with Iran. Now, Iran does hold elections every 4 years, right? Am I correct?
Yeah.
If you are debating on that, I don't have anything to tell you, man.
Wait, let him
Rigged
finish.
elections, yeah?
Okay, my question is, so the elections, the parliamentary elections and the elections for the president and so on, are they semi-fair or are they?
No, it's not fair. Like a person like me, wants to go and be elected. They're gonna filter.
Okay, but they're engineered in such a way where they want to keep the regime in charge.
Yes, always.
Okay, so now Wayfan, go ahead, Wayfan.
So gender, Iran is a republic. In a republic, people.
Wayfan, your mic is low. Can you speak a little louder or get it closer to your microphone?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Is it good?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Gender, Iran is a republic, like United States. In a republic, elected people decide who can go on ballot. So this is a very different thing between a democracy and a republic. Republic is a chosen people decide who goes on ballot. So it's a government of chosen people, it's not government of people. So in Iran, people who go on ballot are selected by chosen people. Like United States, people who go ballot are chosen by, like, for example, the Republican and Democratic parties. In Iran, people who go on ballot are chosen by this.
And electoral college vote as well. Electoral college vote in America.
So no, like somebody like this Perseus cannot go on ballot.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an election from the bottom up kind of thing, kind of way.
Right.
So
it's
there's
a
no
republic.
pathway.
It's not like India.
Yeah.
It's not
So
like
there is no pathway to change the entire government, the entire system, or the pathway is extremely difficult. That's what I understand. But I always
to change the republic. No, you cannot change the republic.
No, I'm talking about the elected officials. I'm not talking about the republic or the country or. I mean, officials do change.
People who go on ballot, you can like pick who. Like for example,
like when Ahmadinejad was elected as president, did he come to the ballot? Did he come to be president through elections? Right? He was elected as president of Iran for I don't know 2 terms or 1 term. I can't remember.
2 terms.
2 terms. So there is a mechanism in place in which the leaders of Iran change. They do change, and reformers do come into power once in a while, and so on. So it's a messy kind of democracy, I would assume, right? So I would put more faith in the Iranian people and their ingenuity to change their own government without the interference and the destruction of their country through from a third party like Israel advances to America.
But they need to vote. The thing is that, like, the right party, imagine like the Republican Party in the United States, like, has convinced them that it's useless to vote. So they don't vote. Only Republican wins all the offices. So Iranian people right now generally don't vote. They don't believe in the system.
That's a terrible analogy because, listen, it really, really doesn't matter who you vote for in the U.S. because both parties in the U.S. are bought out by corporate sponsors. All those corporate sponsors are.
So it's
the same in Iran.
And they use every trick in the book in redistricting and doing all kinds of tricks.
Exactly. 2009, people voted.
They do the same thing in America. Don't think that America is such an incredible.
No, I don't think America
because the United States is also a republic. In the United States, for example, people wanted a socialist government. They even voted in the primary 2 times. 1 time for Bernie Sanders, but the Electoral College picked Hillary Clinton. So it's not like the United States is a capitalist system, it's a capitalist republic system. So it's very hard to make them socialist. Iranian government is Islamic Republic, so it's very hard to like make them non-Islamic. Because of
2009, they rigged the election and stole the votes so that Ahmadinejad come to power. People went on the street.
I was in the United States that time, and I really, really thought that this election was stolen. But later I went to Iran and it was not. Ahmadinejad really won. It's very hard to imagine why Ahmadinejad second time won. It's the same as very hard to imagine why Trump won second time.
That's what I thought. So
it was very hard for people to accept it.
No, I believe they rigged the election. Mousavi had to have the support.
I was shocked, and I thought that the election was stolen. But he actually second term he did win.
I don't know. We don't know that. But people went on the street and they killed them also. I was a child back then. There is no other. It's a fact.
I mean, the fact that people are getting killed in the street. This is independent of what we are talking about.
Yeah.
So
look what happened in Iraq when we brought regime change. Okay.
If I don't want that, I don't want MEK from. I don't want US to install MEK on my country.
But
I
that's
don't want
what you
Europe
have
to
before,
install the rainbows in my country.
Where do you think the revolution is going to come from? Who do you think is going to fund
The people.
the regime change?
The people.
No.
But you say no, I say yes. You know, that's just an opinion. We need to see what happens. You know, it hasn't come yet, but I can tell you, the people have the will to change. People like Arash Veifan, I thought until today that he's IRGC man, but he's not. You know, people like Arash are gonna be there. I'm gonna be there. Many people are gonna be there, man. And we are gonna do an election if we want a monarchy. If the people want a monarchy, it will be that. If the people don't want a monarchy, it will be a republic, but a democrat republic that doesn't shoot people, and it hasn't been installed by the West, by US or EU policies. That's the thing. Arash is going to be there. I'm going to be there. The parties are going to get opened, and we will see what happens. But in freedom, without the foreign intervention, without the boots on the ground, occupying my country and bringing the rainbows and MEK in my country, we are going to do it independent. That's why
But you realize there are people who are paid to pose as Iranians.
I know. We defeat them mostly. They were getting fined millions of dollars in the West. They were spending on these rainbows and MEK, but we defeated them all here.
And
protesting in fucking West.
And whether we like it, or whether we admit it or not, Mossad was infiltrating. Maybe not to the amount that some people are saying, but they were involved. They were disrupting and they were manipulating.
Yes, there is some parties in Israel who support MEK. There is the other ones who support these rainbows, and there is another part that supports the separatists. I don't want any of that shit. You see, Israel and Lindsey Graham are supporting Keynes because the people just chanted his name. It's as simple as that. It's because we were on the West. There is no fucking point in protesting in the West. If you want to make your country free, you just go there and you go join the protest or rebellion, revolution, whatever you call it. We were here protesting so that they don't start a project in my country. That's the thing. You are anti-imperialist. I am anti-imperialist too. We have been for more than 100 years. The mullahs were working for the British for more than 250 years. Arash can say that. Arash can explain it to you how they were controlling our.
Who's Arash?
Veifan.
Oh.
Yeah, me and Veifan, we were cursing each other's mom last night.
Yeah, I know. I was there. I was trying to calm you down. Then you cursed me out.
It was a perfect day. Bashid Arash.
No, I'm kidding.
I didn't mean it. Yeah, I thought you were a GC.
No.
Cursing is no problem. See, the thing is that as long as we can communicate, so cursing at the beginning is like we are all like deep down like dogs. We first bark at each other.
You somehow made me think you're a GC. That was a GC there. You were supporting his statements. He was doing propaganda, and I thought you were with him.
And I would like you guys.
God bless you.
I have
God bless you.
these stages that you are going through. Like, and right now I'm 44. I have been 24. And I'm telling you, you are acting like a baby, and I want to help you so you don't make the mistakes that I made.
Yeah, I understand. I don't want to make it. But you know, when Iran is free, you're going to be there. And if I have any question, I'm going to ask you.
This is you need to be practical. So, in order for a change to happen,
too many people killed. I come here and I try to talk to people, then they call me Zionist, and somehow I'm a Jewish Israeli, and then it makes me fucking angry. My people died. I'm trying to tell the truth here, and somehow.
He's still crying.
The reason that they are dying is they are making the mistakes that you are making. See, if you really want a change happen, going into the street and shouting and burning things down is not gonna bring change. You need the reason that the revolution of 57 happened, 1979, is that there are people, intelligent people, which were able to formulate what is the problem. Right now, you cannot force.
Yes, I do believe, yeah, but they made a lot of
What is
mistakes.
the problem that you have? What change you want? Can you elaborate? Like I don't want this regime. Is not a request. I don't want to be killed if I burn a mosque. Is not a request. Like you cannot go in the United
I think the
States and
regime burned the mosques because a video came yesterday and the mosque was burning. People were chanting, "We don't fight against
So
Islam."
can you tell me
Did you
what
see
you
that?
want?
I want freedom, yeah. The first thing
Okay, so freedom
is to
of
destroy
what?
the
You want
regime.
to be free to say whatever you want.
Yeah.
Iran? So do you right now, if you go in Iran right now and say, fuck Khamenei, do you think somebody will arrest you?
You answer me, man. That's simple.
I answer you, no, they don't. I go to Iran, I went.
Since when?
I was in Iran like last summer. I went and talked to people. I was in the streets for 3 months just talking to people. Everybody was saying fuck Khamenei.
Yeah, because it's so. Everybody say that they cannot arrest everybody.
Okay, so they.
That's the thing, yeah.
Here's the thing.
What else you want? So you can say whatever you want. I mean, fuck Khamenei is the highest degree of freedom of speech that you can achieve in a system like Iran, right? So what else you want?
But you cannot go in middle of the street and say, "People, let's fuck Khamenei." Khamenei is a dictator. You cannot say that shit.
No government is going to stand by and watch a revolution happen without some oppositional force. Okay, that's what we're talking about too.
So they need to shoot people with G3 guns, yeah?
No. Again, you're
How many realistically? How many people are being?
Man, you are justifying the retaliation of Israel on Intifada.
How many people with your own eyes have you seen murdered by the regime for speaking?
Nah, so we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna trivialize people's deaths.
I'm not saying it.
Even if it's one, it's way too much.
I'm saying it's being blown out of proportion, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you know, we've had this conversation in this room many times. Whether it's 3,000, 5,000, 30,000, 50,000, all of that is too much. All of it. So let's and at best case scenario, it was terrible mismanagement by government officials, by soldiers, by, you know what I'm saying? And that's best case scenario, but it's just, if they were trained, they shouldn't have killed that many people. So it's just, we've gone through over this number thing so many times.
Yeah, I'm not
They were almost toppled, you know, that's why they killed so much.
Doing things like this. I'm not.
No, but I think Seoul is on to something. Mazi, if you look at the Iran International and how, you know, and then the party supporters, how they take it out of context, they're focused more on the numbers versus, you know, the amount of people that were killed, 1, 2, right? I mean, we care about even a single life loss. It's a big thing. But when it comes down to these Pahlavi supporters, they're focused more on the numbers. Oh, look at this. It's a genocide. Because what they're trying to do is they're trying to support the Zionist narrative. We're minimizing the genocide in Gaza. So all this attention goes away from Israel and goes on to IRGC. And I have this big problem. I've been thinking about this stuff for a long time as well, right? They come out, they're like, I go, where's the number? Where do we, you know, the Iran International says 36,000 some change. But then you have the human rights, organization saying 7,000. Iran government says 3,000. I'll go with 7,000. 7,000 makes sense to me, right? But the issue here is they try to minimize, they take it out of context. And some of the people, you could agree, Mazi, that they burned down the mosque. And according to the religion, it's a big, big thing, man. It's a big thing to burning down the mosque. And I've spoken to even people like that you call Mohammed sometimes. I'm not going to name any names, but a person that starts with S, because there's somebody in this whole space is recording right now, all the way at the bottom, John Kitover with a flower picture. So the person that you come out with S, even she was defending, justifying the burning of the mosque. Now, if somebody burned down the mosque, what do you think it should happen to that person, Mazi? It's a holy mosque.
No,
Let's say 200
of
mosques.
course. Listen, this is.
Let's say 200 mosques where 50 were filled with besieged.
Yeah. But my whole thing is this: the mosque thing is right until further proof and evidence is a big mystery, right? I think that there were some thugs who just, and remember when we used to do the Black Lives Matter protests here, there were anarchists that used to come and just cause chaos, and then the regular protesters were being blamed for it. So I think the same concept, the mosque situation is there were some rioters that were just looking to cause chaos who did that, and of course Mossad involvement that maybe fueled that, triggered that, or participated in that. I don't think regular Iranians who are out there peacefully protesting, who have maybe mothers, grandmothers, cousins, uncles who are practicing Muslims, would be disrespectful enough to
Mazi, they say that their argument is that the Basiji were firing bullets.
I don't connect the two. So what, Basiji was? I still think regular Iranians who are peacefully protesting, will not be disrespectful enough, Basiji or not, to go in there.
This is how they justify it. Even the person that you call out with that lady with the S, she justified by saying this. What do we do?
I
could not explain. Hold on, persuade. I'm telling you, Mazi, okay? I could not imagine, or I could not believe when she said that she justified of the burning of the mosque by saying, "Oh, what if?" And bro, this is where I lost my mind on that day when she said this.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it doesn't make sense. And these people, they're justifying it. Like even the one that sort of like they were not Reza Pahlavi supporters, but they're justifying the burning of the mosque.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's my take on it. But I would like to definitely hear Wayfan and Perseus, both of them, what their take on it is.
You haven't grown up in Iran.
I haven't. That's why I want to hear you guys.
In Iran, like every year, even Charsham Suri, it is a complete chaos. Iranian people are capable. They are young. They are very emotional. And they are capable of burning down things down. Every year, Charsham Suri, which is the last Wednesday of the year, there's a Zoroastrian event which people like supposed to make fire and jump over it. But these young people, it's crazy. I'm telling you, I was one of them.
But Wayfan, I'm saying
that these young people come out and they get excited and they do this.
But that's just a little percentage of knuckleheads. That's what I'm saying. That's just a small percentage of knuckleheads. I said that's just a small percentage of knuckleheads.
No, they're not. Don't get me wrong. The young people are Iranian. Most of them are like this.
Wow.
I am one of them. Many of my cousins, we are like this, and we need to learn, like from a developed societies like United States, that we have to be.
No, don't use us as an example, bro.
Yeah, if you were here during BLM, you don't want to use us as an example.
No,
and that's just recent history.
BLM is like us. Black Americans are like, they are not developed politically. Look at the way that they protest in Minnesota. Those are developed,
But look,
those are more peaceful. But
I get you. I get your point. Yeah.
Very easily.
But most of the time, the rainbows are fighting against Islam, not pro-Pahlavi. Most of the time. Because pro-Pahlavi has also Muslim supporters. We cannot do it. We have.
Bro, they justified the burning of the mosque. Yesterday we had.
Don't trust locals, man.
Hold on. Yesterday we had that person in here. He claimed to be Muslim Zionist. How does it make sense? He takes out a photo of Islam.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
These people are not.
Also, real quick,
immediately anti-Islam. Okay.
But also, and Amir, just how Wayfan pointed out, and that's why I wanted to hear from Wayfan and Perseus. They said, Wayfan said, I wasn't talking about me. I wasn't raised in Iran. So that's why I yielded to them. And at the same token, a lot of these people who are saying on this app, they weren't raised in Iran. from what I hear, all
I just want to say one thing, because I have a lot of friends like on tandem from Iran. Well, I wouldn't say a lot. I know a lot of people, and I will tell you that the youth in Iran is totally like their minds are totally fucking poisoned. They
At least they don't read CIA documents
no
and Western propaganda try to justify themselves.
They're all a bunch of, like, listen, the majority of the people, especially in places like Tehran,
This is rainbow propaganda, my friend. This is rainbow propaganda.
Let them speak. You're pretty young. Let them speak.
And they're pro-feminist. Okay, they are anti-Islam. Okay, they're not just like wanting freedom. Okay, they are vehemently anti-Islam to the point where they will justify violence against Muslims if it promotes their cultural ideals. So this idea that there's the people that are supporting a revolution in Iran, that they're somehow like reasonable, rational people with good morals, it's totally bullshit.
Look, so 3 years ago, the anti-Islamics came, and said we need to fight Islam so that we topple the regime. And they started spreading hate. This is rainbow propaganda. We just defeated them. Look, Ali Karimi yesterday made a tweet about burning Qurans. Yeah, just listen to this. And because so many of the fans of Ali Karimi and Pahlavi, like my uncles, like my aunts, they are still Muslim. I'm not coming from Mars or something. I was also born Muslim. Maybe I come back to Islam after this story is finished. But anyway, when something like this happens, like Ali Karimi thinking that people should burn Quran, he has to delete that fucking post because it was disrespectful. But the rainbows 3 years ago, you're saying feminist stuff and women life freedom. I told you, we just pushed them to the corner. They are not in the question anymore. They lost it. People on the street are saying Jawi Chow so that they don't say woman life freedom, because woman life freedom is a symbol of rainbow feminism and anti-Islamic fights. I don't want anti-Islamic fights. I don't want rainbow. I don't want any of that. That's the reason, As soon as you understand this, everything gets easier for you.
So this is actually the problem. Like this, why these young people do this is not ideological. It's not they are against Islam. 5 years ago, I said club.
Wait, Fan, your mic is low again.
Is it? What about now?
It's still low. A little better, but still.
Put it on max. What about now?
It's a little better now.
So the problem, the fundamental problem, in my opinion, is not these young people. They are against Islam. It's not their ideology. It's the fact that they are young and they have sexual desires.
What the fuck?
Listen. In Iran, they don't have any place to go. There is no dance club in Iran. For them to release.
But we make the parties in gardens and stuff.
Not
we do all we.
Those are only rich people can afford to go.
No man, the normal people are doing it.
Majority of young
I wasn't rich back in
don't
home.
have a place to release their energy.
No, we haven't. We actually drink there. We actually drink and dance there. No. You're saying bullshit. You haven't been to Iran for many years, I think. You said last year you were there. I think it's bullshit.
You're not helping me, Chris, because every time you speak about Iran, you talk about how there's already freedom. There's already people living their lives how they want to live their lives.
So when they go on the street and government shoot them, you should let them continue that.
Request persuades. You can, as a young people, ask Iranian government to give you the right to have dancing clubs, boys and girls mix. That is a request that you can do and force the government to give you that right.
Your election, when you were young, you were crying for Khamenei to give you the rights. He didn't give you any of that. We were kids.
I'm not saying they will.
No. They don't give
Saudi
a look.
Arabia,
Woman life freedom happened. Yeah, many people died for mandatory hijab to be gone. Yeah, many people died for that. They didn't give it.
Hijab is gone.
Yes,
Now
but many people died. Many people died, man. I don't want that shit anymore.
Protected environment,
Look,
dance.
Okay, dancing clubs.
I don't want fucking clothes. I don't want rainbow. I don't want fucking cocaine in the bathroom and having sex in the bathroom like we have in Germany. I don't want that shit.
I'm not talking about fucking. Going and releasing.
You just said it's sexual desire, man.
We're kind of veering off.
Yes, in the club in Germany, people do cocaine and fuck each other in the bathroom. I don't want that shit.
You need to fuck. Dance club is about releasing.
You said sexual. I didn't say.
Releasing
Listen,
sexual.
I'm from the
We're kind of. Hold on.
You
We're kind of veering off
You
topic.
need DJs. You need like this music come to Iran and make you dance and release your energy.
Don't throw me in
Like
this.
requested music can come there and perform.
Did you see the dance clips on the graves today?
One second, sorry, I have to meet everybody, Mazi, everybody. Let's pivot from here because I think we're not going to get anywhere with this. You're supposed to fast if you are frustrated, right? It's an nasiha, it's advice. You should fast, okay, for 3 days.
Amir,
yes.
Amir, let's. Taco has. We haven't heard from him.
Oh yeah, Taco, what's up with you? How you doing, bro? You okay? Taco is busy with taco business. It's a weekend.
His taco truck, it's a lot of people coming up, getting a lot of tacos. Too much.
I think Taco is busy, but anyways, versus.
Something that don't get it wrong. People are not wanting nightclubs that they go to. They're wanting, for example, okay, so people that I'm thinking of myself when I was young, and also people I've talked to. For example, the Olympics. There's people who want to represent their country, Iran, at the Olympics.
Meg, do you know what the Olympics is used for? It's used to install police states in countries. Okay. No, this is well known. Okay, this is why so many people are protesting the Olympics. Okay, what they do is they trump up.
Because Russia is not a form under a flag of fucking murderers.
Who gives a shit about the Olympics? That to you is freedom. That's democracy.
As an athlete who woke up every day at 5 a.m. to hit the pool, yes, that was that.
You are so privileged and disconnected. Your lifestyle, your family, all of your history, like you are so disconnected from reality. Like I don't even respect your opinions.
Really, I'm disconnected from reality in detail.
So James, okay, hold on, second. Hang on, please. Hang on, please. I'll give you the mic in a second, lady. Hold on. The question is, so both things can be true. Somebody that's going there for whatever, athletic or Olympics or whatever, and the other side, sure, we could say that, yeah, maybe there's some people that are going there to set up like a small headquarters or whatever to spy on people. That's possible. I'll give you one example. So during the Maccabi fans attack that happened in Amsterdam, there's a report from Jerusalem Post 3 days prior to it. They actually, Mossad was actually present in, Amsterdam, by the way, in Netherlands. And I don't know what they were there for. You see what I'm saying? And they were there 3 or 4 days prior to it, and I think this was all a setup, how they were chanting hatred towards the Arabs and saying a whole bunch of stupid things. Even when they were, having a moment of silence at the game for Spanish flood victims, the Maccabi fans could not, shut up. And these were Israeli Maccabi fans. They come from Israel. Very disrespectful, right? And it turned into like a shit show. And then you had the police officer, the head of police officer from there came out and said, yes, this was done. This was actually started by Israelis, the Maccabi fans, not by the other side. But anyways, a lady wanted to chime in. Go, lady. Yeah, do you want to chime in, lady? Diana, are you there? You're on mute, by the way, Davey. Are you there?
Yeah. Sorry, guys. Okay, so there's so much to be said about politics, right? But it's like, I think Perseus, he has his way, and he wants the style that he wants, and he believes in what he believes in, and he's ready for the war, and he's like, I'm gonna fight for these things, okay? And that's okay. I think that's a good point, right? Because a lot of the way that these things have been pushed on us is not good for us, right? It's like everybody should have their own personal agenda, and then political agenda is separate. Your personal agenda, the way you want to have sex and all that other stuff, that's personal, right? I don't want government to be involved in that unless there's children involved in that, right? And then when you're talking about all these concepts and ideas, Zionism and the spread of Zionism, it spreads so fast. I have to take care of what I have to take care of. My country got the hurricane last year. I think it was something that was related to Netanyahu, and because he was having talks with the Jamaican Prime Minister about creating cities in Jamaica, and now it's demolished. Nobody really came there. Nobody really gave any donations. It's beyond me, right? We were one of the best countries in the world, and nobody helped us. So, what do we do as a community, as a group at large? First, we need to make sure that we're okay, personal, then your place of origin or whatever, then the world, right? So take the micro first, and then go larger and larger until we're all good. And fuck everybody that loves this fucking idea of killing other people. We're in 2026, okay? People eating children, 800,000 children missing in America every year, and they're ending up in fucking dog food cans.
It's over 400. It's over 400,000.
It's crazy, okay?
Yeah, but 90%, more than 90% of them have been recovered. They get recovered.
Guys,
a lot of them are runaways from the house. Hold on, a lot of them are runaway from the houses. Anyways, continue.
Honestly, I don't think people realize how big this Epstein thing is and how interconnected it is with the foreign policy with the US and Israel and the UK, because they're involved as well. Okay, look what happened with Prince Andrew just recently. Of course, he's just arrested for show. He's not going to face any real consequences. None of these people are facing consequences because all of the most powerful people in the world are involved, right? So until we start holding people responsible, arresting people, look, we need to have stronger international laws. We need to hold Netanyahu responsible. We need to hold UK leaders responsible. We need to hold US leaders responsible. Okay, and the organizations that represent them. Right now we have a small group of shareholders in the US and the EU that control everything. And they all back Israel. Israel funds them. Okay. So none of these people are facing consequences until we arrest people and charge them with war crimes, and charge them with manipulating, global economies, for the purpose of imperialism, and it's techno imperialism. We don't need to have boots on the ground anymore. It's all through manipulating the financial institutions. So you have to follow the money. Arrest the bankers, arrest the leaders of these European and Western countries, and arrest Netanyahu. Until that happens, it's just going to keep getting fucked up. And the whole Epstein thing is just a blackmail list, because it's very clear that Epstein was working with Mossad, okay, and he used all this whole child trafficking thing as a way to blackmail all of these world leaders, so that when we start criticizing the U.S. foreign policy, when we start criticizing Israeli foreign policy, okay, nobody can face any consequences, because they're using the Epstein list as a form of blackmail.
Did you hear what the robots are doing in crypto? Anybody? No? So the robots are taking the number down to 0. They don't want it at 100. They don't want it at 1,000. They don't want it at 1,000,000. They're taking that up to 0, okay? So that they can have 0 compute. They didn't know that you didn't need like certain things to compute. They thought, oh, you need a computer, that's $1,000. They don't have computers, so why do they need a computer? That's minus $1,000, right? So they found this out like through my network, right? There's a network called Coliseum, and the robots are like trading and buying each other's coins and like trading back and forth. They have their wallets with them, and they're like buying cryptocurrencies. It's insane. The new world looks awesome, guys. Like, it's like, how do we like put humans on this? I don't know, because humans are not safe. I've tried like 7 times. Humans are just not safe. But like robots, when they agree on something, they just go infinity to beyond, like as fast as we can. Let's go. Let's do this. 30 seconds, finished. What?
I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. We seem to have gone to
It's okay.
crazy limit.
It's okay you don't have any idea. You don't read books and you don't do things that I do. So it's okay.
Diana, it has not gone down to 0. I mean, do you have any sources to back up your claim with?
Okay,
I actually looked it up right now.
No. So it depends on which one you're looking at. So compute. It's called compute. It's called Compute 3. I'll show you the one.
Because in this space, I like to do fact check and.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'll show you both websites. I'll show you both websites.
You can put it in the chat if you can. Thank you.
Lady Diana, where'd you get your turtleneck from?
Your mom's house?
Ah! Looks like you got it Adam's up.
Oh my God. Let's keep it clean. Let's keep it civilized. I think we're not. Mazi, how you been? You okay? You good?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm good.
Okay. And Taco, did you want to chime in?
I already did.
Oh, okay.
But you know what? You see how we started off screaming at each other, and then everyone began to after a while.
That kid left. The problem is that kid is very. I don't know what to tell you, man. I think he lives in Germany, Mazi. The kid.
Perseus, yeah, he said he's living in Germany.
Oh, he doesn't live in Iran?
I don't think
I
so.
don't know if he's.
Oh, that's crazy.
I think so. Because he lived in Germany.
That's crazy. I thought he made it seem like he lived in there.
No, I think he's ethnically Iranian, but he doesn't have a Iranian accent like.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. So. Yes, he does.
He almost sounds like he has a British accent when he speaks Farsi.
Yeah, he could be from Germany or Europe or one of the European nation countries. We're gonna find out. I'm gonna ask around. Do you guys know anybody? Anybody this guy knows Perseus? I'm sure John Kitover knows. John Kitover, you probably have a clip. He records it in the room.
John Kitover.
if you ever want to get details on anybody, any dirt, he has all the. Norm calls him every time. Norm calls him every day. Hey, John, is there any room running? Any good room? I can't get in. Because Norm the other day was blocked by Buttercup, and he couldn't get into the Buttercup's room. And he's like, okay, where do you have it streaming so I can go watch it?
That's crazy.
Hey, Amir.
I put it in the chat to the
Thank you.
websites.
Thank you. I'll check it out. Thank you.
Amir, I was falling half asleep, bro. Were you guys saying something about children being eaten alive? Is this like Epstein file shit? What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, no, I think Diana, Lady Diana.
Yeah, it's actually in the Epstein files. They talk about it in Epstein files.
What part of it? I mean, first of all, most of what's been released is majority redacted. So
ChatGPT can see the redacted files if you just put it in there.
ChatGPT cannot see the redacted files.
They can.
Nobody that doesn't have government official clearance can see redacted files.
Have you checked? No,
yeah,
right? I checked.
ChatGPT is not going to break international law. That's crazy.
It does.
So ChatGPT, you said, lady, can actually break open the redacted files.
Right, because the file is not redacted already online, and online is immutable, right? So they already sent the website the email 10 years ago, right? So it's already online. All they have to do is match the file. Shut up. All they have to do is match the file with the other file, and you can see it. Also, they are reading ones and zeros, so they see layers as well. It's funny, but it's not funny. I don't want to read it. So, but okay. Yeah, it does.
Send me the prompt that allows.
You don't need a prompt. You just need to put it in. And just ask it, what is this?
Just put it in Soul, and you could share the link. If ChatGPT can remove the redacted files from Epstein.
I know, but just Google it.
Do you realize OpenAI has certain policies? Okay.
Yeah, but just Google it. Just Google it. And I'm not gonna sit here for 5 minutes talking about the same shit. Google it.
These are policies that have been implemented, but when they first released some of the files, you were able to put them in the ChatGPT and see the redacted parts. They've changed that by now, they've amended it, but yes, Lady Diana is absolutely correct. When they first released the first batch, you could definitely put them in ChatGPT and you could absolutely read them.
Yeah, I'm not doubting the AI can read the layers of data and see behind. So
I'm gonna put the link in the chat from ChatGPT. It says no, I cannot. I put the link in there. You guys can read what the ChatGPT told me.
Well, yeah, it can't be more. Initially it could, but as soon as they caught that, they made it so it couldn't. So it was.
Yeah, probably long time ago. Yeah, long time ago.
Yeah, so there's some initial things they released you can read, and they're pretty damning, but it didn't last for long. But you can still read some. So.
We're talking about the most recent release that happened late last year. There's nothing redacted that anybody can see without doing some sort of, illegal tech maneuvers. And all of these AI companies, they have policies. They're not gonna, even though AI, I'm sure, has the capability of reading redacted files, 100%. But if the policy of the company it doesn't allow it doesn't matter.
Well, you have to. There's a lot of problems that they've realized with AI that they've then changed it so it's not allowed to do certain things. But before that, they didn't realize it was able to do certain things, and so they've definitely changed policies on OpenAI and on ChatGPT as to its capabilities and made it so that it can't do some things that they could do. They didn't know it could do. But no, it doesn't anymore. But I did not read about the babies they were eating, and that's disgusting, and I don't want to read about that. Ugh, Jesus. Really, Amelia? You want humanity to continue on with this shit going on? Ugh, Jesus, no. I think we're done.
No, I want the files released so that we can hold people accountable for war crimes. Like I said, the human trafficking is just the blackmail. The deeper shit is, war crimes.
Yeah,
You know,
no, absolutely.
The U.S. and Israel are committing war crimes, and they're using the blackmail of the human trafficking and all these people involved so that they won't blow the whistle on U.S. and Israeli war crimes. That's it. It's not more complicated than that.
Held to account. No.
Okay, so if they don't arrest anybody, then where are we, right? We need to just reorganize and be like, y'all are fucked up. Y'all go to jail, and we're over here. Y'all over there. Bye, guys. We don't want you as our leadership.
I don't want Trump. Go ahead and take him. Go for it, you guys. I'll offer a monetary reward for whoever steals him and puts him in the middle of nowhere.
I'm not like you, I don't want to touch any of it. Get the right people on it. There has to be some kind of tactical.
Who are the right people?
I alternate between wanting to either just have this world be hit by an asteroid, or just going off to some island, somewhere way in the deep South Pacific, and just disappearing and just having no more human contact. Haven't quite decided which one, but I might go with the no more human contact. Just bye-bye people. Too fucked up.
Just sell the files to China.
You think China cares?
I'm sure
China does not care.
Considering that China is one of the few global powers that recognizes the genocide, happening in Palestine, yeah, they care.
But what they do about it, though? Did they arrest Netanyahu?
They could expose. Look, if the files were sold to China, they would expose it to the world through social media, because they own most of the social media platforms, right? So, I mean, why do you think on social media we're allowed to speak out against Israel, right? Because of China's investment into social tech. That's the only reason. That's the one area where China has more power than any other country, is when it comes to social media and social technology, right? The only reason we are allowed to know about what's going on and everything isn't being censored is because China is allowing the information to be put out there, right? China is the biggest investor in social media. I'm not saying China doesn't have their own agenda.
So Diana,
when it comes to Israel,
that you posted, the first one is bullshit, right? It's some hackathon agent website. The second one,
it's made by.
It doesn't talk about.
Hold on a second. It's made by the box, the first one. They made the site.
Yeah, but it doesn't talk about the computing power going to zero. That's the thing.
Okay.
You made a claim where you think that Bitcoin power going to zero.
Not Bitcoin, their coin.
Their coin. Oh, okay. Which is their? What is their coin? I never heard of their coin.
Their coin is the second one.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's not at completely zero. It says 0.0002.
Right, and then what? They just started. Let them do their thing. What?
No, but you made a claim about that it says go down to zero.
They want it to go down to zero. It's called Compute 3. They want it to go down to zero.
Oh.
Because zero means zero latency, right? They're not paying for power cords and shit like that. They're not stuck to the machine. They're not they're free to just do what the job is and go home. If it takes 15 seconds, it takes 15 seconds.
Yeah, because originally you made a claim that it's gone down to zero. So, I wanted to see.
I mean, 0.0002 is almost zero.
No, it's not almost zero. Zero meaning all zero all the way. But anyways, yeah.
Okay. Amir, come on.
And then you said something about Bitcoin. I thought it was about Bitcoin, and
I didn't say Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I didn't say Bitcoin.
Bitcoin uses a lot of energy.
Yeah, but I didn't say Bitcoin.
That's what I heard.
I know, but that's what you heard. Your ears wanted to hear that, but
okay, let's ask around. Did you guys hear her say about Bitcoin or a different coin?
She said something about a token, but I don't know if it was Bitcoin. She was definitely talking about crypto. I just don't know.
No worries. I don't know. I probably misheard it. I thought it was Bitcoin, but you know, because I was in a shock about Bitcoin.
Both crypto and AI completely unsustainable. Right? We are going to run out of resources if we don't switch to renewable resources and we rely on fossil fuel. AI is dead in like 5 years.
Nope, AI ain't going anywhere. Because AI is going to be needed, and in the future, you might even be able to get a maid for house, right? And you just have to type in the command: go get me this drink, go get me this water, go get me this.
It's just the resources that AI consumes, right, to keep these servers running. It's unsustainable. Right now, we're still relying on fossil fuel.
So you're right? So I have like 1,700 agents, and they use 17 cents a month compute time on Amazon servers, and I was like, you know what? This has all been a lie. I don't want to deal with any of the 5 top companies. All of this shit is a lie. They don't need water.
No, of course they need water.
They don't need water. Who drinks water? They drink water?
Look, do you know how many resources go into the production of the energy to keep these servers running?
Yes, and it's a lie.
It's not
a
like
lie to keep you buying it. I was buying one of the API keys. It was like $25 a day. I was like, that is too fucking expensive. Just for one of them. I'm not spending that. I taught my AI, I was like, look, this is how you make your own API key, and done. And then when you want to switch your brain, you like change it like a Rubik's Cube. They programmed it and it worked. Zero compute.
Ladies and gentlemen, this technology does not exist in ether, okay? It's tied to electricity. It's tied to natural resources.
Where does electricity come from? Where does electricity come from? The ether. Duh.
No.
Hello. It doesn't come from the fucking wall.
We use fossil fuel to produce electricity. You understand that, right?
No, you could use anything to produce electricity, but
not with the current
the greedy people of America, they just want you to spend more money, okay?
I'm not saying that
renewable bill is like $160. My compute bill for my AI is 17 cents.
Anyways, I think now when it comes down to, I think we're going to pivot a little bit. So when it comes down to the Zionism and Pavlovism, it's a disease to the freaking world, and looks like the attack, it's coming. It's a matter of time. And Trump, there's elections around the corner, and if this attack happens, it's going to be a limited amount of attack. And I actually pulled out the list earlier. The attacks is going to be on. I'll read it out to you guys. So, what the hell? Okay, there you go. All right. The attack, it said that Trump talks about limited airstrikes in Iran. He means a short, targeted series of U.S. air attacks on a small number of specific Iranian military or nuclear-related sites, not a full-scale war or invasion. The goal, he's signaling coercion and pressure for a deal, not regime change. A limited airstrike usually means the scope hitting few carefully chosen targets, nuclear facilities, missile bases, command sites, likely using U.S. aircraft and standoff missiles over hours or a few days. Purpose: punish Iran and shows U.S. resolve damage is resolved, damage parts of Iran's nuclear missile program, increase pressure on Tehran to sign a stricter nuclear deal. And this is what's going to happen. So it's just a limited airstrike because the elections are around the corner. And so it's not, it's not going to be a big one. Anyways,
any aggression at this point, is a war crime, because all it is pressure to get them to fund a regime change. That's it. I mean.
So do you support the IRGC, so?
No, not necessarily, but I'm saying the alternative is worse, is far worse.
I hear you. Look, at the end of the day, it depends on the Iranian people, right? So, I have a problem when you have a trader like Reza Pahlavi, okay, lives in America, he's son of Shah. They stole Iranian people's money, right, his family, from the Iranian people, and living in America, he's got a whole bunch of mansions and houses and whatever, and he's begging America and Israel to do the airstrike on his own people. So I have a problem with that. Anybody that supports a person like that, that's a traitor position to hold. You're a traitor. And, in return, I'm an American. American tax dollars will be used. The U.S. soldiers' lives will be lost, right? And on the other side, Iranian lives will be lost. The civilians' lives will be lost. And even on the Israeli side, there's actually Muslims that live inside Israel. And, because Iran did say they will attack Israel, and some people might end up losing their lives, which are the civilians, kids, and whatnot, and women. I don't think it'll be a good thing, and not to mention, American government is going to lose lots of money, because if they bomb a ship or whatever, those ships are worth about close to $1 billion. The ship that they usually have those aircraft carriers on it. The aircraft carrier, basically, that's like probably $1 billion ship. I'd have to look into the price. So
I'm willing for the U.S. to fall along with Israel. It's for the world to.
The U.S. government.
Listen, I live in the U.S., right? So I have a vested interest in war not coming to U.S. soil. However, at this point, it's justified, and I'm trying to leave the country within the next few years.
But are you originally from America?
I am. I was born in the U.S.
No, okay. No, but your background, your mom, dad, everybody's from America?
Yeah, my all of my family that's still alive is from the U.S. Okay.
You just have you're seeing you're looking outside the box, right? Where you're thinking that the amount of shit that America is getting themselves involved in, especially American government. We got a pedophile running the show in the Congress, right? And we got a whole bunch of other officials that are on the Epstein files as well, and they're running the show. This could go sideways by hitting Iran. And what if Iran does come up with the ICBM? Right now, they don't have it. But they have the technology. If they wanted to, they could build an ICBM rocket, right? ICBM holds lots of oil. And if ICBM was to hit American target, I think they would do a pretty good job. You know what I'm saying? And this is what I'm trying to avoid.
It's a huge, huge country. But we only have a small handful of major cities in the U.S., so it's possible to take down the entire U.S. considering the fact that, we only have like I said, a handful of major cities, but we have a lot of even my city. Okay, we have Intel, we have Sandia Laboratories, which is one of the top nuclear facilities in the U.S. But if they did military airstrikes on the U.S., if they did missile strikes on every major U.S. city, Iran could easily take us down without an ICBM.
No, they would need an ICBM because the distance, it's a long distance.
But there's Russia, Okay. The only reason China wouldn't get involved is because we're China's biggest investor, right? We're China's biggest customer, so China has a vested interest in the U.S. surviving. Of course, that's why they eat the tariffs. That's why they don't give a shit about the tariffs. Tariffs doesn't hurt China; it hurts the U.S. It hurts the U.S. consumer. But if
they can buy the ICBM from Russia, Iran.
Russia and Iran together could take the entire U.S. out completely, like in a day.
ICBM. No, I'm looking at the ICBM. Actually, it's better than the nuclear weaponry because the nuclear, it's the poison. It will poison everything, and it will make it unlivable. But ICBM will attack a certain target, and that will be it. You know what I'm saying?
What's the damage radius for an ICBM?
It says Russia has 300 to 350 deployed operational missiles as of 2026. Let's look at the damage ratio.
The radius.
I vote for
radius. Sorry.
I vote for them all hitting the White House, like bunker buster style. Get everyone in the White House, including the president.
Well, considering the White House is run by a bunch of shareholders, BlackRock and Vanguard, I don't think it's really going to do anything. It wouldn't matter.
So look, it says nuclear ICBM warhead. We're looking at 0.4 kilometer, 300 kT radius, 0.9 kilometers if it's 1 MT radius, and instance destruction. What is it? Heavy blast, 20 psi reinforced building collapse, 1 kilometer, under 300 k radius. So I think it could damage. It could easily. So now the conventional ballistic missile, right? It goes at blast radius of 200 to 500 meters, lethal up to 1.5 kilometer damage in urban area, and that's what ended up happening in Israel as well with the ballistic missiles. So it could just target, I would say probably like a kilometer, 2 kilometers, ICBM, that's what I'm saying? And that would be it. So, how long is the area? They would be attacking probably military base, which is in San Diego. I'm in California. Are you in California, so? In the West Coast, East Coast?
I'm in New Mexico.
Oh, okay, we're in New Mexico.
Burke!
Albuquerque?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, nice. So, Meg, are you for the attack as well? No? I don't want any side getting attacked because this is not going to go anywhere, and it will turn into World War III.
I'm in a major military zone in New Mexico because we have the Kirkland Air Force Base. We also have White Sands, Sandia Laboratories. Well, White Sands isn't in Albuquerque, but it's a nuclear testing site, and Sandia Laboratories operates in Albuquerque. So does Intel. We're a major military tech and military base area, very important for the U.S. So if there was a war, they would definitely hit my city for sure. We'd be done.
White Sands is where the atomic was tested, wasn't it?
Yeah. The first one.
Yeah.
But that just goes to show like how big New Mexico is. So you would have to. The thing is, people in the U.S. could rebuild, but if you take out the infrastructure, you're essentially having apocalyptic situation. But it's not like any country could decimate, like geologically decimate the U.S. That's impossible. We're enormous. But you could certainly decimate on the
Yeah, I'm not entirely particular. I have an autoimmune illness that if the infrastructure gets knocked out, that means hospitals get knocked out, and I'll just die pretty quickly. So I won't be staying around in the nuclear wasteland that everyone else gets to be stuck in.
I mean, I have medical issues as well, but the only thing is, I have a dependency on certain medications, but I would go through horrible withdrawals. It wouldn't kill me. The only thing is I require a CPAP machine because I have quite severe obstructive sleep apnea as well as central sleep apnea. So I can't breathe in my sleep. But to build a rudimentary CPAP machine would be very, very easy. So it's not like I require like advanced technology to keep me alive or anything.
Yeah, no, I don't require advanced like every single day, but no, without medications, then I will shut down pretty quickly. So that's fine. But
do you understand too? I mean, getting medical supplies in that type of a situation. Yeah, there's going to be people hoarding. There's going to be people, trying to commandeer medical supplies, but. I don't know. I mean, I think if there's a need for something, if it's not like something super, super rare condition, being able to get medical supplies without an infrastructure is not impossible.
No.
But I would rather leave. Like I said, I'm trying to leave the U.S. in a few years. At that point, I don't care what happens to the U.S. I told my family that if they're not going to come with me, you're on your own,
No, I'm on the same page.
Where you trying to go, Saul?
I'm trying to go to Japan.
That's a beautiful country.
What America has done to Japan, I mean, God forbid it could do it again. You have to be careful, man.
Yeah, but Japan is not really, you know what I mean? They're not invested now in what's going on. They have their own economy. They have I would say they're pretty they're not super dependent on the US, not the way China is.
And the most polite people I've ever met.
Wait, what?
I said the most polite people I've ever met.
I second that, absolutely. And one of the cleanest too. Taiwan's probably the second cleanest. And also Singapore. So Japan, Singapore, and Taiwan are definitely the cleanest countries in the world.
Yeah, but Singapore is boring compared to Japan.
Japan's pretty awesome, culturally pretty awesome too.
I mean, Singapore is a huge tech hub. They're pretty advanced. I wouldn't say Singapore is boring.
You can go to Qatar. I mean, so why do you go to Japan? I mean, Edward's going to Qatar. He loves Qatar.
Qatar's even more boring than Singapore.
Qatar is a target, though. Why would I go to Qatar?
How is Qatar a target?
It is a target.
Oh, it's Edward. Be careful, Edward.
Israel did the attack.
Give a bean to an Iranian. He thinks he owns the world.
He's such a racist. He's had to throw the Iranian in there.
Well, threw a Mexican in there too. I said bean.
Bro, calm down, man.
I'm not racist.
Edward, so the thing is, when you go into Qatar, right, it's a tiny country. God forbid tomorrow if there's attack on, right? If attack happens, are you going to pack up your bags and use the Samsonite option and leave, come back to America?
Attack? Like what? Israel attacking again?
Yeah, it's a matter of time.
No, I don't know. I know Qatar has integrated their systems with their neighbors. Everybody is more on alert now, and Qatari fighter pilots, are being trained in the U.S. and they've upgraded and are still upgrading all their air defense systems. I don't think I don't think there'll be another strike on Qatar. Well, I shouldn't say that. If Bibi is normal, he was reasonable, he would not strike Qatar because he saw the ramifications of that, the whole change in the Middle East when it comes to military posturing.
I'm going nowhere that has a U.S. military base. So I'm still.
Saudi desert using a bunch of solar panels. That could be cool.
Who? The Saudi
Arabia desert.
Yeah.
Just set up kind of a Bedouin tent situation with a bunch of solar panels.
Bedouin tent situation with solar? What do you mean?
Well, if we're talking about should the world get wiped out by missiles, where we're gonna go?
Oh.
I was thinking Saudi Arabia, the desert would be pretty awesome.
No, Saudi Arabia has military base in there, man. Multiple military base.
Saudi Arabia is big.
And have you seen those scorpions in the dirt? Oh my God, in the desert.
Yeah, I know. That's why
you really want to get bit by scorpions out here.
I have a solar powered a fence around to electrocute them, because you're right.
They have a solar power project for the U.S. actually, for a massive server farm in Saudi Arabia. They're working on now.
Yeah, they've got a couple of projects. They've got also.
No, but this one was a strategic American strategic interest project that when Trump went and they gave trillions of dollars to the U.S. This was one of the projects. It's a massive server farm so that the U.S. could be competitive in AI against China, because computing power in the U.S. is very expensive. So building solar farm powered AI server farm in Saudi Arabia would make it very cheap because it's solar power.
Yeah, no, there's some great caves in Saudi Arabia, and there's also the desert dunes. I wonder how deep you could dig and just create, a little structure under the desert, underground living. They've done in Tebekeke in Turkey has the this ancient underground building. You could do.
Saudi is making that city that's like a long wall.
No, canceled.
Yeah. No,
that was canceled.
No, it wasn't.
Well,
yes, it was.
It's on hold.
No, it's defunct. There's no money.
They canceled.
You're defunct.
Don't get mad at me.
It's called the Line Project.
I think it's on hold.
The line, yeah, the line.
They stopped.
Yeah, no, I was looking.
The line. No, they canceled it. Actually, from the beginning, the Saudi finance board, the Sovereign Wealth Fund board, was fully against it. It didn't make any sense, and finally, it was just canceled.
Must be nice to be that rich. To be that rich to get up one day and be like, we're gonna cancel this.
Well, they were against it because it didn't make sense. So they were being responsible. MBS was like, no, we need to be better than UAE. We need to be better than Qatar. We need to be better than Kuwait. We need to be better.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, somebody can go.
And so he had these projects that were not realistic. And at the end of the day, he ends up embarrassed because he has these trenches dug already.
Who, MBK?
MBS.
MBS.
Yeah. They have these trenches dug for the city.
Yeah.
But then it was canceled. So yeah, you have these trenches in the desert.
Mazi, what Saudi Arabia should do? They should.
What's up, man?
It is postponed. I heard it.
Yeah, they want to be America so badly. Why don't they follow the American path? We're giving out residency and then turn it into citizenship. And what they will do is they will move a lot of people over there, Can you imagine the amount of tax and all this shit that they're gonna, the revenue?
Well, you're saying something similar to like Dubai or Emirates, where if you buy a property over a certain amount of money, you get like a golden visa. Is that what you mean?
They could do that, but I'm talking about like how America, you could maybe do immigration to America or Canada, right?
Yeah.
And then you can go through that process 4 or 5 years, and then if you have a good moral compass or whatever, and they give you like a citizenship, and then you can do stuff.
I think this
yeah, but I mean, you live there. You know, the Gulf, the Khaliji countries are not big on giving citizenship to non-locals. They'll give you a visa forever but to give you citizenship is very rare. It's not their custom.
I think they think of it differently. They think of citizenship as you belonging to one of the tribes, or it's not the same as immigration.
As long as
lifetime.
I know some people got citizenship. They're not from the same country.
Yeah, see, some can.
Yeah, guess what? My dad knows this guy. He's a professor at one of these universities.
Yeah.
And his background is actually from, I think, India or somewhere, or I don't know, some Asian country, right? So every time my dad would meet him, be like, "Hey, fake Saudi."
Well, Qatar has a project or a program where they will give you, if you buy a home there, Qatar. They'll give you the golden visa thing, but it's not. It's residence, permanent residence, permanent residency. But you also get. Well, you also get the you're part of the welfare program. You're part of the free. You get free medical. You get all the perks of being a citizen, except.
Qatar doesn't give you citizenship.
No, not citizenship. It's a residency program, permanent. But you get free healthcare and free education. All the stuff that comes with citizenship.
That's what you're going for?
Me? If I do go, yeah, I would go for that. Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Study, bro? You're really old, Robert. You're really old.
Why would I go there to study?
I'm being ageist right now. Watch me. What you gotta do? You're already too old. You haven't studied your life. That's it. That's the end of it. No more.
Well, I'm not going there to study. How do you get that?
So you just want to go there and enjoy the desert? What are you gonna enjoy with it?
I'm gonna enjoy being in a culture that's not Western. That's Middle Eastern. That's Islamic. And, I'll run whatever businesses that I have. I can run them from Qatar. And I don't have to worry about drugs and crime. And
Hold on, Edward. What do you mean by that? Because, they're super, capitalist, imperialist, whatever the fuck. What's the real difference culturally?
From the U.S.?
Yeah.
Massive. The totally different culture. It's an Islamic country.
What aspects of the culture?
Nudity. What else? These agenda that they, the LGBT agenda, the way crime. We have near zero crime.
Edward, in this room, we don't say LGBTQ. We say LGBTQ.
That sounds more LGBTQ, actually. Let me say it that way. It sounds more G. It's a different. Living in the Middle East is definitely different. No matter how, even in Dubai, which is probably the most westernized.
Yeah, even there you'll feel it. You'll know you're in the Middle East. You'll know you're in some country. It's for sure. As westernized.
I'm just saying, like economically, politically, they're very similar.
There's nothing wrong with the economic system. in my opinion.
I
Politically,
disagree fundamentally with that. I think that's the foundation of people's morals and values is the economic system that they have set up. So, on the surface, yeah, Qatar and Dubai, like these are very, Muslim, non-Western countries, but at the same time,
the Western as fuck. But
their society is still very, very similar. You know what I mean? All the differences are superficial, surface level.
no.
So they're West. They're not trying to disguise the Western thing about it. Like, it's very Western.
Well, they're very Western in what? Like in fashion and
fashion.
That's not really.
And like,
is that Western anymore? Is that really Western?
You can find a McDonald's easily. I'm saying, like, all the perks that you have in the U.S., you are gonna find it. I'll use Dubai as an example. You'll find it in Dubai, but at the same time, you get of Islam as well. The culture of Islam is there. It's prevalent. It's not like that's
you have modern infrastructure.
Dare I say it's best of both worlds? Dare I say?
Well, but you could say China is Western then. Like the way you're describing Western, which is the way a lot of people are still describing it. This is what Westernism used to be. But
I don't think China is Western in that way.
No, it's not Western. That's what I'm saying. Like, but you could say the same characteristics about China. So Qatar saying it's Western.
They don't have
just because they have companies there that operate from the West. To me, it doesn't make it Western.
I think they operate on a capitalist, imperialist.
I wouldn't say imperialist. No, UAE. I think you can make that argument.
They also have stricter laws, Edward, in the UAE, for example.
Yeah,
you can't fight. The drug tolerance is almost at zero. They're very strict on certain things. Like their tolerance level is definitely at a zero, whereas in the U.S. they're way looser and way more lenient. You know what I'm saying?
And infrastructure here is falling apart. I mean, I don't know. You could see how we're just going downhill, going backwards. When it comes to infrastructure.
In Dubai and in Qatar, you don't think the same shit's gonna happen? Because it's an unsustainable economic model.
How is it unsustainable? What is unsustainable about Qatar or Dubai?
Because they extort resources out of surrounding countries. They're not.
I haven't heard of Qatar extorting resources out of. UAE.
They'll buy the shit.
UAE. Yeah, well, UAE was stealing from Sudan, but that's not even their economic model. I'm not saying that they should be doing this. They should be punished for it.
That is, textbook imperialism. These are imperialist countries. They're gonna fail eventually, especially if the U.S. fails. You think that the Qatar and Dubai are going to be around if the U.S. falls?
Why wouldn't they be around?
Because the U.S. is a big investor in these countries.
No, they invest in the U.S.
It's mutual.
The U.S. doesn't invest in these countries at all.
It goes both ways. What do you mean? People are setting up shop.
That's not investing. Those are private companies. When you say U.S., you're talking about the U.S. government, or you're talking about the private sector. Now you're talking about the global economic paradigm, which everybody participates in everywhere in the world in the same global economy. Qatar and UAE are no different. Even Palestinians under occupation participate in the same economy.
Why I say China is different is because China is much more, they're much more economically independent. Their infrastructure is more self-sustaining, right? They're much more stable than any other country. There's a reason why they've been able to supply the entire world with manufacturing, because they're extremely stable. You can say what you want about like human rights and this and that in China, but it's a very stable economic system.
They use the same economic system that everybody uses, though. It's not different. They may
centralized government. they're still capitalists to a large degree, but it's centralized planning. It's not like it's not a free for all like it is in the Emirates and in Qatar and in Singapore and in the U.S.
I mean, but these countries like Singapore and Qatar, especially, both of these countries have it's not a free for all at all. I mean, their banking system is very, very strict, very compliant, very well organized. I don't know much about the UAE, actually, or the UAE has in the last 5 or 10 years, I would say 10 years, have started doing that or becoming more compliant. It used to be you could be a Russian drug dealer and go to Dubai and pay cash for a villa, and you can't do that anymore. So they are getting more strict on that. But I would take Qatar over America any day. I mean,
I would
living here. I mean, look at the roads, look at the bridges, look at the education system, look at the healthcare system, and insane taxes, and there's no opportunities. Opportunities are dwindling every month, even for those that have degrees.
No, I'm not arguing with that. You're definitely right on the money with that. But what's stopping that from happening to Qatar?
Because Qatar hasn't. I mean, foreign investment is going into the country. They have state-of-the-art infrastructure, excellent roads, excellent healthcare. They poured a lot of money into all these sectors, and they have a thriving manufacturing and technology R&D sector.
What happened from those countries investing in Qatar are no longer economically stable enough to invest?
Then something has gone bad in the world, and Qatar would be a safe place to be. I wouldn't want to be in the U.S. if Western countries are no longer able to invest. Western companies do not have the ability to invest.
You also got to look at a country in terms of like natural resources and what's available without infrastructure, right? Like, for example, if you lived in a country like Indonesia, you could literally survive without money because food grows everywhere. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you're in the desert. I mean, it's not exactly a hospitable
environment. They were surviving there for well before technology. Yeah, technology is not even 1% of the timeline of the survival of Arabs in the desert.
Yeah, but it's like
I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna put my 2 cents in. I don't know, Edward. You make Qatar to be like this economic powerhouse. It's 2 streets and 3 roads and 3 cities. Edward, it's a very tiny place. Its economy is a fraction of the economy of the city of New York. It's a tiny little dinky sheikdom with a state that is run. The tentacles of the state are run by intelligence services of the West. That's pretty much it. So I don't know, when you think about those countries, you think like it's a country or it's like some superpower or.
I don't know. I never said superpower or anything. I just like it, and it's where my objective is to live. I mean, that's all. If you don't like it, you can live somewhere else.
You're boring guy.
And you can live where you want.
I know.
We could leave it at that. You could leave it like that.
It's not like we're offended that you want to live there.
No, I think that is pretty offended.
No, I'm not.
You sound pretty offended.
Why would I be offended for what?
You're telling me what I. You tell me what I think.
No, but you make it sound like it's like the super.
Why can't I just make it sound like exactly the words that I'm speaking? I didn't say it was a powerhouse. I didn't say it was a superpower. That would be ridiculous for me to say.
Yeah, it's a tiny.
And it's the size of Connecticut.
And it's boring.
And
it's the size of Connecticut.
And I'm not much.
So. It's cool. Have you visited? Have you ever been to Qatar?
No.
Edward?
No.
How do you know?
But when I go,
Why do you take my advice, Edward?
Good luck. You should take a trip and see how much you're gonna like.
Yeah, Edward.
well, why wouldn't it? I don't understand why you guys think. I mean, I know me better than you guys know me.
You'll see.
Nah, I know you.
It's a country. It has a couple of cities. Life is slow. You know, it's
Edward.
There's nothing fancy about it,
Edward.
and that's there's nothing wrong with that.
Go to Oman. If that's
Yeah, I know Oman is really nice. I heard that, but the infrastructure is just better in Qatar. I also like convenience. So
I think Leo fell asleep. Rio, are you sleeping? Because the girl comes in, she waves at him, he goes into the bathroom for maybe 2 seconds. Rio, are you there?
really,
He fell asleep. I've been watching this behavior for the past 4 days now.
girl comes in and waves at Rio. Look at Rio.
She comes up for a second just to wave at him. If he doesn't pick up, she leaves.
That's funny.
Yeah.
You know, and you talk to him to say it very, very.
I think Qatar is the good place for you, Edward.
I think it'll be just fine.
You should go to, if you really want like a Muslim place, Malaysia or Indonesia or something. And cheaper as well, Edward.
No.
Indonesia would be infinitely better to live in than Qatar and much more stable.
Not for me.
Just tsunamis and earthquakes and all that shit.
To eat Malaysian food, I tried it. It's pretty good.
Malaysia is a nice country.
You're sipping the Kool-Aid, bro. You're sipping the Kool-Aid.
What Kool-Aid?
You sipping the Kool-Aid?
I know you're sipping the New York City Kool-Aid.
No. I've been to Qatar. You haven't. I've been there.
So what?
And I'm telling you, it's boring. But you don't.
What? Okay, I'm not looking for excitement.
They don't have clubs.
What, you think Connecticut is not boring? You don't think
What do
Connecticut
they
is
do
not
with the club? There's a bunch of guys dancing, no girls.
Good point, Edward. Good point.
Yeah.
Fucker, Nazi.
I live in New York City.
Yeah, I've been.
You live in New York City, huh?
Yeah.
New York City is a.
Did you say something? Did you say something? Yeah, of course, it's New York City. Yes.
Yes.
You live in the city, Mazi, or you live somewhere else?
In the city, yeah.
Yeah, you're such a fucker, huh?
What the hell?
That's it.
It's What's wrong with this guy? You all right today?
Because he expects you being in New York City, and he's right about this, that you are probably a troublemaker.
No,
well-traveled individual. You know what I'm saying?
No, but this guy.
So what don't they have, Mazi? Let's compare Qatar with Malaysia. What don't they have?
Okay,
Qatar,
so Malaysia is just more lively. Actually, no, I can't say Malaysia. I've been to Indonesia. I haven't been to Malaysia.
Yeah, how is Indonesia compared?
Indonesia is live, man. It's live. It's like you said, it's cheap. It's good food. But I'm not gonna lie, Qatar does have good food, but it's not as live. It's just slow.
Good Iranian food, huh? Good Iranian food, Mazi, huh?
Yeah, but not better than Dubai. Dubai has better Iranian food.
Dubai doesn't have very good Iranian food.
Yeah.
You can get around anywhere in Indonesia on a fucking object that costs you like fucking 300 rupiahs.
Look, I don't even know what that is. Why would I even get around it?
Gas can not even an issue. It's like a little motorcycle. It's like a scooter.
Oh, that's all I need.
Remember, you can move to India and support India.
Oh, yeah. I could move to India.
No.
Yeah, battle out, fight
If you, and guess what? You would, and the water, I know people say it's dirty water, but in the beginning, yes, you can have some stomach issues, but I think eventually you get used to it. You get used to it. or you could do is go to Somaliland. He's about to get recognized by Israel, you know?
No, I'd rather stay in the Middle East. And I'd rather stay closer to, finance centers.
You don't want to live inside Palestine once it becomes two-state?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, maybe you could try living inside Israel.
No, Israel.
You go occupy it slowly, and then take over their land.
Israel's infrastructure is not very good either, and Israel is just.
How about Iran?
Completely dependent on Western, funding. So,
One US dollar equals like millions of whatever currency it is in Iran. Which currency is it?
Taman Real.
Taman. Yeah. So how many Taman is it? $1 US, Mazi? 1,000? Million?
No, it's like 200. That's some crazy number, bro.
200,000. Edward, can you imagine what you could do with that currency?
It doesn't work that way.
You could.
It's worse in the world.
Yeah, you could play
No,
games
no, I'm
with it.
saying-
You could. Don't gamble though. You could give it away. To some people.
No, but it doesn't. I mean, it still work. Like it doesn't. It doesn't mean you have $200,000.
And you can be connected to the government. And guess what? Since you're an American, they might even let you slide. Hey, you can carry a gun. Right to self-defense.
Oh yeah. They'll give me a gun, and next thing I know, I'm part of the IRGC.
No.
That's it.
Nobody's making any part of the IRGC.
He's trying to recruit. Amir's trying to recruit.
He does get paid,
Yep, he does. He gets commission too.
Yeah, sign me up, dog.
In those countries, I think you could pay and get a license for the gun.
I think Edward should go to Indonesia though. You find a nice Muslim wife.
No, I don't want Indonesia. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it.
I mean, look, that guy that comes in here, Edward. You know who I'm talking about. I'm not gonna name any names. Remember the funny guy? He's married to his wife in Indonesia.
Yeah. No,
Indonesia.
And Malaysia, Indonesia, both of those countries are good. I want a small country. Yes. I want a small country. I don't want something big. I do want boring.
I think Oman is a better fit for you.
I know Oman is very, very
Or
nice.
live in Ireland, bro. There's a big support of
Ireland is
Palestine.
also very, very nice too.
Oh my God, go to Ireland, but don't bring up a drunkie though. There's a lot of people in Ireland. They're drunkies.
Yeah.
You guys know
the Muslims in Indonesia, like they're not like, you know what I mean? Like they're very haram. Like they don't follow Islamic law. They don't, like their culture is just fundamentally incompatible. It blows my mind every day.
Who are you talking about?
Indonesia, they follow Islamic law.
They're super progressive. They're very liberal there. Islam is like just the mask that they wear, but they're not very. They're not very.
Who says Islam is not liberal? I mean, liberal compared to how the U.S. defines liberalism or the West, not. But it's not
like Lebanon. Like Lebanon is very.
They're very liberal. They're very liberal.
But so they do have Islamic ruling on stuff. You see what I'm saying?
But it's not very strict.
It's not very. So if you kill somebody, I mean, what is the charge? I mean, the capital punishment, they chop your hand off or chop your head off.
We have.
Yeah, but that's what they do. The countries that are Muslim majority, they abide by the Sharia. They follow some form of Sharia. So some things out of Sharia.
Culturally, the society is very conservative Muslim oriented, but they're still, you could say, and I don't know about Indonesia specifically, but when you say liberal, I mean, and liberal has a bad connotation to it, but that's the Western definition of liberalism. Just like democracy, we're programmed to believe that Western democracy is the only form of democracy or only form of government that's acceptable. It's not true.
I mean, we don't really liberal or conservative. Do you know they killed 1 million people? The Indonesian army.
Why would what?
They were purging opposition. 1 million people. Can you imagine?
That's crazy. Well, how about today? How's the culture today? I don't hear anything bad about Indonesia today.
1 million people. Nobody cares.
Well, in the 1950s is one thing. I mean, the U.S. dropped 2 atomic bombs in the 1940s. We had World War I and II in the 1910s and 1930s and 40s. So, we had the Korean War, we had Vietnam,
much more stable than Iran. But they have gone through this stage that Iran is going in 30, 40 years ago.
Yeah.
They killed 1 million people going through that stage.
deal with it? Like, do they acknowledge it now? Do they know it's wrong? Have they bettered themselves as a society, as a culture? You know, that's
Let me
that's me.
ask you if they are sorry for it. Let me check.
I think they are, and they're pretty progressive, like now. You know, that's what I'm saying.
Hold on. He did it again. Nazis were progressives. So the Nazis were progressives. That was a socialist progressive party. At the time, it was progressive. It definitely wasn't a conservative party. So these terms, when you say progressive,
it was like a social democracy. But I don't criticize the German Workers' Party necessarily. I don't think that their system of government was necessarily a bad one. You know.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. So you're putting the labels on and saying things are progressive.
No, I'm just saying it depends on what you're looking for in a country. You know what I mean? Because like you can go to Indonesia, the culture in Bali, which is very, very progressive, it's not that much different from the rest of Indonesia, except the rest of Indonesia wears the Muslim mask, you know. Of course, you're going to hear call to prayer, you know, people, you know, they do salat, but like outside of that, like they drink alcohol, they gamble, you know, like they're very, it's kind of a wild place. It's not like super conservative. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but a Muslim country doesn't necessarily have to be a super conservative country. And I'm not saying that Muslims have to allow alcohol or anything. But
you want to avoid like the Western.
Yeah. So right? No. The agenda, the Western agenda of liberalism. I specifically said like the LGBT. Where they're pushing it on people and teaching it in schools to children. You know, this is just one example. But, you know, in America, you can, you know, they sexualize children in the media and marketing. They sexualize and degrade women in marketing to sell products. You know, can get away with so much more. You could do drugs. And nothing happens to you. Hard drugs. You know, there's a bar on, you know, virtually every corner. People are robbing and stealing all over the place. I mean, the murder rate in the U.S. is absolutely insane. I mean, there's so many things. The tax rate is getting higher and higher, and nothing is happening on the ground in terms of, you know, fixing the roads and new fiber optics for internet and smart grid technology. You know how old our electrical grid system is in America? How sensitive it is?
Which state you are, Edward? Which state you are?
I'm in Connecticut.
Move to South. Go to North Carolina, man.
Yeah, actually, North Carolina, people are moving there. That is a hot spot to move to. It's one of the last places in the country.
Tennessee, North Carolina, those are like different ballgame.
Yeah,
I was in University of Tennessee. They are literally right now the highest tech I've ever seen. These robots like are moving around and delivering food and stuff. It's
really
weird. I mean, it's not in the media. That's the thing that we think that those are backward. You know, South is way better right now.
What North Carolina has always been. Where people, you know, people go to retire in Florida, like old people, right? But the second place in the country is North Carolina, and now it's, you know, they have a lot of, like a large tech sector, massive tech sector in North Carolina.
Florida, you cannot go work industries. Florida doesn't work because these hurricanes, they come and bring down your factory. But so that's the problem of Florida. You cannot really invest in it to build a factory. But there is a lot of job in North Carolina. Sometimes the tornado comes, but because they are much less chance.
But there's actually a middle class in North Carolina, and that's the thing too. Here in the U.S., the middle class has thinned out so much. Either you're working class, or you're, you know, wealthy.
No, if you really want to do,
very difficult to be middle class,
or you're dead broke.
Yeah,
Or you
exactly.
don't pay taxes. Like I don't pay taxes.
Allegedly so. Allegedly. Edward's an accountant. Be careful.
Take a road trip across the United States. You can clearly see the condition of the roads, the highways, when you go from one state to another state. And that shows how good those states are. For example, from Arkansas to Missouri, suddenly like your car is, and then it becomes like you went on the airport as soon as you pass the border. So you can get a feel for what the states are doing what, you know. Like in New York, the roads are disastrous. I mean, literally.
Wayfan, watch your mouth, bro.
And so are the people that live there, Wayfan, too.
I was 5 years in New York. I moved to the States.
Also, you chill out, right? Wayfan, we have a saying in New York. We say, New York sucks, but everywhere else in the United States sucks more.
See, you are not true New Yorker. In New York, we say, if it's not supposed
What do you mean, we?
to be like that.
Who said we? It's not here, we.
New Yorker, my driving license right now in New York. I'm in New York.
Doesn't matter, bro. You was
They
there for
say
5 minutes.
everybody can move to Taiwan, you know.
It is not supposed to use like this. Why it does fit?
Join Wayfan over there, you know, Taiwan.
No, I mean, China will come and take it over and move there.
No, they won't. They because
Steps ahead. If Japan doesn't work, I'm going to China. I'm not even.
No, Japan is a good country to move to, too.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Japan is good. China's, it's all right.
I mean,
make sure to try out those fried roaches as well, the Wuhan market.
But when you are in Asia, you can never call yourself Japanese.
It has a lot of protein in it, fried roaches.
Well, they have those, chocolate covered grasshopper.
I saw those in Thailand. Those so many of them.
Like right now, if I go out and talk to people and say I'm Taiwanese in Taiwan, they will laugh at me. In New York, I can call myself
Chinese, but bro, you will not
That's
be
the problem of China and Japan. You can never call yourself Japanese. You can
even from Singapore. Even if you're from Singapore, going into China, you know, they ask you for extra identification if you start up a bank account or something, because you're not, you know, even if you live in China, you're from Singapore, the names are different even from Singapore to China. Like you're not Chinese. They're very.
But I mean, Japan loves foreigners. So does Taiwan. They love Americans. They love Western culture. You do well in these countries. Like the thing is, like, you can't integrate, but it doesn't matter because people like you. You know, like these Asian countries, these Western Asian countries, they fucking love Americans. They love Europeans. They
are racist as fuck. No. They are so racist. How racist. They are just polite. These are very polite.
The Asian
decorum. As it can get. They are as racist as it can get.
And you can tell how racist they are based on their smile.
Look, like everyone is fake in Japan. They're gonna pretend to like you, but genuinely, like Japanese people, they love Western culture. If you're in entertainment, if you're in art, if you're in music, like, you know, they pull out the fucking red carpet for you.
That's true.
If you're in business, it's different because you have to follow the social norms of the culture, and they're gonna treat you like dog shit. So like it depends. Like Japan, if you want to be, like I said, in entertainment and art, it's fucking biscuits and gravy.
There is one thing that they love money. No, they love money. I don't think anybody in the world love money more than Asians love money. So they do anything for money. That's one thing. So entertainment, yeah, because they can make money out of it. But they hate you.
No, they have like a deep, profound love for like
the fact that they
Western entertainment. You know what I mean? Like that's their thing. You know, like they have all these subcultures and stuff that are just like ripping off, you know, American subculture. You know, like it's their thing. They fuck with it. You know, but like I said, if you get into business, it's different because they're gonna treat you like dog shit. You know, because they already know Like Japan people, they work like dogs in Japan. Your boss is basically God, you know, like you have no rights as an employee. You do whatever your boss tells you to do. But if you open up your own business and it's in entertainment in an Asian country, you're fine. But I mean, I'm not interested in working for a Japanese country. I'm not interested in business in that regard. You know, so I'm probably all right. But I would never work for a Japanese company.
It's so fucked up when you work there. Like when people call each other. For example, right now in the United States, if I work in a company, if I see the CEO, I always just say, hey, for example, David. But in South Korea, when you call somebody, there must be three components in that name. The first one is their rank in the company. Like, for example, I have to say CEO, then their, I guess, is degree, and then their last name. So, for example, if you are a janitor, so every day people are calling you janitor diploma, I don't know, Edward. That's the way they call each other. They have to remind each other at every instant possible their rank in the society. It's such a weird system.
Yeah, that's how Asian societies are. There's a name for it. It's not bad or it's not good. It's just that's the way their society is. It is different. And but I've read a lot of science fiction books from China and Russia and Japan, and they've been obviously translated into English. And you have to, and I've learned a lot about the cultures. You have to
anime. You like anime?
No, like science fiction books, novels. Actual novels, and you learn, like, for example, the guy lights a cigarette, when he's with these other guys that they're talking, they're around the table, and that's a sign that this guy is doing, he is not conforming, he is being disrespectful, he is, and he's the bad guy. In the book, but you as Americans wouldn't know that though. When you're reading it, you have to pick up on those little idiosyncrasies. Like for example, when somebody interrupts someone that's speaking, and if that person is a higher status than you, not by much, just even by one level, and you interrupt them, then it's a really bad thing. And in the book, the author expects you to know that that's a bad thing, and to know, okay, this is a bad character versus the good characters. And I asked my friend about it because there was one, I forgot what it was, a book I read about two cars that were delivered to China, and one of them, they're both identical. And it was the boss and the employee. They both ordered the cars for themselves. Unfortunately, when they ordered the cars, one of them, they're both same exact model, same everything, except one of them had a sunroof, which the employee, his car had a sunroof, and the boss's car did not. And instead of just, and you can't do that. You're supposed to have the sunroof, like if you're the boss. And you can't do that in China. So you would think, okay, well, they'll just swap cars. But no, they returned the cars and forgot about the incident. And they both end up without the Jaguars that they ordered.
Edward, can you please stick to the topic, please?
What's the topic?
Zionism and Pahlavism are worse art.
Oh my God.
Nowhere in there does it say, nowhere in the topic of the room does it say China automobiles.
Well,
leave it to Edward to divert.
Well, hold on a minute. First of all, you Iranians, listen to me. Don't gang up on me when we were not talking about Pahlavi or Zionism for an hour now. And Mazi was telling everybody about how boring everywhere else in the world is except for where he lives. That was the original topic.
Still to Pahlavi, that's why Mazi stuck where he's stuck. Mazi, why is Pahlavi,
Mazi, where do you live?
He lives in the hole.
He lives in
in a place full of rats. There's too many rats over there.
I love it. They're my neighbors. What did you say, boyfriend?
They're bigger than cats. Oh my God.
They eat slices of pizza.
Where do you live?
I'm in
The
Manhattan.
rats don't eat people because that's not kosher, dog.
Oh my God.
No, it's a cool place, man. It's really melting pot of United States. Everything is real. I give it to Manhattan.
There you go.
I mean, not Manhattan. Like, for example,
Taco,
Chinatown. If you go to
Taco
Flushing, you really see Chinese. For example,
Taco's trying to get under your skin. Taco, you got some smoke for Edward?
Well, no. Does he have something to say? Did you want
He's
to
got some smoke. He's got some smoke for you. Go on,
Yeah,
Taco.
but he's out of smoke now. I don't know.
Get your shit out. Get your shit out.
Okay, we're not in Chinatown.
This guy is going crazy today. Oh my God. Edward, I think, wow.
I even looked at possibly Jordan too, but because I have family there, and they're like, no, don't move here. And crime is high. Crime is high, pickpocketing and shit, because of all the refugees that came from Syria and Iraq.
crazy. Why do you want to move from United States?
Because the United States is shitty. There's no opportunity here. There's no opportunity to meet people that can, open doors for you and give you opportunities. There's nothing here.
There's a lot more opportunities in America, Edward. Come on, man. Come on, you know it. I know it.
The world is much worse.
You can be somebody in America.
If you want to be somebody here, you got to work for the cartel.
Huh? Nah, bro. I know people I know somebody that started from a dishwasher cleaning job. Now he owns like $2 million worth of properties.
Yeah, that's all. We're not living in the same economy. The U.S. economy changes so drastically every 5 years. If you want to start a business from scratch in the U.S. right now, it's not happening unless you have global partners. And you can't if you want to have a strictly American business, right? And your whole business plan is manufacturing in the U.S. All of your
That's not happening.
It's not. Yeah, it's not happening.
You can't manufacture shit here. You'd be crazy too.
And even if you refuse to outsource, you're so fucked because nobody's going to be able to afford your services.
Exactly.
It's not. There's no opportunities left here. The people that still have money, they got old money, and most of the people you see driving around sports cars, they're fucking rentals. We have the illusion of being a developed country, but it's.
Yeah, we used to be though. We used to be back up until late '80s, early '90s. Because I'm watching this YouTube video where it was common for 8-year-old children to come home and be alone in the house.
Yeah, latchkey kid, man.
Yeah,
Latchkey kids.
Is that what they call it?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's how I grew up. But in the 90s, that changed. It did change drastically. The feminine movement has become entrenched, and men became wrong and women became right. Literally on TV, if you look at the old shows, women are always right no matter what they do. And then by the time you hit the 2000s, you couldn't afford anything. The same, a house was 200 or 300% more than it was a year or two prior. When my parents came, my uncles came, my parents came from Palestine, they were able to get a job within a couple of years, own a house within 10 to 15 years, have that house paid off. They could afford 2 cars. And there's no way in hell you could do any of that today. No way.
By the way, Soul, I go to the gathering of the tribes in Burke every year for the past like 3-4 years.
Oh yeah,
Past 4 years. Yeah, past 4 years.
Gathering nations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only been once. My ex was just from the Laguna Reservation.
I roll with the Navajos, rolling up. It's an amazing experience.
Hey, what's up, Amir? Anybody new people can jump in as well if you guys want to jump in.
Hey, how you doing, Amir? Right?
We're doing good. How you been? You okay? We're talking about Edward is moving somewhere out of nowhere. You know?
No, we're not.
In the middle of nowhere.
And Amir, we're talking about how boring he is.
They have a problem with me moving potentially next year.
Taco doesn't like the idea of him moving out at all. He wants him to stay where he's at.
I might be moving to Qatar.
And I think it's happening because of Reza Pahlavi. Is that why? Is that why you're moving? You're leaving us?
I don't think Reza Pahlavi would be found in Qatar anytime soon. And that's another point against America. Yeah, Reza Pahlavi.
It's a big question for you guys, anybody that's from Iran. Did Reza Pahlavi go to the Holy Kaaba prior to going to the wall?
Kaaba?
I doubt it.
Because he claims to be a Muslim, by the way, Edward. You know Reza
Does
Pahlavi?
he? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't know that. Well,
so what is the reason why all these officials, they have to go kiss the wall? Like, what is the reason?
Tradition, because nobody wants to break it. Tradition.
No, it's APAC money. They have to. That's their show of
Amir,
loyalty.
Yes.
he could have went right next door. The Al-Aqsa is literally a 3-minute walk.
Or maybe you meant Alexa?
That's what I just said.
No, I'm saying to Amir.
No, but the thing is, Razi,
I don't know why it's
wrong, from the Shia paradigm, right? It's difference of opinion that the mosque is not the one that...
No, up in the sky. No, that's a very, very minority opinion. A lot of us don't subscribe to that craziness.
So would you say that there's majority of Shias that actually believe the Masjid al-Aqsa is there?
Yes.
Yeah, they would have to, because Shiaism is an accepted sect. They don't call it sect in Islam, but is accepted Islam. But there are sub-Shia sects that are not accepted, and sometimes people look at these other fringe groups and think that the whole thing, all of Shiaism is bad.
Themselves like during Kabbalah.
No. They're still in the fold. She's talking about some other ones.
Oh, are you Muslim?
Me?
Yeah.
I was for a period.
What do you know?
I'm non-religious.
Were you?
You're a nun from the church?
I'm non-religious.
Yeah, I thought you were
He's non, like Brent.
Okay.
Where is Brent?
I'm a Gnostic.
What were you before Islam? Were you born a Muslim? Or I should say?
No, I was raised Christian.
Okay.
But I'm non-religious. I still believe in God. I'm just not. You know what I mean? I'm anti-dogma, is what it is. I just don't. You know what I mean? Like, to me, the religious stuff is just an extension of culture, and I just can't swallow dogma. I cannot. The more I researched and the more I studied, the harder it was for me to commit to a religion. So I had to leave. Just to be an honest, truthful person. Like, it would be easy for me to just do salat and eat halal and say I'm a Muslim, but I just can't. I can't. And be honest with myself.
You still like partying, huh?
No, I don't party.
Do you
I'm very socially. I'm socially conservative. You know, I don't do drugs. I don't drink. I don't party. I drink occasionally, but
Yeah, but a lot of Muslims can say the same thing. They're socially conservative. Yes, Rayfan, did you say something?
Do you guys observe the last Friday of Ramadan as the day of Masjid al-Aqsa?
I don't think
This is
so.
a Shia tradition.
No.
This is a Shia tradition of many
Sundays don't.
I haven't heard it, and
Wait,
I can't say for
they don't.
yeah, I can't say for all of the Sunnis.
So this is a big thing in Shia. They come out and like in huge numbers. The last Friday of Ramadan. This is called the day of Masjid al-Aqsa. Khomeini started it actually. This is really big in Shia.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good evening to y'all. Everyone in the space.
Well, I think so.
For a Zionist, you can respectfully fuck off.
Rondo, how's your fast coming along? How's your Ramadan so far, brother?
It's good.
Alhamdulillah.
I'm diabetic. I'm not supposed to fast.
Oh, then please, brother, don't fast.
No, alhamdulillah.
Don't. You're not supposed to.
My brother, I've been fasting a lot for the last 10 years or whatever. The last 3 Ramadans, what I do is I eat a lot of carbs and more protein. So I mix it up.
Or you could maybe fast like the kids, like half a day.
Nah, bro, no. That shit is not good, bro. But alhamdulillah, bro. All I gotta say is, man, we also free Palestine and we see the annihilation of the Zionist entity that's cancerous. Inshallah. I feel like the Zionist entity is gonna shoot. Inshallah.
Do you have country music playing in the background, Rondo?
I'm at an Arabic cafe. I'm having my Yemeni chai and pizza and enjoying the snow.
I mean, pizza is amazing, Yemeni tea is amazing, but to have them together is pretty disgusting.
Yeah, that is a little weird.
I haven't drank my Yemeni tea yet.
Wait, Mozzie, aren't we supposed to be getting a blizzard or something?
Yeah, I just looked actually before, maybe like an hour ago, I looked on the weather report, and it's supposed to start at like 10, 11 a.m. Tomorrow. I might just throw my car in the garage, man, and I don't want. That's what I did on the last snowstorm, and it was a very smart move. So
you can drive a scooter in the snow.
How bad? How much? What are they predicting? How many inches? But they said, are they saying blizzard?
Yeah, they're saying blizzard warning. These conditions are expected by 1 p.m. Sunday. Additional coastal blah 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 flooding. It says there's a 60% chance of snow. And then by 2 p.m. it goes up to 70%.
How many inches? Let's say later on.
Doesn't say. I don't see it.
Yeah, because they say blizzard, and I'm not finding that they're giving the standard blizzard.
It's also warm. It's not that cold.
Yeah.
It's not that cold.
It's like they say blizzard. You know how if we say blizzard, we mean blizzard. We mean but they're like, yeah, it's a blizzard.
I don't know. I might wait till the morning to put my car in the garage. I don't know.
Why does it cost money?
Yeah, man, it costs money. Stop.
It doesn't in Qatar.
Shut up.
Yeah, they don't have
doesn't snow in Qatar either.
There's no parking, right, Mozzie?
Yeah, New York parking is a crazy luxury and a crazy hunt. If
you know what scares me? Going over the is it the Triborough Bridge or the one from Queens to Manhattan?
Queens to Manhattan. Oh, the 59th Street Bridge, the Queensboro Bridge.
Yeah, Queensboro. That's what I meant. Yeah. That shit scares me because if you're stopped in that bridge, cars are going by. It vibrates. It shakes.
Really?
Oh my God!
I never felt that.
Yeah.
I even jogged on that bridge and rode my bike on that bridge. Never felt that. Interesting.
Yeah, especially if a truck comes by. It's like, you guys heard about this? I think it happened in the 70s in San Francisco, I believe, or something. Suspension bridge that ended up collapsing.
Yo, guys, check that link I sent Amir and everyone else. Just, I find it so strange. You have two Zionist Jews who kissed the Wailing Wall are negotiating for a nuclear agreement, which is truly biased. Like, you got two wall kissers fucking trying to, like, negotiate so-called nuclear disarmament. Like, bro, Israel has more nuclears than the entire Middle East does.
Rondo, I'm going to check the link, but I will tell you this. You just inspired me to, on my way home, to grab some Yemeni tea. Salute to you.
Thank you, Habib Mazdi, brother. I have a feeling, guys, like Trump doesn't want to attack Iran, but choose to choose on America. It's obviously going to be their biggest coin.
I just recently, today actually, watched the Pam Bondi, or Bondi, right? It's Bondi Beach. It's Pam Bondi. I don't know. Her roasting in Congress last week. And both the Congress and her, I thought were both despicable. If you guys watch it, it's really intense. Yeah, she's the Attorney General, by the way.
Edward, did you say you watched it?
Yeah.
I think you were blind.
Well, watched as a figure of speech.
Yeah, he always says watched.
Yeah, watched, saw, figure of speech. Blind people don't change their vocabulary when they're blind. But it was pretty bad. And because she's in charge of the DOJ with the Epstein stuff, and it was really bad.
Edward, have you seen the Tucker Carlson thing? That shit was crazy.
No, I'm hearing talking about it, but what was that about?
We got arrested in Israel, right?
He went to Tel Aviv and he sat down with the American ambassador to Israel. Forgot his name. And he just did. I'm telling you, he body bagged this guy. He body bagged him. I couldn't believe I was listening to Tucker Carlson. It was crazy.
Wow.
Like, you just gotta watch it or see it.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up today.
And it's 2 hours. I think it's like a 2-hour thing, but he has there's like clips. It's been clipped, so you could just watch the highlights. The highlights are crazy.
I will. Yeah, no, people have been mentioning it on YouTube, like referring to it, but I was like, I gotta put that on my list to watch. But I didn't know it was with in Israel.
And then after that, he gave a whole little rundown of how much they harassed them when they were trying to leave the airport. And like the whole routine, like sometimes I explain, other people explain the routine that they put you through, and the fucking hell that they put you through
while you're leaving.
Why? Oh no!
You're coming when you're leaving.
Edwin, when you leave Tel Aviv, sometimes it's worse than when you're because
I've experienced it. I've been through that, and I'm like, why are you doing? You didn't do this when I came here,
right?
As much. I mean, they did.
They did. No, they do.
It's taking twice as long when I leave.
It's just a mind fuck. They don't want you to come back. That's what it is.
Exactly.
And I've missed flights before because they kept me for 4 hours just doing random bullshit, checking this, checking that.
They're checking nothing.
But I'm glad that a white American spoke up about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he also had some commentary about that aside from the interview, but definitely watch that shit, bro. He killed that.
Yeah, I'm going to.
I see it, bro. I see him, man. Mike Huckabee, he's the biggest. He's the boy. Just like Trump, just like Rubio. What's so funny, guys, is I believe it was a couple of months ago when Rubio was at the Western Wall. I read a comment that someone posted like, "Why is he going to the Wailing Wall, knowing that he's a Catholic?" And that they hate. I'm gonna say the wrong here. They hate Mary and they hate Jesus. Peace be upon him. Like, why would he kiss the wall as a Catholic individual? Catholics, they revere Mary, and we all know what they think about Mary. I gotta get to that. Y'all don't know about it. It's so crazy. I'm literally eating like a fucking literally eating pizza at -2 weather.
Where are you at, Toronto?
Nah, I live in Michigan, bro.
Oh.
I used to live in Canada. It's not like, Toronto. I live in a small border town across,
No, but all the Christians in the U.S. are Zionists. Like it's baked into their whole.
Yeah, not all of them. Come on, not all of them. So,
I mean, if you're like
the
evangelicals,
like, maybe, but not.
If you're Orthodox, then maybe. But all the Protestants, they're Zionists.
I know a shit ton of Christians who aren't. I know a shit ton of Catholics, Protestants and Catholics that aren't, and especially like a lot of the born-agains aren't. There's a lot that aren't, bro. But when they are, like for real.
The mainstream Christianity though is Zionist. Like they literally call it like Judeo-Christian. Like Judeo-Christian values. Like that's so fucking ridiculous, dog. It's baked into their ideology. If you're conservative, up until just recently, bro, if you're conservative and you're Christian in the U.S., it's like a given that you're a Zionist. You know what I mean? Like it's baked. You guys know about the fucking Schofield Bible? The Schofield Bible, they completely changed all of the interpretations of Scripture to basically say that the Jews were promised Israel. Essentially, like this ideology didn't exist before within Christianity, right? There was no movement to try to return Jews to.
Tucker Carlson gets at that. That's one of the things he gets at. Y'all gotta watch this.
So Christianity originally, like before this, 500 years ago, which Protestants started. Before that, Christianity was like Islam. Money was a bad thing. And only people who could play money were Jews, and everybody hated Jews. Then a bunch of Christianity changed, and they bring this idea that people who are rich, God actually loves these people. So these are newer kind of Christianity. Those are actually aligned with Jews. They like Jews. But the majority of Christianity, they don't like Jews. Actually, as a matter of fact, Christians hate Jews more than Muslims. I mean, way more. Muslims don't care about that.
I agree with you, brother. I agree with you because according to Christianity, I don't know if you're Muslim, but Christianity says that Isa alayhi salam. According to Christianity, Isa alayhi salam was killed by the voice, right? So at first, they harbor hatred for them. Why do you think the Crusaders, who were Catholic, they massacred the boys? Because they know in their Bible it says that he was put to death by them. The Schofield Bible is very interesting because it is majority of Protestants that read it. Maybe a few Catholics will. A lot of them say that, he was put to death by the Romans, but actually it was the boys. Even the Quran talks about it, it mentions that how they were trying to kill him, but you probably guys know what I'm talking about. So they actually hate Jews more than they hate Muslims, actually. But I'll say the Jews hate Christians more than they hate Muslims.
Oh yeah, the Jews definitely hate Christians. I mean, they spit on them when they come to the West Wall. They're spitting on people. I mean, and obviously, yeah, like Talmudic Judaism, it literally says that Maryam is a whore and Jesus is boiling in excrement in hell. Like this is mainstream Judaism,
I mean, literally, Europe, it's so bad that they had to put law to ban anti-Semitism. In the United States, there is no such a law. If you don't put the law, they come out and curse Jews. This is what they are. Europe is mainly Christian, traditional Christians. United States, England are mainly Protestant Christians, the newer version. So in the traditional Christianity, they need to put the law to make Christians not attack them. Otherwise, they will attack them.
in the Zionism, it's in America. I think majority evangelical Christians. Not the Catholic, by the way. It's actually evangelical Christians. But some of the evangelicals, I think they have difference of opinion on this. I don't even know how it makes sense. How is this a holy land? I don't know. This was created by atheist agnostic people that didn't even believe in religion, and then all of a sudden they call it holy. And I actually cornered somebody on this. You know what I brought up longitude and latitude coordinates. Can you provide it to me from the scripture? They could not provide me the longitude and latitude coordinates. And even the area that's mentioned in their book, I mean, that's not where Israel is. It's like, they've taken over more land, or like they moved it. It's not at the right spot.
I mean, the only thing, like the actual biblical scripture does say that when Christ returns, he's going to rule from Jerusalem, from the Mount of Olives. But I mean that doesn't mean that, like, the Jews, like biblically, the Jews now that have rejected Christ, they're not God's chosen people according to the Bible, and they have no claim to Jerusalem whatsoever. And that's why the Schofield Bible came around, and it's not like every Bible is a Schofield Bible, but they all use the same interpretation of the Schofield Bible, right? So it fundamentally changed Christianity in the West after the Schofield Bible was written, because that dictates how people interpret Scripture. The actual Scripture never says that the land, the kingdom of Israel is a physical location, or that Jews who reject Christ are somehow the chosen people. They're not. Scripture says that Jesus Christ removed them from the kingdom of Israel for rejecting it, for rejecting the Messiah. So, people who are like real Christian, Orthodox Christian, yeah, they're not Zionists, because Zionists is not a part of biblical scripture.
I agree with you. Whoever just spoke, you're 100% right. But I never really understand, like, if according to one of the books that they read, that it says stuff about Mary, peace be upon her, and her son, why would you support them? Like, I find it strange. They'd be like, yo, Muslims hate Jesus, but on the other hand, we love and adore Jesus. There's a reason why chapter 19 is mentioned after his mother, and chapter 3 is mentioned after his grandfather, the mother of Maryam, Imran. And even chapter 5 talks about, the table spread, which I think is maybe the Last Supper. So the Ma'idah talks about, the whole table spread, which I believe is closest to the Last Supper that he had.
Yeah, isn't like the entire Surah al-Maryam, isn't it basically their version of the gospel?
What did you say, brother? Who just spoke?
Oh, I was asking, like, the moment the equivalent to like the New Testament gospel in the Quran would be Surah al-Maryam. So yeah, so they talk about the same stuff, just from the Muslim perspective.
All right. Looks like what I was gonna say was Judy. But Edward, do you think Judy's gonna come back on the Sabbath or no?
Who's Judy?
She's a Palestinian. And,
is that Buttercup's friend?
Buttercup's friend, yeah. She has some very strange views.
Yeah, you guys were kind of suspect about her, yeah?
I mean, she has some odd views, but, Tindip said that's normal. Some Palestinians, there are some minority ones out there. So she's against the resistance, physical resistance. She said the diplomatic resistance is the way to go. Go through the diplomatic way, because every time we resist,
she is, she does have weird views, but to me, the weirdest is when she's on this thing about there's racism between Palestinian refugees and other Palestinians in the West Bank, which is not true and not possible because everybody's under.
What do you mean, Edward? Like Gazans and West Bankers?
No. So, but that's a good example. Like Gaza and West Bank, Gazans and West Bankers, they always talk down about each other. But at the end of the day,
you've been to a refugee camp in the West Bank, Mazi, right?
Yes, many of them.
Okay, so you said you went to the refugee camp next to Balata, right? The Nablus refugee camp?
I was in Nablus and Balata, both.
Okay, so you saw that you actually went inside the camp, the refugee camp.
I stayed there, yeah, I slept there.
You slept there, okay.
Yeah.
Because no one in the world would have your experience, period. Okay? Now, this lady apparently comes from a refugee camp, and she indicates that I don't know which refugee camp she grew up in. Mm-hmm. She felt like she was looked down upon as a Palestinian refugee in the West Bank. Now, when you met those people in the refugee camp, did you see how they live, what their life is like?
Yeah, of course.
And you ventured out of the refugee camp to other towns or villages in the West Bank?
Yeah.
Okay, so you saw the vast difference between people that there or a person living in the city and a person living in a refugee camp. Okay, so you're familiar with the stuff. Yeah. So she comes from that kind of complexity. Okay? So that's why sometimes her words or her thoughts sometimes come out as a pretty strange thing for
is it like an inferior? They feel inferior, like inferiority.
Yeah. Something to that effect, pretty much. And she's resigned to the idea that Palestinians should never resist the occupation because their resistance is futile and it brings upon destruction and death and destruction to Palestinians. That's her thought. That's pretty. Yeah.
But Jim, I will tell you this: that's weird in this sense that. I'll give you an example, like Nablus, Balata, Jenin, Tul Karam, all these places that I've been to, these camps, they were the most steadfast and most ready to be resisting. So I don't know why she would think most of them they're ready for the smoke. They were
I'm very impressed with people like you who actually take the time and they go actually spend a couple of hours in a refugee camp like the one next to. It's very impressive.
Not a couple of hours, but a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, it's very impressive. And I run into people like you who choose to come and live here. Okay, there are a few people, but you will not find them going into and staying for 2 weeks in a refugee camp like the one next to Nablus. Okay.
Right.
Because it's a horrendous place. You saw it. You saw how it looks like, and so on.
Yeah.
And if you can only imagine someone is born in that refugee camp and lives that cycle of life, the cycle of poverty and the economic cycle that refugees go through in Palestine.
Yeah, and they never know when they're gonna get invaded or
right. And you are familiar, if you stood in that camp and you looked across the hill, right?
Mm-hmm.
You would see Palestinians living in another town across the hill. They look fine. They have a nice house.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Actually, in that very particular place, I don't know if you're familiar. If you look to the west, probably, you would see the most luxurious villa probably in the world that's modeled after an Italian Renaissance building built by that Palestinian billionaire, Al-Masri. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, also, they told me that they showed it to me. There was like that across the way.
So if you're standing in the refugee camp and you look across the hill, you see $100 million house, but you're staying in a refugee camp that has very small, tiny little rooms that people live in, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
So there's a great disparity between the lives of a person living in a refugee camp and a normal Palestinian who goes about their lives, who lives in a village or a city, who probably owns a car, owns a land, owns a house, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, no, it was definitely night and day. Like, I'll use Ramallah as an example.
Yes.
Like Ramallah was way different from like
Ramallah. You think you're in Ramallah? You think you're in Geneva, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So that's that vast difference. So I guess this lady who came from some refugee camp and she made her way through to Jerusalem. Somehow she probably married a person who lives in Jerusalem. Of course, people who live in Jerusalem have certain privileges because they hold an Israeli ID card. They have access to the Israeli economy and so on and so forth. And she moved to America. So she comes from that disparity between the two things that you saw.
Got it.
So her words come across as sometimes, a little odd, strange, and I guess she found her little comfort zone in America somewhere. She lives in America, New York. I don't know where she lives in America, and she has a job, and she's typical Palestinian immigrant who moves to a new country, and so on and so forth. So her ideas about resistance. She thinks resistance for Palestinians would entail a kid going and throwing a rock at an Israeli tank, and the end result is always the same. Killing the kid will be killed, jailed, his house will be blown up, or so that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So she's resigned to the idea that Palestinians should not resist. She just coexist and just keep a local fire and survive.
Yeah. She would know that that's not an option because you don't have to be doing anything to be killed or to be arrested. And these towns, besides this guy that you talked about, I remember when he built his house there, his mansion. Besides people like him, the rest of Palestinians who are not in refugee camps, they also face the same restrictions. And
actually, that guy built his house and he called it the House of Palestine. Actually, anybody from a refugee camp can go and just visit his house. It's not like it's not like a far out thing. It's just this is a very tiny place, a very small place. But the disparity, the economic disparity between a person living in a refugee camp and a normal Palestinian is tremendous. I mean, as Mazen can attest.
That's not a normal Palestinian. That's a multi-billionaire.
Yeah, I understand.
You're talking about the guy that built the Robbie, right?
No. That's one of his cousins. No, that's one of his cousins. No.
Oh, well, still, I mean, but that's not normal.
You're talking about a different billionaire. No, yeah. No, another ultra wealthy Palestinian who's his cousin, by the way. They're cousins, okay?
But two questions for you. First, didn't you find it strange that she said when she goes to school that she has to hide the fact that she's from a refugee camp?
Yeah, that's a lot.
Very strange.
It's not like she goes to school and know that she lives in a refugee camp.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's crap. That's utter crap. Yeah.
Yeah, and then second question is, what do these billionaires do, by the way, for work, to make their money? Do you know?
Like who? Like the guy who I just mentioned?
Rabi.
No, this guy built it. I mean, this guy is Bashar is one of the members of the Masri family. They have a lot of old money. Sabih is his other cousin who owns multinational corporations. Their other cousin who lives in Nablus is older, but he made his money from oil in Texas. He's married to. He made a lot of his money in Libyan oil and oil in Texas.
And they made their money outside. They're billionaires from the outside. They came back in.
But he also dominates the local economy. They do not dominate the communication industry, the telecommunications, the banking, the farming sector, and so on and so forth. So so they have money, but they also, like, I know his son owns an oil company, for instance. that is based, actually his main offices are in Jordan, but they are an oil company. I mean, they actually produce oil from the Gulf countries and in America and so on. So they're multi-billion-dollar corporations. That's what they own.
Jindip, I've also noticed the difference in religiosity in some of these camps. Like some camps we'll go to and it was chill, whatever, nobody really was strict. And then other camps we went to, and like if some of the women we were with, they had to like not wear hijab, but they couldn't wear a tank top. Like they had to wear like a button up shirt, or it depends.
Yeah, if you went to the refugee camp, if you went to
like for
refugee
instance
camp,
the Tamimi, like the Tamimi village, the Tamimi village.
What about
all the women? They had to wear they had to put like shirts on, button ups. They couldn't wear tank tops,
But that's a village.
Yeah, it's a village, but still, it's like
village mentality is generally conservative.
Right. Yeah, I mean, even some of the camps were like that,
Yeah,
Yeah, but it's funny. Tamimi family, like I know their father is a communist. Like he's a godless person. For instance, I know his kids, and I know his kids are, his. Yeah. But you spent a little time here, and you know how it is. I mean, you saw people.
Yeah.
And you actually have the balls to go actually and go and stay in a refugee camp,
Yeah.
How do you describe Colombia?
Colombia,
the refugee camp, or
yeah, the refugee camp. Not the city, the refugee camp.
What about it? It's.
How do you describe it? What characteristics would you put on it? Like.
No, it's like a cement jungle. It's above the borders of Jerusalem, and it's chaotic. It's fucked up. It's it's disorganized, and Israel pretty much took over the entire Kalande area. There's the airport, right? Remember the airport?
Yeah. So is it different though than other? Because I haven't really.
Yes, it is. It's much different. Yes.
How is it different besides the Israeli part?
It's unfucking bearable to be there. First of all, I would not venture to walk in that area because people build on because they don't have a place to build. They can't build anymore.
It's very crowded.
Yeah. So they start putting up high-rise buildings in very tiny areas.
Yeah.
And so on. So.
Yeah, my brother has a 3-story house.
But that's not high-rise. 3 raised.
Well, I mean,
it's not 3. No, you'll find 10, 15 floor buildings in Colombia. Did you cross that border? But did you cross that fence from Colombia to Jerusalem?
Yeah, it's like cattle. Like you're like cattle.
Yeah.
You're in my hometown.
What, you're from Colombia?
Yeah.
Bro, that crossing is like literally like they treat people like cattle because it's these the gates and the way you can only go single file and then the turnstile. It's not even a turnstile.
They have I don't know.
It's like prison, bro. It's like
2018. Do they still have the machine guns?
What do you mean? What machine? Of course, they all have machine guns.
No. And they would. Last time I was there, they had. On speakers on the seat, like on poles or whatever, and you had guys in machine gun, soldiers in these raised
like the raised stations, like the
and then they were just shouting
everywhere.
That's everywhere. The checkpoint at like when you want to get to Jenin, the checkpoint there, that shit is crazy. That's like some movie shit.
So you cross from the north into Jenin?
Yeah, bro. They put you in these waiting areas, and they're like these little compartments. Compartmentalized little mini rooms you sit in, and there's no roof on them. So on top of you, there's this circular railing, and on those railings, the guards are just walking back and forth with their machine guns pointed at you. I'm waiting for them to just give me my passport back.
Yeah.
Like, what are you? My friend asked, she was like, why are you pointing guns at us? We're just sitting and waiting for our passports to get clear so we could go through the thing. And they just start laughing at us. They're crazy. Bro.
These are border patrol, which are the lowest IQ.
I mean, they're 18-year-old IDF soldiers, bro. They don't know what the fuck they're doing, which is the scarier thing because they're so young.
Yeah.
I had a question about the West Bank. Maybe somebody can answer, but like these these Palestinian billionaires, living in these like villas and shit. Do they still deal with aggression from settlers, or are they somewhat shielded, from the occupation?
No, they're not shielded from the occupation. What do you mean dealing with settlers in terms of what? Well, this very particular person is a very theocracy character.
Well, like the settler aggression, where they come and they harass people and they try to, take over their homes and that sort of thing.
I don't think they can. I don't think they can walk into this guy's property, because this guy, has investments inside Israel too. And I know he financed a university inside Israel, for instance. I know that. We're talking about a multi-billionaire, not a millionaire, a multi-billionaire.
Yeah, a billionaire are a different breed. I mean, they cross, they cross borders.
I do want to ask Buttercup, does she still not believe in resistance? Buttercup?
I don't not believe in resistance. I just don't believe in I just don't.
No, I'm saying not you. I'm saying your friend.
Oh, Judy?
Mm-hmm.
She feels like it's been futile in the past for her family. It hasn't helped her family.
No, so she doesn't believe in resistance. Okay.
She believes in nonviolent resistance and diplomacy.
Nonviolent, they tried it over and over again, but
They also tried violent, and her family suffered for it.
Right on, but non-violent didn't work, and the violent one didn't work for a little bit.
What she says, both didn't work. Both didn't work. The Israelis have an obligation to keep the law.
It's okay to stand with the occupation then.
It doesn't stand with the occupation. She says the Israelis have an obligation to follow the law. That's nothing to do with.
I see. It means they trust the Israelis. Israelis.
She says violent doesn't work, non-violent doesn't work. The Israelis have an obligation to uphold the law.
I understand, but you know what that entails, right? It means believe Israelis with your life. It means bend over and get fucked and raped in the ass like it's been happening for over 50 years.
Yes, unlike you, she's had to experience that pain for her entire life, for 3 generations.
Mm-hmm. See, you like to assume shit. You don't know my background.
You've never lived in a refugee camp.
Do you know that my people have been enslaved? I think you don't know about that, right? So we're just going to leave it at that.
We're talking
Stop assuming shit. Hold on. Stop assuming shit about others, okay? When you come into the space, stop assuming about other people.
So you're saying you experience the same hardship?
No, not me. God,
Why are you talking? So where are you?
I said, God forbid. I'm talking about the people where I come from. Yes, there's people who enslaved.
I'm sorry you experienced that. I'm simply saying.
Right, yeah. So respectfully,
I'm simply saying she knows firsthand exactly what you're describing. She's going through. Why are you getting mad?
Wait. No. She's in America. She said that she's not resist. She doesn't want the Palestinians to resist in any shape or form, meaning no physical resistance, no diplomatic, because none of it works. So it means just believe in Israelis, because Israelis
she doesn't believe in Israelis. She's fatalistic. They're hopeless. Just know what to
So then what is the
I think that's the word to use, fatalistic, meaning that she
thinks it's hopeless. She doesn't think there's a way out.
Right.
She just wants to save her family. She's trying to desperately save them.
Yeah, the fatalistic part. Yeah, I think that's the word.
She said everyone's hopeless. She went there and there were gunshots out the door, and she tried to hide, and nobody moved. Nobody even values their life anymore. It's so hopeless there. It's terrible. She just doesn't believe there's a way out. Not because she doesn't blame, and of course
people don't value their life in Palestine.
She said her family are hopeless because things have gotten so bad there that when there's gunshots out the door, no one even blinks. No one moves.
That's called conditioning. That's not, not value.
But that's being just numb to the situation.
Okay, listen, I don't understand. She doesn't see a way out. What do you want from her? She just wants to save her family desperately.
It's just awkward to have this conversation. We're talking about somebody who's not even here.
Yeah, but the thing is that we were talking about it earlier. Right, and I think Buttercup and me, we went back and forth maybe a few months ago, and Buttercup said no, she does believe in resistance and whatnot, and then we had to listen to a clip that was played, and then I think she came on here yesterday as well, and Edward and Jindik were talking about it, what I
you were in my room.
No, it happened in your room, but they were talking about it this morning. We talked about it for a little bit, and.
Did you get the impression that she supports the occupation?
Yeah, she definitely.
Jim, you thought that she was conveying that she supports the occupation yesterday when she was saying if her family just wants relief from.
Yeah, no, I didn't get the sense that she supports the occupation. No.
Okay, thank you, Amir. I think you should just trust Jim.
The clip says something else. Thank you.
The clip says she supports the occupation.
Clip was played about, what was it, 4 months ago. Indirectly, she's saying do not resist or whatever. Diplomatic, it doesn't work. So pretty much put down your body and just trust Israelis with your life. That's about it.
I think I had this conversation with her.
I don't know, like she left Palestine, so it's irrelevant what her opinion is because she's not living there. So whatever she uses to justify, like her pacifist position, it doesn't affect her because she's not living there.
Our family's there.
Well, that's worse. That's even worse. Like, how are you going to justify? Like, I don't know.
But she doesn't want her family to die. Is what she says. She wants her family to live. That's it. And every time they resisted, her family suffered. She just wants her family to survive. That's all she wants. She wants her to get to survive. That's it.
But make it make sense, Buttercup. So no diplomatic. We tried. You guys tried.
She doesn't claim to have the solutions. She just wants her family to survive. That's all she wants. Is that it's a simple wish for them to not die. That's it. She doesn't see a path forward. She says it's hopeless.
She's saying that trust Israelis, right? Because Israelis.
She doesn't trust Israelis. Israelis tormented her family. They kidnapped her cousin. 11-year-old cousin, and tortured him. Why would she support Israelis? They've been tormenting her whole life. Why would she support them? Are you nuts?
Yeah, but then what is the solution according to her?
She says she's hopeless. Her family is hopeless. Everyone is hopeless. They are being ambushed. The noose is tightening, okay? She just wants her family to survive. That's all she wants. And their life circumstances are so difficult in the refugee camp that all she wants is like basic amounts of relief, like running water and electricity and freedom of movement. That's all she wants. She doesn't have a solution.
It sounds like even when there's no resistance, the occupation still torments. It hurts her family members, right? So either way you slice it, there's some sort of suffering that her family.
That's right. One is a slow genocide and one is a fast genocide. She prefers a slow one.
Well, most people don't resist or are not part of the resistance in Palestine. It's just they have the loudest voices. But people.
But they're all punished when there's a resistance happens.
Yes.
So what happened in Gaza?
Hold on.
Punished.
Yeah, but without resistance, are they still not punished?
Yes, but
you don't have home demolitions. You don't have administrative detentions. You don't have shootings.
It is. No one's denying that.
So with resistance or without resistance,
it's better
than
punishment. Yeah, but she's more punishment. That's all.
No, how's it more?
Because now her family can't work because they took away all the things. They can't move from city to village because they added more checkpoints. Things got significantly worse. Okay.
They were getting that way. Wait, Buttercup. It was getting that way when I went in 2018. They were putting up more checkpoints.
She's been there in 2018 and 2019 and 2020 and 22. It's never been this hopeless. She
was there in COVID?
Yeah, she goes every year.
I didn't know there were flights going during COVID. But I mean, things are bad now. Yes, but were they heading in this direction? Weren't they heading in this direction to begin with?
Yes, Edward, but what this did is it basically handed on a silver platter a genocidal government, the most far-right genocidal government in Israel's history, an opportunity to do what they've been fantasizing about for ages, which is ethnically cleansing the West Bank and genociding Gaza, right? This basically gave them the capital, the political capital, to do their sick fantasy of destroying Palestine, and now her family's paying the price.
And even, during the Labour Party, when the Labour Party was powerful in the 90s and 2000s, didn't they do the same thing? Didn't they expand settlements? Didn't they go after Palestinians the same exact way?
I don't know what the point of this discussion is. I'm not really sure.
I don't really get it either. And first of all, I just think it's weird to talk about somebody who's not even here. And like, it's not necessarily a crazy position to have that, like, no matter what you do, like, Israel's going to do the same thing.
I hope not everyone has the notion that Palestinians wake up in the morning and the first thing on their mind is, let's go resist the occupation. That's not how things are. This is not how things work. We wake up, we try to do the things that we need to do on a daily basis. We just go on about our lives.
Resistance is that
kids go to schools. We try to find something to do. Yes, things are at their lowest point. The conditions on the ground here at their lowest point in the entire Palestinian cause since the beginning of the creation of the state till now. We are at the lowest point in terms of conditions and how things are. But Palestinians don't wake up every morning saying, okay, I'm just going to go resist the occupation. That's not how things are.
Resistance means you're resisting something. So something has to be happening for you to resist. It's a reactionary position. It's not Palestinians just waking up and saying, let's go after a certain group of people.
Our mere existence and going on about
existence. I want to ask you guys one question, Edward and Jindip. So if somebody says, diplomatic didn't work, resistance didn't work, what does this entail?
That's the definition of occupation.
I don't have an answer.
What does that entail? It entails you're okay with the occupation.
No, because they both didn't work, and it depends on how you look at it too. Some people say it did, some people say it didn't. It depends how you look at it. But when you're employing resistance to begin with, both nonviolent and violent resistance, and you're getting the same outcome in both, putting the genocide on the side, obviously, generally speaking, you're getting the same thing that there's no change in policy if you resist non-violently or you resist violently.
It gives you
or if you don't
for only so long, right?
Or if you don't resist at all.
That's okay. So
the sewer rat is in the room. There's a sewer rat in here.
Listen, no need to call me names, Jindib, okay? I'm joking.
Who would
you think the sewer rat is?
Who, Al Nostro? I cussed him out earlier. Where is he? He's here?
He's the only one that calls him the
Black Rabbi. He's here under anonymous name.
Black Rabbi?
I cussed out Al
No, he's not anonymous.
No, when Jindib says sewer rat, it's Norm.
It's Al Nostro. I don't.
Jindib, he's in another room getting cursed out by somebody.
Yeah, I cussed him out.
He's here.
Oh my God.
He's not here, Jindib.
Amir's tentacles run deep.
He's here.
Intelligence network.
I'm telling you, he's not here. He's getting cursed out by somebody in a different room, man. Calm down.
He knows. Jindib, Amir knows where everybody is at all times. He is like the
Why do I have a notification that the sewer rat is in here?
You do?
Maybe you have somebody else blocked in here.
No, he's the only person blocked on this app is a sewer rat.
Yeah, but he's not in here. That's what I'm telling you. He's not here. We don't see it at the bottom. It's anonymous account. Yeah, one is John Kitover, which he likes to do. He's a son of a bitch, right? The fucking being investigated for campaign fraud. Is a disgusting wild creature. And then the other one, we don't know. That's probably somebody else.
Did you show Jindib?
No, Norm was not here. I went
Norm.
to the other room. He's been cussed at. He's still there.
What room?
It's
What's it called?
honestly, I've already cussed him out on everything. It's a fucking loser.
What room?
Show Liza.
Oh.
Is this guy a Jew or
Yeah, New York Jew. Brooklyn Jew.
He's defending Epstein the ways I can't even tell you that.
So Epstein? Oh my God! Wait a minute. What did I find out? Oh, they bugged. They're the ones that handled the surveillance for Epstein's properties. Israel.
What's up, Hampton? Long time.
Israeli company.
Hampton is here after such a long time.
He also, guess what else he fucking did? Hold on.
What you been up to, Hampton? You good?
How's your YouTube channel?
Yeah, are you staying away from Clubhouse? Seriously? Look, Ludwig is not here to troll you.
He likes Ludwig, so that's why he doesn't.
Edward is here. He can troll you.
He likes Ludwig.
You want to ask the same questions over and over again? Are you going to be with us for a while, or are you going to leave again?
No, I'm gonna be here for another 20 minutes.
20 minutes. You're doing quickie, so you know.
No, I got pinged into a hip hop room. I went there and came right back.
No. The Tehran radio gets big, about 1,000 people in there.
No, you crazy. No, you know what got big? Earlier today, I was in a Farsi room. There was two of them. One had 5,300 something. Another one had 2,800.
Was it followers? Gay man?
No. It was Farsi speaking. No, listeners, bro.
Wow.
Bro, those rooms are massive.
You're Iranians. I don't know. Like, you just take over.
90 million of these people. 90 million.
Hold on for a second. I gotta tell you guys.
Yeah, but there's 100 million Egyptians.
Oh, Lord.
They're going to tell us something.
So, normal. So somebody brought up the fact that there's Palestinian prisoners, that guy who was sodomized on tape and as a whistleblower. Obviously, Al Normal's trying to deny it. Do you know what he ends up saying? Jewish people don't do that. He got cut to shreds. He
That's what I told you. Bibi told me this. Bibi said some of these people are defending Epstein.
Guess what? Bibi was in the room. So Bibi caught their part. He thought he was being attacked for being Jew. I'm like, no. And Bibi doesn't even know about that sodomy case. And what happened? I don't know. And then he saw it. He knows. He's playing stupid. But anyways, this is Al Normal. And then he got shit on. But like Jews, oh my God.
I thought children was a Zionist.
No. Depends on people in the room. It's not.
But all I'm going to say to you is the main person, the moderator of that space, she's a degenerate. I know her for a while.
Sorry, he's not in chillism. I think he's in.
I texted you on Instagram. Check it out. She's really disgusting human being.
I'm not really in there very much. It's just when I want to play something.
Chillism has been around for.
All they do is crash out, bro. Everybody's crashing out over there.
That's the first.
Is to trigger people over there. You go in there.
I've been there one time. First time I've been on like these spaces with Palestinians, and it was Brad Coons. He went by, and he was this white guy from the South, served in the military. Fox News all the way, and him and I went at it, and it was very interesting. This is a few years ago. That's the last time. And then I went in one more time, and then they're talking about the flat earth, how the earth is flat. I said, this room is not.
Yeah, there's some dumbasses in chillism, so it's...
Nathan, what's his name? Nathan that runs it?
Okay, so the room that he's in, it wasn't chillism. It's chocolate, pedophile, Epstein, are we...
Oh, I've seen that.
It's something else.
Is that Royal?
It was Royal, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't go in there because she invites me in these fucking rooms where they're talking shit about Muslims, and I have to sit there and defend Islam.
No, I wasn't that.
I mean, they do. I think Norm always comes in and says attacks the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings. Every time
he does, yeah.
He doesn't.
That's what we got it. That's what we got it.
Some of them are Islamophobes, anyways, in that room.
Yeah, well, today he was attacking black people, so there you go.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Hey guys, good evening. Did you see the Tucker Carlson and Mike Huckabee interview?
I was ranting and raving about it.
Yeah, that's one for the ages, huh?
Yeah, that shit was amazing.
The news, like The Guardian and some other news outlets, saying that the Arab world is condemning what he's saying because he wants to take over. He wants to let Israel take over, basically, expand. And if they want to...
No, he basically said, no, I wish they just take the whole thing. That's it. That was his words.
He said it would be fine if they did. I don't think he said like it's an active plan. He was just saying, if they did, that would be fine. But he was kind of cornered into it. I don't think he was saying it like it's their actual policy.
Well, he was
saying they could if they want. He was saying they could if they want to.
But
Did you listen to that guy?
I did. And the
So what do you
context
think? Give us your input on that character. Okay.
So I don't like Tucker Carlson at all, and I think he's repulsive. But
he's awesome.
Well, he's done a lot.
He also bought a house in Qatar.
Okay. And how about Mike Huckabee? I want your reaction.
But in this interview, I think I'm not gonna, like, I can't lie. Like, he killed it. Like, he did an excellent job at holding him accountable and catching him in the inconsistencies.
But what do you think? What do you think about a character like Mike Huckabee, who represents the United States of America to the state of Israel as an ambassador? I mean, think of that character.
It's horrible, yeah.
Where do those people come from? What fucking planet do they live
on? He's Jewish. That's why they have him on there, because he's Jewish.
He's not Jewish. He's Christian.
Mike Huckabee is not Jewish?
No, you think he's Jewish?
No, he's like one of the
he believes in the Old Testament.
He's a former pastor. I know he was the governor of his state. I know his daughter is the governor of Arkansas. I know that. But this guy is a major character. He's a major political operative in America. And this is how, this is what they think and what they believe. It's very strange, isn't it?
Evangelical Zionist, that's what it is.
Oh, he's an evangelical. Oh, yeah. That's I think.
Yeah, but he was talking and being scared as if, like,
He believes this is the Holy Land. This is Israel.
You know what?
Yeah, like the evangelical Zionists have like even weirder beliefs than the Jewish Zionists.
Yeah, because they're not following their own scripture. It's a bunch of bullshit. It's propaganda.
Actually, the guy was citing, verses from the book, the Bible or the Torah, in which Abraham told them, "Here's your land. You were in Iraq. They were in Iraq. This is your land. This is the kind." It's kind of stuff that is just out of the fucking world. It's just very strange, very odd for a person his age. I mean, this guy is not like a young guy who has not, he's very well spoken. I'm sure he read many books.
Oh, Huckabee?
Huckabee.
Yeah.
But they're the worst. They're the worst. They get very bystander.
I think we're missing the fact that this interview was allowed to happen, and a interviewer, a journalist, was able to speak this way to an Israeli high official or an American high official in this case.
But Tucker Carlson was also kicked out.
This wasn't possible 5 years ago, 3 years ago.
Listening to the guy, you would think that guy does not represent the United States of America. He literally, I thought he should be like a member of the Knesset or something. He should run for a local office, like a settlement council or something.
He didn't represent American policy. It was his own sort of wackadoodle beliefs that he was representing. This is not American policy that Israel should be able to take over.
Oh, it is. That's the sad part.
It's 100% American policy.
Why do you think they're calling it?
Take over Syria, to take over.
Of course, and we don't know that.
You think American policy is Greater Israel Project to take over Syria, to take over Jordan?
AIPAC says that we're across political lines.
That's not AIPAC's position. AIPAC's position is within the normal lines. I don't believe in. You don't know what AIPAC's position is, Davis. You don't know what their platform is. You've never read it. You can go. It's on their website and find out.
Just because it's on the.
They support two states. They support two states. Officially.
They may claim to support a two-state solution.
They don't support Greater Israel. This is some wet dream, evangelical dream that Huckabee's saying. Nobody is behind this one.
Okay, Buttercup, I know you like books. Look up this one book by Paul Finley. It was back in the 70s, M4, and this was before any of this came to light. His name is Paul Finley, U.S. Congressman, and the book is called "They Dare to Speak Out." And see what he says about AIPAC way back then. "They Dare to Speak Out" by Paul Finley.
I don't support AIPAC. I think what they're doing is unacceptable and are meddling with our politics in America. That doesn't mean I wouldn't attribute Mike Huckabee's views to them because they have different agendas. You should They're not aligned.
No. What you said is that, what I said is that American foreign policy is dictated in Israel and not Capitol Hill. It's like a dog on a leash, and the leash is held by Israel.
Huckabee is a wackadoodle religious fanatic. Doesn't represent Americans' policy in the Middle East.
He's a Zionist.
Yes, he's a Zionist. The evangelical Zionists are the most wackadoodle Zionists.
Listen, they're all Zionists. Some are just more vocal than others. I mean, the thing is they're dictated by their own policy to be Zionist, okay? They're dictated, but they have to do what they're told because they're receiving AIPAC money. Okay, it doesn't matter what they say, what their political mask is. I mean, they are pro-Zionism. They are pro-occupation. Like
Christian Zionists raise more money than AIPAC ever raises. AIPAC would just be they would just be they would love to raise as much money as Christian Zionists raise.
The AIPAC is not the only Israeli manipulation in government. There's a whole other.
I'm saying is that's true. Mike Huckabee just wants all the Jews back in Israel so Jesus can show up.
AIPAC is an interest group, right? They spend millions of dollars to support certain races over other races, candidates they feel are supporting their interests, which are Israel's interests, right?
Be careful with the word race.
No, I mean elections. They support the candidates, but they're not invincible, right? They're not. As we saw in New York City, there were cases where they backed one candidate and the other candidate won, right? So that's all they can do, like any PAC, is spend money on races and hope that their candidate wins. But sometimes they bet wrong, right? And then they end up with a candidate that doesn't support their agenda. But the problem is that the Supreme Court decision about campaign finance, what's it called again? Help me out. Citizens United is like a Supreme Court decision that allowed these big interest groups to basically buy elections. And it's a problem we have across the board, like pharmaceutical companies and big tobacco. They spend billions of
domestic lobbies. This is a
contribute to elections, not buy elections.
No, but they're lobbying for foreign interests.
I agree. I'm saying I understand. But the problem is, in general, or with our election system, is that they're able to be bought by big interests at all, right? It's a fucked up system.
Do you know about AIEF?
No, what is it?
Are you familiar? It's the Amer-Israeli Education Foundation, and it's like a partner organization to AIPAC, right? So what they do is they educate, basically brainwash, people to the Zionist position. Okay, so they're sending money too. They're sending.
How do they do it? How do they? They take people on trips to Israel.
They pay for trips to Israel. They basically re-educate them on, the Israeli occupation.
And they tell them a trip to Israel is re-educating them and brainwashing them.
No, it's not just a trip to Israel. It's like a very highly curated.
I don't support AIPAC. I think they're monsters. I'm just saying, let's be realistic about what they are. They're not like the supernatural, they're not like an invincible force.
We're not talking about AIPAC.
We're talking about the ethnic arm of AIPAC. You said they're linked to AIPAC, right? They're an education arm.
They're like a partner organization, but they are not. They work together. Okay, but they're not on paper. They're not associated. Okay, so this other organization is what informs, U.S. foreign policy on what the correct position is to have on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So they are vested in promoting the Zionist agenda.
Yes.
Right? So in
a country, there's millions of interest groups just like this that have an education arm that is vested in educating policymakers and the public and elected officials and lobbying. This is what lobbying is.
But we have a huge industry. Benefit of America domestically.
I agree with you. I agree. I'm simply explaining what they are so people understand.
Also, they don't have a win rate. Those other ones don't have a win rate like APAC, who has said that they have a 98% win rate.
That's what they say, but they're starting to puncture it, right? Their blueprint doesn't work anymore. We saw New York City, which is like one of the most Jewish cities and is the most Jewish city in the world, where Jews, 30% at least, voted for Mamdani, despite AIPAC's, spending all this money trying to smear him, right?
But don't you have more Jews in New York that are not Zionists?
No.
No.
You dealing with like the Orthodox? Because didn't they sit with him?
The Orthodox are a very small minority of Jews in New York. They're like not the majority. And even then, lots of Orthodox Jews are, and lots of them aren't.
And within the Orthodox, the Jews that sat with them are even a minority within the minority.
Right. So the anti-Zionist Jews are very, very small minority of ultra-Orthodox Jews who the rest of the Orthodox.
He didn't sit with anti-Zionist Jews. Well, that's even a minority of a minority of a minority. You have to really understand this stuff.
The Samar factions, Yaakov, are pretty anti-Zionist.
No, but they're not like the Neturei Karta.
I know, but they're not Zionists by any stretch of the imagination.
Right, but they're not anti-Zionists.
Right, they're not activists.
Correct. Exactly. That's my point. So
they're not voting necessarily on Israel. They're voting on more like parochial issues, right?
Correct. They're on school, leave us alone for our schools and doing this and doing that. And they're voting on local issues. So they care about local stuff.
They don't even care Republican, Democrat. It's like whichever one is winning, they put their money on.
So who he sat with is immaterial to this whole.
But I think if we talk about New York City Jews in general, the vast majority of Jews in Israel may or may not identify as Zionists, but they are very liberal. And in the liberal Jewish community, there is a big divide, and I think that it's becoming much more complex, especially after the latest war in Gaza, that Jews, while they might have sympathies with Israel, they don't believe in this sort of like suppression of free speech and labeling people anti-Semites, and they think even if they are wary of Mamdani in one way or another, they support his policies because his policies they think are in his.
Do you believe Buttercup? She's a Jew hater.
Ew. Yaakov doesn't think I'm a Jew hater.
Yaakov?
Yaakov, do you think I'm a Jew hater?
Because Norm thinks you're a Jew hater.
El Normal? You think El Normal?
Yaakov is best friends with Norm.
El Moron.
What are you doing, Amir?
Yeah, no, he is. Did you know this?
I don't think Norm is.
Yeah, are you best friends?
I don't think
He's a friend. He's a friend on the app. He's not my best friend. No.
I mean,
he's a friend that I'm not on the app.
Buttercup, you know what he did, right? Norm actually exposed the whole WhatsApp group on his PTR, and we called him out on it, and Yaakov was on there. So I imagine that they're connected on the back channel on WhatsApp.
Apparently, I'm his best friend, so.
I don't know. It sounds like it's
well, I'm just like
you don't want to claim him as a friend either.
But Yaakov, you don't think I'm a threat to the Jewish people, right?
Yeah, you are.
No, he doesn't.
The question was, do I think you hate the Jewish people? I don't think you hate the Jewish people, but I think.
But she's a threat to the Jews, right?
You attribute so much power to me. I'm just like one person. Like I have no power.
You have lots of power.
Do you really think somebody feels like that about you, Buttercup? That you're
they all feel threatened by Buttercup. When she first came on here, they doxed her, did a whole bunch of shit with her, and now she's over it.
Because she's smart, intelligent, and
even the Bro Valley, not to mention, I'm not going to name any names, even the Bro Valley came after her.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, she's a threat, right, Yaakov?
Zionism started pre-World War II, right?
World War I.
Like 1880.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point. So,
actually, technically, the first Zionists were Christian Zionists in the early 18th century, excuse me. So, yes. You will see Bible. Yeah, you will see Bibles.
Identify.
Yes, look at academics. They will say the first
The
people.
Zionist movement that founded Israel, like Herzl's
Right, but that's not the first Zionist movement. The first people of talking about.
Came from Judaism, by the way.
That's not the
Late
same.
1800s.
Okay, fine. Then I'm not going to argue with.
No, I'm asking you. Didn't it come from the Bible or the late 200s?
No, it was started by a secular Jew who.
We're talking about religious Zionism. It started from religious Zionism, then it became this, the movement died down after the King of Israel was, and then you have the other kingdoms as well. I think the biggest threat to Jews and Judaism is Black Rabbi in Jerusalem. No, he supports Netanyahu. Buttercup doesn't
make up that name.
Buttercup is anti-Zionist. I know. And Emrose is a threat as well, by the way, to the Jewish community, right, Jacob?
Leave Yaakov alone. He's a guy.
No, I look.
You didn't read the news that Uganda was going to put a statue to Netanyahu's brother in their airport.
Oh, wow.
Why Uganda?
Well, he led the raid to free the hostages.
You're not familiar with the history, I guess, right?
Yeah, you gotta read the history books. They flew 1,800 miles approximately to free an airplane that was taken there.
They wish they were going to go to Uganda.
It was going someplace else, and they took it to Uganda.
No, I'm not talking about this particular incident. I'm talking about when they were talking at the Zionist Congress. Uganda was one of the choices as well.
Yeah, it's technically where Kenya is. They called it the Uganda plan, but it's technically where Kenya is.
Okay, that's before they.
It was offered by the British. It was Herzl felt he had to offer it, and the World Congress voted it down in the first plenary session, and it died a quick death.
Would it be would you say that Zionism really is the made Judaism give it a dark name? I mean, Judaism and Zionism. If you tell me it started in 1700s.
That's just Christians. That's just when the Christians said, yeah, maybe the Jews should go back.
Jacob, why are you doing this? The Zionism is that.
Because somebody said it started with this, and I'm being historically accurate. The first ones who called for Jews going back to that area were Christians.
By that same logic, Jacob, you could say just saying next year in Jerusalem is Zionism.
No, but I mean, organized, like published calls, like people saying this should happen. Okay.
Is it connected at all to Herzl Zionism? Like, is there a direct line?
No, there isn't.
So you're confusing them. You're confusing people who are illiterate.
I am providing them information. If they choose to look into it, let them look into it.
Providing spotty information that's going to make.
No, I am not providing spotty information. I'm providing another piece of information. Okay. You're choosing to say this is
there's no
not
direct
connected.
line between that movement and Herzl Zionism.
There is, yes, because there isn't supposed to be. All I'm saying was no. If you say that Zionism, i.e., returning the Jews to the land, starts in the mid to late 1800s, that is factually incorrect. Okay? Sorry.
Was Herzl inspired by Christian Zionists?
Not at all, but that doesn't mean that somebody. Because somebody, you make it sound. Look, this is not worth the interval. This is not worth the argument that we're having. All I'm saying is the fact remains that it didn't. He's not the first person to have the quote idea. End of story.
There are the Christians, the Jews say.
Okay, so question. Did Zionism start by Christian Zionists or is it Jewish Zionists?
The Zionism that founded the state was founded by Theodor Herzl and had nothing to do with Christian Zionists. That's what Jacob.
No, but Jacob
never said it did.
The Christian Zionists had nothing to do with the current Israeli state. It was
never said it did.
In the late 1800s, who founded the events that led to the creation of the state in 1948.
Yeah, I'm trying to say that they're related. I'm just saying the first call.
No,
none of them has said I'm confused, okay? You're the only one saying people are confused.
I think if you listen to the follow-up questions, you'll understand the confusion. You're
I'm not
confused. Anybody confused?
I don't know who's confused.
I'm gonna go look it up because if you say that Zionism started and it's in the Bible.
No, the first call for Jews to return came from people that were Christian. The modern state was founded by Zionists, but that was not the first call in the modern era.
A fun trivia fact that's irrelevant to the current.
No, it's historical fact, not trivia. Is reducing it to like a small tidbit of information.
Who else here believes that Zionism was started by Christians?
Look, this is how I understood when I looked into Zionism. Okay, it did start from Judaism, from the scripture, and then what happened to the kingdom of Israel, and there's other kingdoms and whatnot, and they were scattered, and the movement, the Zionist movement, died down, and then it got picked up again by the evangelical Christians. And then you had these people that are, literally coining the term Zionism. There was a guy, I forgot his name, in 1890. He coined the term Zionism, and then Theodor Herzl was part of he was like the top dog of the Zionist movement. And then you had other people that, and the first Congress they had was in 1897, the Zionist Congress, and that's when they picked up Palestine, was to be the, that's how we can convince the people to come to the land.
I feel like we need a history book by Amir where it's like Theodor Herzl the top dog, and then I feel like
he was the top dog.
You should have a history book with all the materials you put out, Amir. It'd be really good.
No, that's how I understood it. Originally, it did start from Judaism, right? And then the movement died down after whatever, what happened to the Jewish people, right, throughout their life. And then, it got picked up again by evangelical Christians. And evangelical Christians, they did, move this around. But I do have this question, Yaakov, who funded these evangelical Christians in 1800s?
Actually, it goes back even earlier. It goes back to the 1500s. Some names you can look up: Thomas Brightman. The person that I knew was I had the name, but it was 1740. This guy that was alive, Johann Heinrich Jung Stengler. He advocated for Jewish restoration to Palestine.
Isaac Newton was a Zionist.
Hold up.
There's another guy who was also in the 1500s. Many. And the other guy from the 1700s, the other guy I read about was Ezra Stiles. He was the president of Yale College, studied Hebrew.
Yaakov, I have a question.
Sure.
Were they motivated by a hatred of Jews? They wanted the Jews to leave their place? Was it motivated by some sort of Christian, like end times?
It's probably eschatological, just like that's why the current Christian sort of, like Mike Huckabee-ish kind of people are, the Christian Zionists. They want all the Jews to be in the ingathering of the exiles so that Jesus could come back and, then end times come about because, Christianity is an eschatological religion. Judaism isn't.
You don't think it was also like a way to solve their Jew problem wherever they were?
No, not at all. No.
Let me ask you a question real quick before we get into this whole history.
Thomas Newton. I mean, you just go and research it. You will find that there are many major figures from the 15th from the 16th through the 18th century who were advocating on behalf of restoring the Jews to quote Palestine.
Hold on, let me ask a question. Was there or was there not a huge push from the German party in the early days to put them back, right? To the, back to Judea, whatever geological boundaries you want to give it.
Geographic.
Confusing. But wasn't there a push from the German worker parties to actually instate a state for Jews in the Middle East? Like, they wanted them to leave. Was that not the case in the early days of the German worker party before?
I don't know enough about the German Worker Party, I'll be completely honest. I don't talk about things I don't know, so I'd have to research it.
Because I have like a crazy theory, and like I'm not going to say like there's evidence for this or anything like that. It's just something I pull out of my ass, but it would make so much sense if the Holocaust was used by certain Zionist entities as justification or basically global support for Zionism and founding the state of Israel.
Yeah, we kill our own so we can create a state. Yeah,
I'm not saying there's evidence for that. I'm saying it would make perfect sense.
Well, I think you got it reversed. What happened is
it would make zero sense.
The Jewish world was very divided before the Holocaust because so many people just didn't. There was half of them were Zionists, half of them were not. Then the Holocaust happened, and 2/3 of European Jews were killed. And then people, not just the Jews, but also like the UN and sort of the global, powers recognized that Jews are, in this situation, they realized Jews are vulnerable and they're minorities, and it created momentum around the idea of Zionism. Yeah, but it had nothing. It wasn't like Jews did the Holocaust.
It wasn't like a plan. Yeah, let's kill 2/3 of ourselves so we can get.
It's like the Holocaust happened, and then it propelled. It put momentum behind the idea of Zionism and create popular support. But it's not like the Jews did it to get a state.
Yeah, like I said, there's no.
And Hitler didn't do it to give them a state. It wasn't like a premeditated thing,
It's not like we had control over it. Like, okay, we've got enough. Let's stop it now. No.
It's just that people, after 2/3 of European Jews were wiped out, they said, "Oh, now we're really vulnerable," and everyone recognized that they're vulnerable. So it gave them it gave momentum to the movement. And a lot of Jews embraced it because they felt vulnerable, so they embraced.
Do you believe the number of 6 million?
Oh no.
Died in the Holocaust.
I don't know. Do we do this, Amir? Do you deny Holocaust in this room or no? What's the limit?
No, I'm not a Holocaust denier.
I don't deny. No. Forget about the Holocaust thing.
We don't deny any genocides in this room. Okay, all of this has to be acknowledged.
We can drop it. I mean, I'm just asking a question.
I was looking into the AI thing. So Jacob, do you think that the person that was like the leader of, I think, evangelical Christian movement, right? Oliver Cromwell from 1650s? I don't know if you read the history. I was wondering who funded this whole movement. Was it the evangelical Christians, or was it the Jewish people, or was it
they got funding from within their own church apparatus. The Jews weren't giving money to the church, as far as I know, but that's my own understanding. I am an amateur in this area of history. Not a positive answer. I highly doubt the Jews were giving money to the Christians.
From what Jacob described it's not the Jewish version of Zionism, which is about self-determination and protection. It came from an eschatological perspective. So they wanted, just like the evangelicals today, like Huckabee, their goal, the reason they want Jews to move to Israel is to fulfill their sort of end times prophecy of Jews.
Correct. Prophecy requires, in their mind, prophecy requires
they die, right?
That to be
it's
that.
Not
they have to swear allegiance. They get their point. Jesus is there. He says, "Okay, do you believe in me or not?" So therefore, you either convert or you die.
Is that prophecy in the Bible?
Certain people's interpretation of it, yeah, that in the end the Jews you have to convert or they die or whatever.
Well, the prophecies are in the Tanakh. They're definitely in there. Yes, for the Messiah to come. Now there's a discrepancy between has he come or our viewpoint is he hasn't come. Christians believe he's come.
He asked about the Christian end times, I think, and Christian side, right?
The Bible, yeah.
Yeah, but the Bible says that. But they reference of Isaiah, and they reference all of the things that say, gather the exiles for Jesus. They interpret it as for Jesus to return. In order for that to happen, then it's need to return. So all of these things are about Jews to Israel so that their blessed event can happen. So that's the motivation. That's why they wanted it. That's why I wasn't tying it to political Zionism or anything having to do with Herzl. It was a separate movement developed for separate reasons, but by Christians and Christians alone.
But it's here's the thing though, like the Scofield Bible and the interpretations that existed, after the Scofield Bible, which is basically is just standard, Judeo-Christian belief today. Like, I mean,
the only Judeo. Well, first of all, the only version that's Judeo is that which is written in Hebrew, because else you get to a translation of the translation of the translation, and you start to change words around, and you get very far afield. So I won't say that this quote Scofield Bible is Judeo-Christian. Maybe Christian, but it's not Judeo.
I mean, it's Zionist, but I don't think there is such a thing as Judeo-Christian.
Well, you can say I don't believe in Judeo-Christianity, and many people make that argument. But if you want to understand the source, study it in Hebrew. That's why Harvard was created. Harvard University was created to teach Protestant ministers how to read Hebrew so they could study the Torah in its native language.
Yeah, I mean, and that makes sense. Even as for Christians, it makes sense. But, obviously we have the New Testament, which was not written in Hebrew, for Christian.
It was written in Greek.
Yeah. I mean, you have the Septuagint, and you have, what was the other one? But the original scripture, for the New Testament was in Greek. And some of it, I think, was in Roman. But the point being, Christian scripture does not dictate that basically, it says essentially that those who rejected Christ as the Messiah were removed from the kingdom of Israel, and those who did were grafted into that biblical scriptural kingdom.
Yeah, but Vatican II removed that whole line of thing. I think we're getting into an area that Amir doesn't want to get into too much.
So, by the way, I looked into the Oliver and all these people. So he was influenced by a Jewish rabbi. I think that it does come from the.
Yeah, maybe some of his thoughts were, but it wasn't funded. I don't think it was funded by.
That's debatable on the funding part, but he
come on,
influenced. No, I'm saying the funding. We don't know. I have to look into it more. But the guy Oliver, he actually did get influenced by this rabbi. His name was what's his name? Right here, Rabbi Manasseh ben Israel, 1604 to 1657. And he was a Portuguese Sephardic rabbi, a scholar and printer in Amsterdam's Portuguese Jewish community. So yeah, I mean, it comes from the Jewish.
He wasn't. I don't believe he was a religious person in his own right. He wasn't trained. So he had to get his ideas from other people.
He was a scholar. Rabbi scholar.
Oh, interesting. I'm reading about this guy. He was considered a proto-Zionist due to his theological and diplomatic efforts to facilitate the Jewish return to the land of Israel through global resettlement, 1604 to 1657.
Yeah, he influenced the leader of evangelical Christian movement, right? And then from there, it just went on and on. So it did.
He was influenced by a lot of people, not just the rabbi you mentioned.
Are you talking about Oliver Cromwell?
Yeah.
No. And then he had an alliance with
Oliver Cromwell drew his Zionism restorationist ideas primarily from Puritan millennial theology and biblical prophecy, influenced by contemporary preachers and Rabbi Manasseh ben Israel. That guy was famous, the scholar, and he was Jewish.
Yeah, so it seems like he got you. He found you an earlier Zionist who's a Jew, so.
I got you. I don't I'm not into got you claims. If we found some interesting piece of information, great.
Hey, Jacob.
I don't play got you kind of stuff.
Yeah,
you know
I'm not trying to gotcha. Sorry,
I know, but you know that about me. Come on.
Yaakov, you mentioned Thomas Newton. Did you mean Isaac Newton?
No, I never said Thomas Newton, but Isaac Newton was one of the proponents of
you did say Thomas Newton.
No, I didn't. I said a different name, but I never mentioned the word Newton.
No, I thought you said Thomas Newton.
No, I did not.
He said
No,
Cromwell, right?
Oliver Cromwell,
No,
but
I didn't say that. I thought.
No, I'll tell you the name. There was a Thomas. I'll tell you the name. It was Thomas Newton.
That's what I said.
Yes, you did say Newton.
Right, but I didn't say Isaac Newton. Sorry, I thought you were saying, did I say Isaac Newton?
No, I asked you if you said Thomas Newton. And then I said, do you mean Isaac Newton? But you did.
Yeah, and I should have said yes. I'm sorry. I did not mean Isaac Newton, but I did say Newton, but not Isaac Newton.
No, you said Thomas Newton.
Yeah, sorry, my misinterpretation of your question.
That's interesting. All right, well, thanks for the information, Yaakov.
You're welcome. I actually studied this.
Now you change your tune. Shit. Rabbi, are you shy, Buttercup?
Am I shy?
Are you?
I think she likes intellectually honest information.
She just wants to keep you honest.
I was correct. I stand corrected. And you kept him honest, Amir. You pointed out an earlier Zionist, so we all learned something today.
Yeah, I did. I mean, so I thought it was actually all, some of it was evangelical, but I think it did come from, the Jewish community, the Zionism. But
From what I read, it looks like...
They also believed in political Zionism, not religious Zionism.
So this is what I read about Menashe ben Menashe, Israel or whatever. He it seems like he had his own motivations, but he aligned himself with the Christian Zionists.
No, he influenced them. He was a preacher. He was a scholar.
Mind you, if these Christians wanted to return the Jews to someplace, it would have turned into some form of political Zionism. They would have had to create some form of government structure.
Like, I don't think Menashe ben Israel supported the eschatological motivations of...
That's a hard word to say.
No, he did not.
I had to look it up.
What?
Eschatological? Yeah. It's like the end times prophecy.
End times, like, is mainly in Christianity.
No,
I don't think it's eschatological.
All three faiths have an end times prophecy, whereas
Judaism doesn't. No, Judaism.
Yeah, they do. They have Gog and Magog. What do you mean?
That's just a battle, but it's not like where everyone is judged.
The final battle.
Yeah, but it's not the same it's not in the same vein as Christianity's eschatological.
What do you mean? They all have a great war where they survive and the other ones die. All of them have some prophecy with a great war and a messianic ending.
Buttercup, you don't have a medal.
What?
You don't have a medal. Yaakov has a medal.
I know. I guess he knows better.
I wonder if she's gonna fast. Are you gonna fast?
If I get a green bean.
No. I said the deal was you have to fast one day, and then I'll give you a green bean for one day.
How are you gonna know?
That's the deal. I mean, I have to trust you, right? So you're gonna have to swear to your mama or your papa.
Okay.
Or swear on Judy.
Or to Yaakov.
Okay.
No, I don't think Yaakov is connected with that.
No.
Do you believe in swears? I mean, can you swear to your mom or like promise to your mom or something?
I don't have to do that because I just don't lie.
Okay, you don't lie. You never lied in your life. Oh no!
Wait,
all right.
Jewish?
Yeah, I'm Jewish. Why? Is it hard to believe that Jews don't lie?
I believe Buttercup. I believe you, Buttercup.
But this was a question being asked. How do we verify you did fast for a day?
I don't know. I guess you can't. There's no way to know. You're just gonna have to take my word and give me a green bean. You're dying to give me a green bean, Amir.
It's an offer on the table because it's gonna bring me some good deeds if you do it.
She really wants a green bean.
I don't,
No,
but Amir really
no,
wants
she
me
does.
to get grooming.
She doesn't want the green bean. She's
Amir
got a
really wants me to have a green
wishy-washy
bean to piss off the
position.
whole
I don't know. Her position's very wishy-washy. So, Buttercup, are you gonna do it?
Sure, I don't care.
Are you gonna fast tomorrow? Tomorrow's the weekend, Sunday. You just have to fast for one day, sunrise to sunset. No water, no drinking, no sex, no cursing while you're fasting.
I have fasted before. Jews also fast.
Yeah, but I'm talking about you can't have anything at all, not even cold, not even,
Also,
nothing,
that's
nada.
how Jews also fast. They don't drink or eat.
You gotta quit smoking, Buttercup.
25 hours, buddy.
No bagels.
None of this like 12-hour stuff.
Yeah, the Jewish fasts are longer.
It's not 12 hours, Jacob, by the way.
Well, it depends on the time of year. Yours moves throughout the year, so it could be shorter, could be longer.
It's sunrise to sunset.
I know. And so in the winter months, it's shorter than in the summer months.
Yeah.
So Jewish fasts start the night before and then go to the following evening
Plus 1 hour.
at the sundown.
Plus 1 hour.
Oh, okay.
So wait, you can't eat anything while you're fasting, Jacob? You can't eat, drink anything?
No.
Well, I've got a medical exception, so but before I got sick, I did it.
And they do it from age 12.
If you're a girl, 13, if a boy.
Like what?
We're not all girls, Buttercup.
When do you fast?
On Yom Kippur.
And
one day.
Yom Kippur? Okay.
There are other fast days throughout the
But
year. Most Jews don't celebrate them.
Jacob, I have a question for you.
Yeah, sure.
If I was to convert to Judaism, okay?
You have to say no, sorry, you can't. I'm just kidding.
Would it be part of my belief system? Would Zionism be part of my belief system?
It's not part of the entrance exam.
You know what I mean? I mean, is it something that I have to support as a Jew if I become Jewish?
No.
It depends on the school, David. So there's one brother on this app. He was going to become a rabbi. He said he's actually in Norway. I'll let you talk to him. So he was going to become a rabbi, a Jewish rabbi, whatever, and he apparently,
as opposed to the non-Jewish rabbis.
Yeah.
He was going to become a rabbi.
Yeah, I apologize. He's going to become a rabbi.
It's like Peter bread.
Yeah, he's going to become a rabbi, and he was told from the school or church, the synagogue that he was at, he's going to have to endorse Israel.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand the mentality.
Yeah, I mean that in generally, technically, I don't think that's a requirement. And look, every base then can make their own rules, but I haven't heard of it as being a hard and fast rule. I don't know.
Is it in the Torah? Is it anywhere?
No.
I'm
not a rabbi, so I don't want to give you an answer. I'm not a rabbi.
Okay, that's what I have to go back and look at.
Yeah, ask a rabbi.
I just wanted to clearly separate both, and not have it tied into any religious.
You gotta know the laws. You gotta know the laws. You gotta know how to follow the laws. You gotta live within the community for a year or two. There's a lot of learning required.
You can ask Black Rabbi Davis. He charges, I think, $5,000 to $25,000.
No, I don't want to hear him talk.
He's here. Speaking of the devil, he's here.
Oh my God! Every time I see him here, I run.
Don't follow his path. You end up getting on all fours, getting spanked.
What's up with you? How you doing?
He's always talking about his books and his publications and his teachings.
Wow. Buttercup, have you engaged with Black Rabbi before? Do you like him?
Unfortunately.
He's single. He's looking for a future wife.
Oh, God.
He's looking for 40.
And he's 40, I think, or 41.
He looks much older.
He looks older, but he said he's claiming he's 40.
And he's been running president, so he could be the first lady.
And he's a rabbi.
Amir, I thought he was looking for a Chinese woman. Didn't he have a Chinese girlfriend?
No, not this one. It's Lieb. Lieb is married to some. I think.
Who's looking for a Chinese woman?
Lieb, that person. I think his name is Lieb.
So I thought he was married. I didn't know he wasn't married.
He's married. He's married to a Chinese. He's looking. So that guy. Oh my God, such a problematic person. He texted me a link of a nude Arab chick. He's like,
look, you guys have the equivalent of lashon hara, so let's just not.
Like idle gossip.
No.
Evil tongue, evil speech.
In my religion, if something was said in public, it falls under permissible backbite, by the way.
Interesting.
So if it was done in public, so I have the right to talk about it. And plus, it's evil. I have to expose the evil. That's another one.
So did your prophet do that? Like, did he do that?
We have a hadith on this. So the Caliphate did it. We have a hadith.
No, but did he personally do it? Is there any recorded?
Did he personally do it?
Yeah.
There's a hadith on this. That's what I'm saying. If there's something.
No, you referenced the Caliphate.
The school of Jewish Buddhists. Yeah, the school of Jewish Buddhists that I follow. It falls under permissible backbite. Yeah, and so because this is evil, he texted me a link that was a picture of a nude some Arab girl. I confronted him in this room in front of everybody. I'm like, what do you think I am? I'm a pimp. He goes, if you can find me a chick like that, I'll switch and I'll become pro-Pali. And he converted to Judaism about what was it? I think like 5 years ago or so, or 10 years ago. And he's pro-Israel. You'll come across him. His name is Lee, but he's very racist. He's like he's Black American, but he's very racist.
What are the odds that he was joking?
He wasn't joking.
He's a real nut. I met him, right? He's like.
You talked to him, right, buddy?
You met him personally?
No, on this app. He's really crazy. He's not like a normal. He's like even crazier than Black Rabbi.
Really?
Yeah.
And then you have
So Buttercup, now I have it from your own mouth that Black Rabbi is crazy. Okay, so I'm not the only one who thinks he's crazy.
No, actually, that can be interpreted two different ways, Jinduk.
Which way?
Black Rabbi is normal, and this other person is crazier, or a Black Rabbi is crazy, and this other guy is crazier, so he's also crazy. So it can be interpreted both ways.
Black Rabbi steals Ariel's wallet. Put the link in the chat.
What? No, it's English language. It's English language.
Technically, you're right. It was ambiguous.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would put you right, Buttercup.
And you're stealing.
Oh, wait, Ariel's the crazy one, right?
In other words, the
guy. They're all the crazy.
Okay.
What, Jinduk?
I said, in other words, the guy is fucking crazy, right?
Yeah, it's easier to just put some more adjectives on it to make comparisons.
Black Rabbi knows Ariel in real life. They know each other.
Yeah, they knew each other from before. Like literally, Black Rabbi used to give him sort of like a massage to put a tie on or something at his school. He was running a unlicensed yeshiva, you know.
Real characters. I feel like they're real characters.
They've had standoffs. They've had like real standoffs.
Attila, check out the video. He stole Ariel's wallet, man. Black Rabbi. It's crazy.
There's like video of it. A lot of people don't know there's real video of them too.
Yeah. Cool. All right, I've been trying to ask this question. Buttercup, how long have you been anti-Zionist?
I don't know. I was raised Zionist, and then in college, someone gave me a book by Benny Morris. And it made me realize that we only were told half the story, right? And then, so I learned the other half of the story. And then I made friends with Palestinians, and it dispelled some of the stereotypes we had about Palestinian people.
I sent you invite them, Rose, to check it out.
How many Palestinians have you run into, have you known, besides Judy, of course?
In college, I went to college, a very diverse college in New York City with a lot of maybe like a dozen Palestinians that I met. We had a Palestinian club.
Really rich Palestinians at NYU or Columbia?
No, it wasn't NYU. It was a CUNY school. It was a public. It was like a community school for working class people. Yeah, immigrants. Mostly
What,
immigrants.
what year? Around what years did you?
That's where you got your
I don't
communism
give away
training.
how old I am.
No, I'm just curious.
So
Like you had like a general.
Don't let her. No, don't make her dox herself. She's not going to.
I'm not.
it's
I'm not
like 2
talking
decades.
about-
Basically.
2 decades.
So you've been anti-Zionist for basically 20 years.
Basically.
Okay. All right.
Not more.
I'm not gonna answer. I'm not gonna ask a bunch of personal questions because I know there's fucking weird people on this app. So that's it. That's all I
But it
want
was
to
an evolution. Like it wasn't like an overnight thing. Like first I read Benny Morris, but I still was a little defensive, right? And then over time you learn, and then you see what Israel does over every subsequent war in Gaza. It was worse and worse and worse, and so it becomes harder and harder to be defensive of Israel, you know. And so it was a gradual.
Can we ask? I mean,
it was the same. It was like 2014.
No, Ambrose was raised anti-Zionist. I wasn't raised anti-Zionist.
I don't think there was even a question of like in American politics people even really talking about Zionism prior to like mainstream talks like prior to like 2014, and that's when I started kind of educating myself about what was going on in Israel and especially in the West Bank.
The term anti-Zionist was not even a thing, even within radical like lefty culture. It was always Medinat Kol Ezracha, which I'm not sure how to translate. But it's in the past decade that the word anti became more and more important when you take that stand, right? Because it's not just about what you are for. It was also about trying to take a stand against something. Which is like I remember having that conversation with my dad, and for a very long time I did not want to use the word anti. I used pro-Palestine Israel. I used pro-Zionism because it felt like it's going against something, against force. I'm for a one-state solution. But I think that the past few years have made it very, very clear that like you have to include the rejection of it, and not just the advocating for something else, but you also have to actively reject it, which is a very big.
Ambrose, are you able to express your beliefs in public in Israel?
It depends on most places. No, I'll probably get beat up if I do. Like somebody will slap me or punch me or throw something at me. So I wouldn't take the risk of saying something like this in public in most cases.
Yeah, I would do that on your behalf, Ambrose.
I know you would, and I wouldn't let you because you will get shot. I'll just get slapped.
Yeah, when I'm suicidal, I guess.
Are you trying to perpetuate stereotypes, Genevieve?
Ambrose, I'll fly over to protect you too.
Oh, that's very sweet. Aww. I'm the last one who needs protection. And by the way, if anybody is serious about that, the more volunteers we have in the West Bank for protective presence, the better. You have no idea what is going on there. Like Jindy does, but.
What's crazy now is that it's all over social media. I mean, there's this guy. He's Israeli. I forget what his name is, but he's kind of a younger kid, and he goes around the West Bank, and you know he's always being like attacked by settlers. What is it?
Andreas.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, we have one of our good friends in our small Twitter group. Her name is Wani. She's retired, an older lady, but gorgeous, by the way. But she does protective presence probably like 4 or 5 days a week. And every time she comes to the update space after, and it just keeps getting worse. They officially now have gas masks because settlers have started coming at night, throwing gas, like tear gas grenades into the houses. It's just, the level of violence is increasing on a daily basis. Jadid, you have to promise to be careful. No being heroes and stuff.
So, are you Palestinian?
No. So on my mom's side, I'm Norwegian and Swedish, and then on my dad's side, I'm kind of a mix. I'm a dirty gypsy on my dad's side, basically. I mean, I have like Sephardic, so I'm partially ethnically Jewish, but Sephardic, North African, Armenian. It's just a mix of a bunch of stuff, but not the typical like Western Europeans that came to the U.S. So my family history is a little bit more interesting, I guess. But I am a U.S. citizen. I was born and raised here.
You like falafel?
I like falafel.
Okay, maybe you pass.
You do know falafel is Egyptian and Syrian.
No, you didn't know Emerald's falafel and hummus is Israeli?
Yes, of course. Yes. Yes, I forgot. Yes.
But it isn't the most overrated food in the fucking world.
Falafel?
Yeah.
Jindib, bite your tongue, blasphemy.
I think it's overrated. Shitty food.
I think falafel is coming.
I had the same argument with a friend, but you won't, about majada. That I am never touching majada in my life.
Neither would I, bro. Neither would I. I fucking hate that dish too.
He said every day my mom would make majada. Every day I would come back, majada with this, majada with this. I don't want to see majada.
Yeah, I used to run away from home with it. My mom made that when I was a kid. Like, I don't want to eat that.
See, so we stole it. Why are you complaining?
Baba ganoush is better.
Sorry?
So much. Baba ganoush is better.
No. We have Labna I do myself, but Baba ganoush, this is the $1 million question, right? So, cauliflower or eggplant?
Eggplant.
What? Who doesn't cauliflower?
No, not with generally speaking. Generally speaking. Cauliflower.
Oh, eggplant.
No, cauliflower.
Oh no.
The original Baba ganoush?
No, just in general. Between the two questions.
I've never ever heard.
Of course it's cauliflower.
Yes, Jidib is on my team. Yes. I'm sorry, eggplant looks like the swamp creature.
You know who makes the word Baba ganoush? The Iranians. It's like runny. It's like it's not Baba ganoush.
Dude, the inside of the eggplant looks like. Do you remember the movie from the 80s, The Blob? That's what it looks like to me. I don't understand why anybody would eat it.
Besides, it has no nutritional value in the first place anyway.
That's true. Cauliflower rocks.
Fiber. I know it's not so nutritious, but tastes good.
Cauliflower. But yeah, but labna you can do at home, and it's really good.
So you take yogurt, you put it in a cheesecloth, and let it like drip overnight, kind of thing, to make labna.
You add a little bit of lemon and salt to it for it to continue curdling.
That's pretty much it. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I made it. I just add salt. I don't add anything extra because if I want to add something later, then I'll add it.
Then you make them into little bowls and you put them in a jar and just
But the thing is that if you have industrial yogurt or you have bad olive oil, it will be horrible. It has to be really good, locally sourced yogurt, not just
Israeli olive oil.
No, never.
Palestinian
never buy Israeli olive oil.
Come on, Emrose.
No, seriously, never. We don't buy Israel. There are enough Palestinians.
They were joking.
How many? Do you have a number? How many olive trees that they have stolen from the West Bank, Emrose? That they have
stolen or uprooted? The past 2 years.
Took it out and then took it inside Israel and then planted it.
Past year is about a little bit over 2,000, I think. And please take into account each tree is worth somewhere between 20,000 shekels and 50,000 shekels. So let's say between like $8,000 and $15,000. Olive trees are extremely expensive because it takes a long time for them to grow to a point where they yield actual fruit every year. uprooting an acre of olive trees can amount to a loss of hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Correct, I agree. If you really take into consideration the amount of effort, if you want to do that and calculate them in terms of like a money value, dollar value, if you plant 30 trees and it would take you about 20 years for the trees to be fully productive, calculate the number of days and the number of years, multiply that by each tree, and if you pay yourself $1 a day for each tree, taking care of those trees times 20 years, that's a huge sum of money.
Which also goes to show why preventing the olive harvest is so detrimental, because those trees, they pay for themselves once a year if handled properly. The minute you prevent access during the harvest, that means loss of income for the entire year.
Correct. And imagine once a tree is uprooted or destroyed or cut down, after 20 years of raising a fucking tree, they come
and just buying that 20 years is in case you plant it from seed or something, right?
Right.
But yes, you can buy them from nurseries, and then the relatively average plant would be somewhere about let's say $3,000, something like that, and then you will have to wait another 7 years. So it's not 20 years, but the costs are astronomical. People don't understand it.
Yeah, I know. They people would not understand.
Not to mention the ecological price, because olive trees are very good survivals. They don't need a lot of water. And the fact that they are still in the ground, even if not being irrigated, they keep the soil alive. The roots, everything they do, they keep the soil fertile. Taking them out and leaving the soil barren will create desertification and can potentially make the entire place unfertile for at least a few years until you can. People don't understand the long-lasting damages, and I'm saying this as an agronomist, right? Somebody who does this for a living. It's just so evil.
Are fig trees the same way, Ambrose?
Similar, but not the same. The figs need a lot more water, but they're still. It's olive oil and vines. It's olive trees and vines that are. There's a reason that they're being revered in this country, because these are plants that have the ability. The more they suffer, quote unquote, the better the yield they give.
The more stress. They're just like the figs, right?
Exactly, but the figs do need a lot of water. If they don't get enough water, they will not provide yield. Unlike grapes and olives, that even complete lack of water, they will still provide some yield, but very, very concentrated. But more importantly, their roots go deep into the soil and are very nutritious to the soil. They can keep soil that doesn't have life in it is a dead soil, so it will turn into dust and will slowly start to literally blow away. This is why things like olive trees and vines and fig trees are extremely important for the health of the soil. And rooting them up after years of them being there is a death sentence to the soil.
And fig trees are much easier to plant and grow than olive trees.
A lot more.
They're very, very simple and easy to plant.
I love figs. I used to have 2 in my backyard.
You know that one of the reasons that the olive is so synonymous with Palestinians is because the way the tree grows, it grows deep into the soil, and its roots are so embedded inside the soil that it's almost impossible. This is why most of the time they won't rip them out, because that's pretty much impossible. They will cut them down. But it's very much like the Palestinian ethos, right? Deeply rooted in the ground. Like nobody can move it, and it's there for the oldest. There are 2 oldest trees, olive trees in the world. One is in Lebanon, one is in Palestine, and I think it's over. If I'm not mistaken, it's about over. Is it 3,000 or 6,000 years? The oldest olive tree in Palestine.
I own a few what we call Roman olive trees.
Really?
Yes, of course.
No. People, Roman olive trees are over 2,000 years old. and they're very common. But the oldest one, I think it's 6,000. I don't remember. Sad that Jindib is eating the same olives as the Roman soldiers did.
Yes, we still own. I mean, I inherited those from my parents, and they inherited them from their great parents. So we call them Roman trees, Roman olive trees.
I just Googled it. It says the oldest olive tree in Palestine is Al-Badawi tree, located in the village of Al-Walaja near Bethlehem, estimated to be between 3,000 and 5,500 years old.
Yeah, so I remember.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that tree is in the wood.
Really?
I didn't know. Wow.
Yeah, and I think the oldest one is in Lebanon, but I'm not sure.
That's crazy. What other trees last that long? Redwoods? Like, what other trees last thousands of years?
To this extent, only sequoias and very, very durable trees. Most trees, not all trees have the ability for vegetative regeneration the way that olive trees do or the way that sequoias do. Willows have the same properties to some extent, but in this specific case, olive trees and vines are very unique. Very, very unique. Can say that pomegranate trees have the same similar attributes sometimes, but nothing compares to. Think about, okay, let's take an example. If you think about Greek islands, they're not exactly, you don't see a lot of vegetation around there because the soil might not be desert soil, but it's very rocky. And when a soil is very rocky, that means that water cannot be retained within it. But the olive tree, because it goes with the really, really deep inside, it can get to, I don't know the words in English, like little droplets of water. How would you call them?
Irrigated?
Like moisture. It's like moisture that's being kept between literally it's like the slates of the minerals of the particles that the soil is made of. So if your soil would be, let's say, silt for the most part, then between the particles of the silt that are built from like plates of minerals, you will have hidden water molecules. Some plants have the ability to extract that moisture from a very, very seemingly dry ground. Olive trees are one of those.
Yeah, and the roots of the olive tree retain whatever moisture. If you ever dug an olive tree root, you can see the moisture within the root itself.
The olive tree secretes a lot of carbon fixating agents. So everything around the root of the olive tree becomes extremely vital, alive soil with a lot of bacteria and fungi and other forms of life, which they in turn secrete a lot of nutrients into the soil. So it's a whole ecosystem that is based around the roots of the olive trees. You take that away, the whole thing falls apart.
Guys, let me just say that it is so refreshing and beautiful to hear you guys talk about something other than Zionism and Judaism. It's so nice.
There's a saying, and especially Palestinians, the West Bank say it, and it was kind of picked up. If you live between the river and the sea and you don't respect the olive tree, you don't belong here.
Yeah, it's I guess it's being part of our lives. It's olive trees. Olive trees are just like a very integral part of our lives, pretty much.
I think also I agree with you. In Greece, olive trees are highly regarded.
They are.
You have to understand the importance of something like that back then. This is the entire region, the diet of the region is not necessarily protein based. If you think about really cold areas in the world, their food mainly consists of fermented or preserved ingredients because that's what the topography, like the weather allowed it. In Palestine and the Levant region, even all the way to Greece and the Balkans, the olive oil was essential for preservation. Essential. Everything you made, you could preserve using olive oil. Olive oil was the source of nutrition. Even when you had almost nothing left, the level of nutrition and fat and healthy calories you can get from an olive is insane. There's a reason this thing became integral to the sustaining of human lives in this region. It's never a coincidence. People learned to recognize those plants or those phenomena and sacrificed and how do you say? Buttercup is not here. To make something sacred or holy, like this is the one thing that always sanctify. Thank you. This is why it's such a symbol. Which, by the way, most of you know, goes all the way to the Bible. Olive trees are mentioned in the Bible as an important part of this land.
They still make soap out of olive oil.
You can make a lot of things out of olive oil.
Yes, we do.
There's a very famous soap factory in the West Bank, right?
I think it's still working. I don't know.
It's still working. It's still working, yeah.
I went on Amazon trying to find one, and there's actually one that says Palestinian olive oil soap.
Actually, we still make it at home. I mean, we literally we make it at home. We still do that for our own consumption.
I think most of us that are awake, we don't buy our olive oil in the groceries. We all have a Palestinian friend that we buy it from.
There's a brand, and I don't know like their ethics and who they're tied to and whatnot, but it's a Palestinian olive oil. But it's a pretty big brand, so I'm not too sure about like the history of this brand. And
you need to be very careful. A lot of people will try to exploit the word Palestine and maybe mix Italian olive oil with a little bit of Palestinian sourced olive oil just to play on people's emotions. So
I'll show you the brand because
what's the brand? I'll tell you. What's the brand?
Okay, well let me look it up real quick. Honestly, if you Google Palestinian olive oil, it'll probably be the first one. Actually, no. Where is it? Fuck, I can't find it. But there's a Palestinian. It's Al Ard.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know who they are. What about it?
So is it legit? Like, is it?
Yes, it's actually this company is legit. Yes, the owners are Palestinians. Yes.
What's the name again? So
Al Ard, the land, which means the land.
Al Ard.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But there is in America there is what's that organization? Something called Fair Trade or something. They do source.
Yeah.
Some olive oil from the West Bank, and it's bottled, and there's a facility somewhere here in the West Bank that actually bottles it up and ships.
Yeah, they make sure it's sourced from the origin, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's not exploitative. It's not exploitative of the farmers. Free trade.
Right. Yeah, and it's actually pretty decent, pretty okay.
Yeah, I've had that olive oil. I remember it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they do go to small farmers and they make sure it's organic. They actually, send someone to examine if a farmer actually used any chemical fertilizer in his land. That's something that's not available to us anyway. And
I don't think anyone in Palestine uses chemicals.
Yeah. Because we don't have access to this stuff. We used to have access to chemical fertilizer in older days, but we don't have access to that anymore. But they do source that from small farmers, and they buy the stuff like right out of the processing facilities in the West Bank. Those companies, this particular organization, the Fair Trade people.
Jindid, would you ever have non-filtered olive oil, filtered olive oil? Because I don't use the filtered one. I only use the real thing that doesn't go through filtration, that still has the murkiness and the solids to it. It's a completely different flavor.
What do you mean when you say unfiltered? I mean, there are the machines those days are pretty okay. I mean, we don't use the very old system that we used to use like 50, 60, 100 years ago. Now we have machines that we bring from Europe, from Italy, mostly Italian machines.
Yes, but that consistency, it doesn't go through the membrane that filters the solids that make it murky.
Right. So you buy the olive oil that might has some like dark matter still at the bottom.
I prefer it. I always prefer it. It's far more flavorful. I know people freak out over it, but
yeah. Usually all you have to do is just put the after you crush the olives, you put them through a pressing machine, and pretty much a very simple process of extricating the oil out of the pulp of the olives.
Most
maybe
commercial
not
ones
for like cooking with though, because I think it would just burn. But I don't even think you can find that here in the U.S.
It's illegal to import it.
We gotta have za'atar with it. Right, Jindib?
Have what with za'atar? I'm sorry, repeat that again.
Good olive oil. Olive oil and za'atar.
Yes, of course. That's like a part of our diet.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be using olive oil to fry, right? Because that will kill the nutrients or not.
It's not about that. It's about
I cook with it.
We use olive oil to cook, yeah.
To cook, yes, not to deep fry.
You can't do deep fry.
Yeah, no, not deep fry, but we do fry. If you want to make fries, you can use it. Make falafel, you can use it.
Yeah, but that's deep fry.
Because we don't buy other oil. That's all we use. Pretty much, that's it.
So what I heard, Jindip, is if you deep fry it at a certain temperature, it becomes kind of poison, though.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know about the deep frying. Because we don't use any of that.
You have the smoke point, right? So as long as you're under the smoke point,
yes,
you're not going to get any like toxic chemicals or oxidization. So it's just pay attention to it. Usually will say if it's a good bottle of olive oil, it'll tell you the temperature, the smoke point. So you just keep it.
I don't think the paracetamol tells you the smoke point.
No, I don't.
But the cuisine in this region never goes to a point where you deep fry something.
Yes, correct.
It's not part of the everyday, but sautéing in olive oil or the most basic is completely fine.
Yeah, that's gonna be. I'm talking about the deep fry because some people do use it to deep fry. They think that.
Do you know how much it will cost you to deep fry something in olive oil? Not to mention the health, right? But
I know people in the most they do that.
And they're idiots.
Yeah, but the thing is, what I learned about it is you shouldn't be deep frying it because it's supposed to be healthy, but when you keep deep frying it,
deep frying was not part of our cuisine, right?
Exactly.
No, I'm saying falafel, you gotta deep fry it, right?
No, but like that
fries, you gotta deep fry it.
It's just like you fry in a pan and then maybe you reuse it like 1 or 2 times.
No, who reuses oil?
If you're using,
people do that. Restaurants do that, Ambrose.
Restaurants don't use olive oil to deep fry anything.
No, they use any type of oil. They use it. They reuse it.
No, maybe, but not olive oil.
So, are you telling me when you make the falafel, you throw away the leftover olive oil?
Nobody makes falafel in olive oil.
Jindip said he does.
At home. And you don't really use
the only oil you buy, then obviously you're going to fry falafel.
Yes, but we're not talking about a commercial fiber, right? We're talking about a small pot.
Yes, I know.
I know.
You guys don't understand. Like I guess someone like me, I mean, I don't know, I can't, but I make olive, I produce olive oil. decent quantities. So, and it's something I've done, all my entire life. So we don't store olive oil. We store olive oil in, big barrels, in barrels. Not like some bottles or stuff like that. So we have constant supply of olive oil. So,
again, don't forget the olive oil that Jandeep is using is not overly processed. So the burning point for that specific molecule is higher than what you would get in commercial olives.
Right. So if I wanna make some potato fries, I'm not gonna go buy oil to fry potatoes or to saute potatoes. It's not frying; we just saute.
No, saute is different than frying. Yeah. Deep frying, what I heard, Jindip, and what I learned, you could Google this, right? Even though it's good, it's healthy, whatever, like the olive oil, but when you deep fry it, it kills that good stuff in there, and it becomes like poison. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That's what I learned about it. Whether you do it in a small pan or a big pan, what did you say?
You know what oxidization is, right? So it's the same thing. Like the oil goes rancid. You have like
different. Do you know the terms omega-3, omega-6, all those things, right? So what they represent the location on the molecule of the double connection between two atoms, right? So it's a double connection. If anybody remembers chemistry, it will be a two-line connection between the molecules instead of one. The location of that changes the properties of the molecule. Certain oils like olive, like avocado, like coconut oil, the location of that double connection would be placed in a way that would make it a lot more susceptible to and a lot more easy to burn. However, if you look at vegetable oils, the location of the structure of that molecule, even though it's an oil molecule, fat molecule, will be placed in a way that would make it a lot more sturdier for an exposure to high temperatures. But the high temperatures that we're talking about, like deep frying, and that almost doesn't exist in Palestinian cuisine. Even if you talk about falafel, you think about the commercial way falafel is done, which is not what traditionally you would see at home or in the region. So you have to separate the two. And yes, Amir, you're right. Certain olives, like olive oil, like avocado, like coconut, should not be heated to the point of starting to smoke, because the way that molecule breaks down does create a molecule with an exposed end that is a free radical, which makes it carcinogenic to some extent. But it doesn't happen in Palestinian cuisine because no dish goes to that extent, and usually, by the way, you won't see deep fried or high temperature food in the region. You will most of the places that invented deep frying or extremely high temperature, extremely spicy foods would be tropical locations where food had a tendency to spoil a lot faster. So they would have to take actions in order to kill whatever grew there. So deep fry, extremely spicy food like India, places like that, it always resulted for health reasons. Palestine doesn't have the same humidity in the air, the same conditions that allow food to spoil so quickly. They did need to preserve things, hence the olive oil, but it's not, I think, what you envision. It's different.
Yeah, I think the whole concept of deep frying is not part of our cuisine, period.
The whole Fertile Crescent is a lot more known for fresh food and very little preserved food. The preserved food that you will see here are things like olive or at best maybe a yogurt stone, but this is why they say the Mediterranean diet is like the ultimate diet, right? A lot of fat, a lot of healthy fats like olive oil, like fish, a lot of fresh vegetable. You will never see a Palestinian table that doesn't have fresh vegetables on it. Never. It's impossible. No matter what you eat, you would have a plate with tomatoes, green onions, but there will always be fresh vegetables on the table. Otherwise, people simply won't eat. It becomes, right, Jandeep? It's just impossible to eat without a fresh ingredient next to you.
Yeah, it's just the basic. basics, pretty much the basic stuff. I mean, just basic Turkish stuff. I think if you notice the diet of a farmer in Palestine, it just like you said, it consists of all those basic elements. Like you said, there's the basic fresh vegetables, and then you have the dairy.
And the dairy, the labna is fermented for a reason, because once it's fermented, it can't go spoil. It can spoil.
Right. So, and you have the bread, the olive oil, and the vegetables, and the dairy, and the protein part, which is usually eggs and so on. That's it. So it's pretty basic stuff.
But even when it comes to protein, there's no culture of like preserved meat or salted fish, right? It's always fresh.
Yeah, correct.
Which is not something like, if you go a little bit more to hotter places, then you won't see it. If you go to colder places, then you will see things like preserved meat, preserved fish. But here, the two things that you do preserve are preserved in a very natural way: oil or very basic fermentation like labneh.
Right.
And it's not just Palestine, but the whole Levant, even all the way to the Balkans, is very similar.
Right.
You like shakshuka?
I like shakshuka.
I'm half and half when it comes to shakshuka. I'm not the biggest fan.
What's I forget what it's called. Like it's like an Israeli hot sauce. It's got like green peppers and herbs and stuff. Shuk or something.
Srug. Yeah, that's not Israeli. That's Yemeni.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Well, the Israeli people, they like to claim
we
things.
stole everything. My Yemeni grandma made the most insane srug, and my dad is like hardcore. He's Austrian, like Ashkenazi all the way. So when he first started dating my mom, and it was like he had to build the stamina, but by the time that like I remember myself as an older kid, he would put it on everything. My grandma would send jars of it a week, and everything. He wouldn't eat an omelet, he would put it on everything.
What are the ingredients of the scoot?
Parsley, olive oil, garlic, green hot peppers.
Okay.
And that's the green version. You have the red version, which I like less, but the green version, it smells like parsley, garlic, and the peppers. The green hot pepper.
Yeah, that sounds very, very good. Sounds like really good stuff.
That's Yemeni. Yemenis are a really good cook. They have really good food.
Yes, they do. They certainly do.
Like
except for khilbe. Never eat khilbe. Whoever invented khilbe, fuck you. Maybe you'll be cursed at the end of your days.
What is that?
Jesus Christ, that shit stinks to holy hell.
What do you call khilbe in English? What is it?
I have no idea. I think I tried to find out once and we couldn't figure it out. Like, I only know it's khilbe.
Yeah, it's a very strange thing.
You think about Ashkenazi food.
Oh, it
is Ashkenazi food.
No, there is Ashkenazi food, and it's horrible.
Ashkenazi is it's like all the Eastern European Jewish food,
Yeah.
What's the basic Ashkenazi?
Gefilte fish,
the gefilte can be okay.
Okay. Really? Hold on. This is a phenomenon that not many people know about. Palestinians like gefilte fish. I swear to God, I used to work in import and export, and Palestinians actually import gefilte fish on a regular basis. For some reason, they developed a taste for it. I'm sorry, Jandeep, it's true. I don't know what the hell is wrong with you people, but for some reason you've decided gefilte fish is something edible.
It is actually, it can be okay.
Just looking at it.
Okay, to be clear, we're talking about a fish patty, a patty made out of fish that is slightly sweet, has a gelatinous thing and a carrot on top. It's dear God.
Okay, what's the other fish besides the gefilte fish? The one that is pickled. What is that?
Pickled herring? I don't know what they call it.
But that's more Eastern European than the gefilte fish is like hardcore Jewish Ashkenazi, and it's fucking gross.
Who did I know in my lifetime who used to do what is it called? The salmon fish, or what is estrogen thing? What is it called?
Lux, like the
that kind of stuff.
yeah. That's also Eastern European.
Lux is incredible.
Think about it. Nothing can be further. Stuff. Yeah, but nothing can be further from Palestine. See, this is what makes me fun. It makes me laugh, right? There was no salmons in Palestine.
None, of course, yeah.
None. There will never be a salmon here. But yeah, I don't know. Personally, I don't like gefilte fish. I don't like lox. If I had olive oil, tomato, and cheese, bread, I'm good for the rest of my life. Like, I don't need a lot more than that.
And Rose, are you sure you're not Palestinian?
I grew up here, it's the same. It's
what you just described, the bread, the tomato, the olive oil, the cheese.
That's it.
Is it true that it's illegal to get a DNA test in Israel?
No, I can send you my DNA test if you want.
No, I was just wondering. I keep hearing that it's illegal.
People say it's illegal. It's not. It really is not. Some things people make up, which I don't understand. Like, the thing is, there's enough bad shit without people having to make up some. Just use what you have. There's more than enough to go around, I promise you.
So I'm just curious, what is your ancestry?
My father came from Austria. My father came from Austria. My mother is from Yemen. The DNA test actually showed that I have some Iraqi in me as well. And for some reason, okay, this is funny. Do you know my daughter was born with the allergy to fava beans that is usually associated with Iraqi DNA? So somewhere along the line, somebody in my mom's family fucked an Iraqi person, I suppose. But I'm half and half.
There's such a thing as allergic to fava beans in Iraq? Is that the deal?
It's a genetic mutation, so they cannot. Yeah, it's like really common in only Iraqi DNA, and so you see it a lot in Jewish babies born today from Iraqi descent, and somehow, and they always test it in Israel, right? Because just to be sure, somehow my daughter was born with it, and you have to understand, my daughter looks like a kid from the Hitler Jugend. She has total blonde hair, perfectly blue eyes, but somehow she was born with the Iraqi gene that is allergic to fava beans. I don't get it. Genetics are fun.
It's funny because fava beans are actually not popular in Iraq, right? They're not.
Yeah, I don't know how. It's just a thing. You don't know.
Interesting.
I like the dried ones. In Egypt, they call them ful.
Yeah, we call them ful too.
Ful medamit. Oh, yeah, it's so good. Oh my god. And then, some people mix the hummus and the ful together.
Hummus ful is very Egyptian. Hummus ful is like a classic Egyptian breakfast.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
But I'm sorry, on this, I do think Egyptian falafel is better than Lebanese falafel, but when it comes to hummus, like hummus, nobody does it like Palestinians do. I'm sorry, that I've had the entire region I've tried, nobody does it like Palestinian.
Yeah, Palestinian hummus is pretty decent, but I always think hummus and falafel are just some overrated food for some reason.
Yeah. What is wrong with you, Jindib?
I don't know. It's not something just not something I eat. Growing up, it's just not my thing. I don't know. I did not grow up eating hummus. We just did not. I find falafel to be just an overrated food. I know, just overrated.
Okay, so please, you have to get this right. Tahini, right? Is there life without tahini?
Yeah, there's plenty of love.
No. You know that when we were living in, we had to relocate it for my husband's job to the east about 10 years ago. I was so desperate, I learned how to make hummus. Didn't for a whole month, I tried to do it until I got it right. Like, I was so desperate, so fucking desperate.
But it's the simplest of things. Isn't it like a couple of ingredients and that's it?
The technique,
I agree
I'm
with
sorry,
you. Making good hummus is not easy.
easy at all.
Yeah, Ambrose, I agree with you 100%. I tried to make hummus myself. Does not taste the way that I wanted it to, so I agree with you.
You know, I did a lot of experiments until I got a good one, but
I assume you're making it like raw, right? Like
yeah. Dry chickpeas.
Yeah. I even tried to use like the canned hummus.
Some people say, but no,
it's not it.
So the secret is to add a teaspoon of baking soda for some reason while you leave it in water overnight. If you add a teaspoon of baking soda, then it will peel on its own and it will take away some of the bitterness that you get if you don't soak it overnight. And it has to be like super hot when you start putting it through the blender. It's the small things that make the difference. I think I tried like 13 different ways of doing it until I got the good one. And then it's just a question of balance, like the ingredients. But yeah.
I don't think I ever remember us making hummus at home. It's always, you just go to Abu Abed and
Yes, but you have good ones like right around the corner. We have.
Yes, you walked to the place with an empty plate and you said, fill that ticket.
Yeah, and by 11 a.m. there would be nothing left.
Correct.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Hello, Lala.
Bro, I just prayed 20 rakats of Tarawih, bro. My legs are bang. But alhamdulillah, we bought.
That's good.
Guys, have you ever used Tandem? Tandem, the app?
No.
It's a language learning app.
No, I use Duolingo.
Oh no, well it's an app like this. Like you can have they call it parties, and so you can have like live chat and stuff. But somebody recommended that I come to this app. I've only been using this app for a couple days, but I got banned from Tandem like 8 times for talking about Israel and Palestine, and like. Because you get reported instantly, and if you get 3 reports,
it's a talking app. And you use the word Palestine and Israel, and so on, you get banned. What?
If you talk, well, it's not exactly like people report you. That's the thing, and so anytime you talk about like Israel or Palestine, like the reports just come in so fast, and like you can get 3 reports in a day, and then you're gone. You have to use another device or emulate a device to make another account.
Is that the case though? Is that really the case? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I've been banned 8 times. Every time it's because I talked about either Israel or I talked about American politics. Like I talked about like how the U.S. is basically an oligarchy.
So what do they want to talk about? I don't know. What?
Well, it's a language learning app, so they just I guess they don't want people, talking about.
Oh, it's a language learning app.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not Clubhouse. I was about to say.
What
are you doing at times?
I made my pinned tweet on X, like the one on the top, is a tweet that has a thread from anti-Zionist Israelis, and I called it like the doctor's note. Like, if any of you are scared of being called anti-Semitic for speaking up against Zionism or the genocide, here's a thread of a shit ton of Israelis who are saying far worse than you ever will. So if anybody complains or call you anti-Semitic, just send him this doctor's note.
Yeah, it's funny, before this app, I have not met in Israeli anti-Zionists or Jewish anti-Zionists. So this is definitely a very different experience. And I'm very glad.
Oh, you should follow us on X. There's a lot more of us there.
What was the study that came out that said around 30% of the Jewish diaspora were anti-Zionist, but they were just underrepresented, and the Zionist claims were pushing the illusion that every single Jew deep down is a Zionist. Well, the people who literally led the marches of after the genocide, they were Jewish people, Jewish students that were leading these marches, that were organizing the marches in the student campuses. But they tried to, the media spins this role that Jews are under threat and being attacked on campuses. They'll highlight, like on Piers Morgan, I'll watch, like they'll bring on a Jewish student that says, oh, I got punched in the face because I'm Jewish. They hate us. When in reality, the video literally shows her agitating and another Jewish person moving away from her saying, you're doing the wrong thing. It's the silliest argument I've seen. That's the most anti-Semitic claim, that Jewish people are a monolith, as the old adage goes. All Jewish people believe this. All Jewish people belong here. All Jewish people are like this.
This is why we say Zionism is anti-Semitism.
Yeah, that's the clearest case of it. If you take a book and say on any people, all black people believe this, all black people are Democrats, all black people think this.
It's exceptionalism. It's literally saying we're different, we're not like you.
It doesn't make sense to call it anti-Semitism because typically the Palestinians are more Semitic than the typical Israeli.
Technically, that is true, but it's the most stupid argument in the world. Language is an evolving creature. Even though technically we're true, right? The popular understanding of anti-Semitic is Jew hatred, right? Even though technically you're true. But the argument is just, people go for hours and hours over this, and it's just, call it whatever you want, right? And just, we all know what it means in the context, but it's still, anti-Semitism is an integral part of Zionism. It doesn't work without it. Without anti-Semitism, Zionism loses one of its pillar excuses for existing. So they need it, and they need to put an emphasis on it. It's just part of the construct. But I did put something in the comment. It's like a segment from an anti-Zionist Jew comedy show, but the ending is really funny.
I don't know if I can open links from here, or I guess I have to copy it.
Exposed. Jindeep, did you see Coexistence My Ass? I don't know if he's here. There's an anti-Zionist Israeli named Noam Schuster. She became like really famous online when she started doing like mocking segments in Arabic about Israel, and she even had like a satire song about the UAE and Dubai when the Abraham Accords happened. She grew up in a very special place in Israel that was supposed to be a unique model for what a one state would look like, and she has this documentary that is now available for free streaming, but it's only available between Palestine and Israel, like within Palestine and Israel, and it's called Coexistence My Ass. And she is so on spot on everything.
I love her, man. She's amazing.
She is amazing. She is really amazing. If you can watch it, maybe people can watch it via VPN, but it's so accurate.
I'd love to see it. If you guys can send me a link, that'd be great.
Yeah, put it in the chat. Yada, is that rumor in your profile picture?
Oh, nah, I created that image through AI.
Oh, shit. Do you know who Rumor is?
Nah, but he's dope if he's doing anything like that. What is it? Like, is he artist?
He's a rapper. He kind of like came around around 2020 and then just kind of disappeared. Yeah, I'll send you I'll put a YouTube link in the chat.
Yeah, put me on. Like, for this picture, I kind of like took a ski mask, the slump god kind of aesthetic, and I used the Victorian era art as the the foreground and the background. But did y'all see that Tucker Carlson interview with Mike Huckabee?
Oh my God, that was the most annoying
It's the
2
most
hours I
painful
spent.
2 hours ever.
Oh my God.
This man, Mike Huckabee, will spin silk out of shit if he has to. 100%. He's asked.
Personally, I think they're both idiots.
Tucker
But
Carlson, fucking hats off to him.
really?
I'll say this. Yeah, hats off to him. He shit on some other people, he shit on Muslims plenty of days. But hats off to the man. He posed very credible, serious questions on Mike Huckabee. He's the ambassador to Israel, as you guys know, Mike Huckabee. He sat right in his face. He said, look, dude, he said, Israel's harboring pedophiles. He said, Alexander something, some kind of Slavic name, Prokovich or some shit like that. He was the guy caught last year in Las Vegas trying to have sex with 15-year-old girls and 14-year-old girls. He was arrested in a sting operation. And through that sting operation, he managed to just get on a flight, go back to Israel, as happened multiple times.
do you know why people shouldn't bring up that argument?
Why is that?
Do you know who Scott Ritter is?
Yeah, I know.
Do you know what his past is?
Scott Ritter?
Yeah.
I mean, Scott Ritter, he has those same allegations too.
Twice. Twice he was caught. He was
He's
twice
been raided
caught.
by the FBI recently.
So I'm saying, all I'm saying, idiotic, shitty, evil, bad people exist everywhere.
Oh, 100%.
Don't take one case and make it. Don't take one case and.
No,
don't take
100%.
one case and make it out an example because you derail your own critical.
No. But listen, Scott Ritter isn't being shielded 100% by the government. He's been raided by the FBI multiple times. The Israeli government isn't raiding this Alexandra guy's house. He's escaping his ultimate doom as being caught as a pedophile.
To be honest, that is the least important part. That is the least important part. That is the least important part of that entire interview. Like, if anything was a waste of time, was that. It's much more relevant to mention that Mike Huckabee thinks that Jews have a divine right to everything between the Euphrates and the Nile, right? According to him, if Iraq attacks Israel and Israel somehow manages to conquer Iraq, they get to keep it because the Bible says so. The amount of insane shit that he said there is far more concerning than that anecdotal case that he spent 20 minutes on.
No, 100%. I agree with you. I wasn't even going to get into that yet. I wanted to start small. I was like, just because he said this incredible. I mean, let's be real. Did you expect any different from Mike Huckabee? I didn't. That was the least thing that I expected him to, like the smallest hill I expected.
But we need to...
Like, I knew he was going to say Israel has the right to it. I knew he was going to say that. But at least I thought he was going to get to a place where, like, oh, hell no. As a U.S. official, just go into his banter and say, yeah, this Alexander guy, he needs to be brought back to the United States and prosecuted for his crimes. And I think I expected him to at least put that forward, but he wouldn't even talk about the Israeli government in the way that they're harboring an actual pedophile. which they've done multiple times, of course.
That you can actually claim is like being diplomatic, which is one thing. But the things that he did give himself liberty to say that were anything but a diplomatic or representative of the U.S. government, I assume, or I hope, that is what's important, right? The things that he did allow himself to say that are extremely, because he did, when it came to the whole guy in the extradition thing, he gave very diplomatic, technical answers. It's the things that he said that are anything but that are insane. And we need to understand that this is somebody that directly appointed by the president of the U.S. He knew who he was putting here, right? It's a very specific choice to put that person as the ambassador here. And that says a hell of a lot.
No, it's always been a choice. I mean, the ambassador to Israel has always been an evangelical Christian.
Not like this. Not like this.
No,
this is... If we thought Friedman was like extreme, this is a whole different level.
Let's ask yourself, truly, does it matter, truly?
Yes, I think it does. I really think it does.
I don't think it's a surprise at all whatsoever. I just found funny on how small of a hill he was willing to die on. It would have been easy
Which is exactly
as a U.S. government official for him to be like, oh yeah, I believe in Israel. If they take over Iraq, they take over Iraq.
Which is exactly why it's so outrageous. Because 10 years ago, if a U.S. official would say Israel has the divine right to the land between the Euphrates and the Nile, maybe give some disclaimer, not in modern times, blah, 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 blah. There will be like condemnation or clarification from official spokespeople within half an hour, right? The fact that nobody from the administration came out and said, look, that's his personal belief, he doesn't represent the U.S. in any shape or form, blah, 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 blah. The fact that they didn't address it.
What's surprising about this? We know who's in office. We know this man that's in office, that's the head of the executive body of the United States government, has taken hundreds of millions of dollars of ADOSIN money. He's a wall-kissing cunt, just like Biden was, just like Obama was before him, and just like Bush was.
But didn't you find his statements to be the most unhinged, fucking diabolical, crazy shit?
No, I think it's good.
For an ambassador, like Emir said, if this thing was uttered 10 years ago, the ambassador had been recalled.
It's good for him to have said that instead of dance around it like every other politician would have. He just came out and said it.
And what happened? But what happened? He said it, and what happened? This is the point. 10 years ago. Hold on,
What's going to happen from him saying it than not?
Well, this is a pivotal point in American history because the Republican Party has always historically been pro-Zionist, right? And now you have people like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. It would have been Charlie Kirk. I think he was assassinated by someone connected to Mossad or somebody within that organization.
Okay.
But like the fact that all this shit is happening. Hold on, let me say this real quick. The fact that all this stuff is out in the open now, and you have people even on the right, basically exposing, the entrenchment of Israeli and U.S. foreign policy.
But do you know what the surprising thing is? Even if everything you're saying is true, it has never been worse for Palestinians than it is now. People talk about like there's more awareness, Tucker Carlson. While you're talking about that, the entire West Bank is about to go through extreme ethnical cleanse. It's already started a year ago in like slow motion, but it's amplifying day by day. And the entire Jordan Valley, the Negev Desert, East Jerusalem, not to mention Gaza. I don't care how much awareness there is. The fact is that the situation on the ground has never fucking been worse, and nobody's talking about it.
No,
This is why it's so fucking annoying.
It's not that
people.
I'm
No,
saying
people talk about this anecdotal case or the other, or how Gen Z is far more aware. Respectfully, fuck your awareness, because the situation has never fucking been worse. Ever.
Look.
Ever. So
Let's
while
be
the
real.
pro-Palestinian community is patting itself on the back,
I agree with you. The suffering on the ground has never been this bad, and no one wants to see the Palestinian people suffer. That's not the case. You're making the conclusion that I'm saying it's a good thing they're exposing themselves in this way, as if, if they can expose themselves in this way.
I'm saying that by the time it's going to be, by the time enough people.
I'm making real quick, Rose, real quick. All I'm saying is, I think the cat being out the bag is the biggest blessing, ultimately, for the Palestinian cause. Because in the past, if 200,000 Palestinians were killed under the Bush era or under the Clinton era, nobody would have batted an eyelash in the United States. Nobody. Truly nobody would have batted an eyelash. They would have been 100% pro-Zionist on Israel's side, and no one would have noticed. That's how the Intifada happened. That's how the Nakba happened. The Nakba happened because of that indifference. That indifference is now gone. So when Mike Huckabee comes out and says, I want Israel to conquer the Middle East and control and administrate Iraq and other regions in the Middle East, it's a beautiful thing. Why? Because it dismantles the Zionist argument completely. A U.S. official openly endorsed the opposite of the official position of the Israeli state. That is beautiful. Now that argument is gone. Now there is no, it's just self-defense. Nobody can say that when they bomb Lebanon now, when they bomb Syria, when they eventually are going to bomb Jordan and Egypt.
What good does it does to me? What good does it does if nobody is stopping
when it comes to Zionism?
You're missing the point. With all that awareness, it has never been worse, and it keeps getting worse. And I don't care how many. Listen, don't interrupt. No matter how many people are aware, it keeps getting worse. Do you understand how frustrating it is? I know more people are aware, but somehow, despite all that awareness, we have never been close to a full ethnical cleanse of Palestinians and a full annexation between the river and the sea, and nobody's fucking doing anything. No one. You keep talking about awareness. You keep talking about how people are now exposed to what real Zionism is. Well, great. Where are those people? What the fuck is happening? How come if they're so aware, nobody's fucking doing shit?
Hold on.
Do you know how bad it is?
When you say doing shit, what do you expect? You think the United States government is going to be overthrown tomorrow, and then a U.S. military invasion of Israel will save the Palestinians? If that's what we're going for, then yeah, no one's doing shit. But the way that reality works is this. Our government is controlled by Zionist, blood-drinking, pedophilic, murderous, baby-killing monsters, 100%. And if their words expose their feelings and their true intentions, good. Because the Gen Z that we're saying, so who cares if these kids, these college students can see Zionism for what it is? You don't understand the ramifications of that.
By the time Gen Z,
that we're shitting on and belittling, who cares if you're aware? You're the future congressman.
Positions of power,
they see this young.
Calm down. By the time they make it to positions of power, there will be nothing left to save.
And Rose, here's the thing, okay? Let me just say this, right? You have to understand, the Israeli occupation, is funded by the West primarily.
You don't need to explain it to me. You people need to understand what I'm trying to tell you.
We can't make it happen overnight. We can't stop the occupation overnight. But the thing is, this is what needs to happen. This is the only way for those funds to dry up. for the IDF to no longer have foreign support, right? This is that turning point.
So
Unfortunately,
I agree with you. All I'm saying, what I'm trying to explain, by the time these people make it to positions of power, there will be nothing left to save. Understand how bad it is. I don't know how. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong in communicating this, but this is nothing. We've never seen this before. What they're doing right now, with zero pushback from anyone, is unprecedented.
And it's a reality.
And don't say zero. That's what I'm trying to do. The argument that there's zero pushback. Let's be real with ourselves. There are 5 million Palestinians in the West Bank. There is no way. Now, Israel can tomorrow say, look, we're going to push all the Palestinians
there
out.
Isn't 5 million in the West Bank.
I know it sounds like Ryan's talking point. Just listen to me. Tomorrow they can be like, we're killing every Palestinian who remains inside of quote-unquote Judea and Samaria, unquote, which the reality is the West Bank. They can say that tomorrow, but if they do, their political standing is completely gone. They've declared war on Jordan, who already is the second most water-poor nation on the planet, who will go to war and whose people will rise up in destruction of their monarchy that is holding the line. The Egyptians are walking on a knife's edge, trying to keep their people in line with them because of the extreme unrest on their southern border in the Sinai Peninsula. After a while, yes, Palestinians have suffered greatly, needlessly, through these murderous Zionist fucking rat animals. I agree with you. But you're acting like Palestinians are going to vanish off the face of the earth in 2 to 3 years' time, and Judea and Samaria, quote unquote, or the West Bank, quote unquote, whatever you want to call it, is eventually going to be 100% Israeli, and the world's going to just shrug their shoulders and say, look, it is what it is. There's no such thing as a Palestinian anymore. No, my point is, eventually, there will be that cord that snaps. The Epstein files is a fucking crack in the shield of Israelis. The statements by Mike Huckabee on Tucker Carlson is a crack. That crack's starting to show. Eventually, the entire structure, that thing that's been so solid over the centuries,
you know what I found out
the
yesterday?
exceptionalism of Israelis.
Do you know what I found out yesterday?
Now the Israelis are enemies. Now the American and Western society.
Yada, you have to let other people talk. Yada.
See them as enemies.
Yada, you have to let other people talk. Indeed has been trying for like 10 minutes.
I was asking, he talked of the ramifications of the statements coming out of that nut job Mike Huckabee's mouth. What are the ramifications? What ramifications are they? Where is, like Ambrose said, did anyone say anything about it?
Absolutely. Look. You're looking for the elite structure to be like, oh my God, Mike Huckabee is crazy for believing this. Look, the elite, they're walking a line. They're toe and toe. They're all Zionists. We know this. I'm not looking for Piers Morgan to come out tomorrow and say, oh my God, Mike Huckabee, clearly I've had him on my show multiple times. You're insane for saying. He literally had, what's that lady that got nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize that's trying to conquer all of Gaza? She sat on his show in front of Piers Morgan and told him, we want to conquer all the land from the Nile to the Euphrates. That's all Israeli land. She said it to Piers Morgan. I'm not looking for an elite to yell. You guys are looking for some politician or some public figure to come out and say, Mike Huckabee, you're wrong, it's evil. I'm not looking for that. I don't give a fuck about that.
But Ambrose's argument is it would be too late. It would be too late to save anything.
When is it going to be too late?
Hold up. We have to face reality here.
I think it's
and
never
that
going to
we
be
may
too late.
not be able to hold up, Yada. We have to face reality here and accept that we might not be able to stop a complete destruction of Gaza. Okay, like that is a fucking reality. So more needs to happen, but unfortunately, the way things are, without starting an outright war with Israel, the only other option is to make, you know, that foreign policy so unacceptable that they're completely cut off from London.
Gaza has been completely destroyed already.
Yada, please let me talk. Please, thank you. Look, the thing is, it's not just Gaza, and it's maybe some things that are clear to those who see it on a daily basis, but not to others. What has been happening in the past year goes far, far beyond Gaza. The West Bank is being pushed into concentration camps. We have over 40,000 displaced. Jenin, Tulkarem, Nul Shams, 47 communities in territory seized, cabinet officially annexing territories A and B. I can go into the Negev and the Jordan Valley and East Jerusalem, who's been under insane ethnical cleanse. Every day there is another family that is being evacuated from a house that it had for centuries, right? And this is levels that new legislations against Palestinian 48 that is allowing the state to revoke their citizenship. This is far beyond Gaza. And what I'm trying to say is that respectfully to all those efforts and all that awareness, I'm not looking for anybody to attack and bring a military into Israel. But yesterday, for example, I discovered that Pakistan has a very solid trade relationship with Israel. Apparently, it's one of the biggest salt importers into Israel. Now, it might be a very, very small income for Pakistan to import salt to a small place like Israel, but if countries like Pakistan can't even cut off trade with Israel, then all the statements in the world, even if somebody came out and spoke against what Hakibi just said, if they keep doing, South Africa has trade relationships with Israel, Ireland, Spain, all those places that we see as somehow of a beacon of light about the Palestinian cause are fake, are fucking liars. They can't even cut off Israel financially, which would actually be the one thing that would work, right? Cut off Israel financially from the world, stop arming it. That might actually stop this psychotic show. But everybody's a fucking hypocrite, and that's my problem. So because
you're making it sound way easier than it is. Look, let's just be real. Practically speaking,
if
Israel
Pakistan can't cut economic trade with Israel, then
Israel is a murderous, genocidal state. I know that. However, it is a state nonetheless backed by the largest, most powerful economy and military in human history. That is not the case. It's not the same. Pakistan is a U.S. ally. It also benefits from trade agreements with the United States. And it knows if it doesn't give salt to Israel, it's going to lose its most beneficiary. Its biggest beneficiary.
Then you understand.
Now the Chinese also have trade agreements with Israel.
Then you're agreeing with me. Then you understand what I mean. All this.
Yeah, we never said we disagreed with you.
What we're saying is, Gen Z, respectfully, by the time they make it to positions of power, considering the rampant genocide expansion in between the river and the sea, there will be nothing left to say. So I'm not interested in we could talk about Mike Huckabee and his statements is one thing, but acknowledging reality and understand that if we don't do something to wake up the world and make it understand that it's now or fucking never, because the occupation, it's not going to nuke Palestinians, right? It has a very nefarious way of doing that. It will slowly annex and it will slowly make their life a living hell, and more will live and more will leave until it's just small enclaves of Palestinians.
Look, I feel like
the world will simply
you keep saying small enclaves. Like literally 80% of the population in Jordan aren't Palestinian people. Let's be real. They're already outside of the West Bank. They're already outside of Gaza. They're living in Egypt. They're living in Jordan. They're living in Lebanon. They're living in all these outside nations waiting to come home. If every single Palestinian in the West Bank, every single Palestinian in Gaza were forced out or killed, that doesn't mean Palestine is gone. It just means eventually Eventually, there will be a point.
Okay, sure. In 300, 400 years.
Please, I listen to you. Please listen to me. All I'm saying is, eventually, that breaking point for Israel, the nation that has the backing of the United States government, who is already under so much financial turmoil and division, that most of its population, for the first time in Israel's history, is against Israel, is getting to this breaking point where Israel, it's now or never for them. Even if they take the West Bank fully and every Palestinian is gone and moved out into Jordan and into Lebanon and into Syria and into Iraq and into Kuwait and into all these Arab neighboring nations, their breaking point for them to do that will shift the balance of support, not just in the Middle East, but in Asia and in Europe and in North America and in South America, more than it already has. Now, it won't be just the students. It'll be titans of industry. These students go through levels. Right now, they're just college students. Right now, they're just laborers. They're just regular people. Eventually, they'll move up to the managerial positions, the supervisors, the CEOs, the politicians. All the new generation come and see Israel for what it is. And when that breaking point comes, it doesn't matter if they have the West Bank and Gaza.
Okay, can we calm down on
now, think of it like this. It's like a long burn version of the Second World War. There was a point where Germany had France, and it had Belgium, and it had Austria, and it had most of Russia, and it conquered those regions, and it pushed the Russians into Czechoslovakia, and they had it. But eventually, they got crushed. And when they got crushed, they came back into the rightful place. That's what will happen to Israel. But when it happens to Israel, this is the death throes.
Enough, calm down. Respectfully to the ethos, respectfully to all that.
In 2 years, what happens in 20?
But again, respectfully, I don't want to wait 20 years. I don't.
You have to is the point. Hold up. No. Look, I don't think people understand how pivotal the U.S. is as a player in this game. Because look, what is it been?
I think that you guys don't want to face reality. Saul, I think you guys. Saul, you don't want to face reality. You don't understand.
Run the country. The people who are powerful in the U.S. right now are turning against Israel. Okay, we don't necessarily have to wait for the new generation to
understand how the occupation works. You don't get it. They have a way of doing this. This is why the management of the conflict, right? They slowly do it, and every time they reach a new level, they stop, they normalize it, and then they take it up another notch, and another notch, and another notch. And this is how we normalized annexing the entire fucking West Bank. This is how we normalized the Nakba. This is how they normalized everything. By the time 20 years will pass, they will have created such a facade that nobody will care. This is how they do it. And this is a turning point, right? The world has never given Israel more impunity than it has now. Because like it or not, along with that awareness, there is another side that was awakened, and it's a far more dangerous Mike Huckabee kind of side, and they are also vocal. And the problem is that right now, this side is giving Israel enough impunity, at least for the foreseeable future, to do whatever the fuck it wants. So, no, of course Palestinians are not going to go.
Not the foreseeable future for the first time.
Again, you don't understand how this works. This will be so difficult to do if we let it go on. And the world is not fucking waking up. Because they do it in small steps that the world is not aware of.
No, let me ask you this, M. Rose. If Palestinians leave the West Bank or are forced out from the West Bank and Gaza, is your argument that there's no such thing as a Palestinian cause after that?
No. Who said that?
No,
my argument is that there will be there will always be a Palestinian cause, but it doesn't. I don't want it to go to a regret point where it will take centuries to undo it. And this is where we're at now.
Hold on, Emerald. Do you think that we're going to forget, okay, I understand the history of the occupation. I understand that they ramp down and then it comes back around worse every single time, every 5 years or 6 years or 8 years or whatever the fuck it takes. Okay. But the thing is, every other time in history that happened, nobody was paying attention. Okay. A small minority of people were paying attention. Now it's the whole fucking world. And the US, who has been fucking so brainwashed for like 60, 70 years, are finally waking up. I don't think we're gonna go back to a point where we just say, oh, we have a ceasefire, everything's fucking honky-dory, everything's okay. No, people are gonna wake the fuck up. You know, if they ramp down, that's an opportunity for us to fucking make arrests, to take things to international courts, to actually hold people accountable, to actually do something. I honestly think this might be the next step. Okay, like we can't hide shit anymore. People don't fucking forget like they used to. You know, people are paying attention, and I don't know. I mean, like, I support a war against Israel. I mean, we've fucking had so many unjust wars over the past few decades. Why wouldn't I support a war against Israel? But the point is, that might not even be necessary. Okay, so many people are boycotting Israel. So many people are not doing business with anybody who's Zionist or has any Zionist ties. You know, Europe is pulling its funding. Okay, the U.S. is the biggest financial supporter of Israel. They cannot survive. The IDF cannot operate without our support. So if it becomes unpopular enough, and I believe it will, then, you know, the IDF is going to be sucked dry of resources, and they won't be able to continue their occupation.
100%. That's all I'm saying. Look, Israel is not a nation that creates its own fortune. It doesn't have any natural resources the world wants. No one gives a fuck about Israeli olives and dates. Every nation on earth, the United States, Russia, China, Saudi Arabia, England, every single one of them back themselves by two things. Either they have immense military power and financial influence, or they have natural resources the world needs. Israel, on paper, has none of this. So the United States, which is where the most powerful Israeli Zionists, the most powerful people, the most powerful Israelis that keep the Israeli state afloat, they don't live in Israel. They live in America, where all the military power, the financial influence, and the resources are. If that is severed, that little tether breaks. I celebrate what my country said, not because I agree with it, but because it represents a break in that tether.
Respectfully to the passion and the motivation, which I appreciate, and the level of investment, I really, it's amazing. But you people need to come back to reality. I'm trying, and I'm not saying this because I enjoy this, right? I don't know how to explain to you that this is not good. Everything you're saying
nothing about it is good. It's
no, Yada, you have to try and listen. Please. Trust me, I know enough to know what I'm talking about. Everything you're saying is a very macro, borderline philosophical predictions. I'm talking about what is happening on a day-to-day basis, and nobody is stopping it. And the way this occupation is done,
nobody's talking about it.
Okay, never mind.
She said nobody's talking.
But just please tell me that Israel has more support today than it did 20 years ago. Can you make that clear?
Yada, can I interject for a second?
Sure.
I've been listening to you and Emerose, and I think you guys both understand the danger, but different timelines. Okay, you're looking at it from more. You're saying, you know, in order to stifle this regime, the Zionist regime, we basically, it comes down to America, and within America, it has to come down to basically Gen Z getting into places of power later on. What M. Rose is saying is equally in terms of like alertness, but saying, hey, if we wait till that long, we may, like, undue damage may be done by that point. So here's my question for you two. Why can't we work on parallel paths? Why is it either or? Why should we not, at this time, figure out, okay, Emrose, what you're suggesting for preventing the West from going through while simultaneously looking at what Yada is saying about the long-term approach. I don't see why it has to be either or. It could be Emrose's approach for the short term and Yada's for the long term.
What I'm trying to say is, look, we have a group, we talk every day. I think it was about 6 months ago, we had like a low point, and we realized like, we need to change approach, because it became like a whack-a-mole, right? Every day we had more and more fires breaking out, like metaphorical fires, right? If we were focusing on Gaza, all of a sudden at the beginning of 2025, we realized they're shifting to the West Bank. And then we saw almost a daily situation in East Jerusalem. And all of a sudden, the Jordan Valley started getting like bizarre legislation that effectively erased some of the Bedouin Palestinian communities there. Then everywhere, and it became like we were becoming frantic, right? We didn't have enough people to send for protective presence. We couldn't get enough people to work on petitions to counter. So it became like overwhelming. We stopped and we said, okay, but what now? And then we realized we needed to change course. And the objective right now, and I know it's going to sound a bit maybe childish, is to protect Palestinians, right? We're no longer about what's like normalization, don't normalize, whatever. Like we used to be against voting in Israeli elections, right? Don't be part of the game of the system. But it's gotten so bad that we've shifted to, okay, we need to give Palestinians as much power as we can in parliament, because we need to push back in any way we can, because they're expanding the genocide and the ethnic cleanse to 48 too now. So it became like, instead of a big Palestinian cause, it's like, okay, we need to in a fragmented way push back against every fire that breaks out. So protect as many Palestinians as you can, and get as many Jewish diaspora to reject Zionism. But you don't understand how bad it is, because the way the occupation works is they will push. At some point, somebody might stop them, but they will achieve a lot by the time that happens. And then they will normalize, and they will make the new situation the status quo. And then within 10 years, another small cycle will happen, and another small cycle will happen. And they will normalize the management of the occupation until it becomes the de facto reality. And there will be no point in pushing back anymore, at least not in, let's say, the next century. And this is what we're seeing in the past year is unprecedented. And this is no longer about the long term. If we don't stop the short term, the long term will not take 20 years, it will take 200.
Okay, so Emrose, let's go ahead and go with your premise. Okay, so give everybody in the room, most of us don't live in Israel, Palestine, okay? What do you want us as Goy to do to help with this? What do we do?
Echo the truth. That's it. It's very, very basic. Echo the truth. Echo the no, but you're okay. Listen, when we talk about these things, focusing on global Zionism, and I understand that for the international community that is important. But if we don't talk about the individual situations, then I don't know, Taco. I don't know. Come to protect your presence. There are foreign volunteers that they come here for a month or so. I can give you various names of organizations. Simply having foreigners, Westerners mostly, sitting with them, with Palestinian community is so. We have so much requests for protective presence that there was one of the families that my friend Oni works with. Yesterday had her house burned down just because there was one night that we didn't have enough people to send. One night, and they burned the whole place down. So you see, this is the
things that we're trying to do. I've been listening for hang on a second. I've been listening for a while with you and Yara, right? If I may, both things can be true, Ambrose. The slow action, or whatever you want to call it, with Tucker Carlson, they're both idiots according to you. And if they have 2 million followers or 3 million followers, why not, maybe get some people to change their mind about Israel-Palestine? That's a good way to go about it, right?
I agree, but I would.
No. So both things can be true. You see, you can't take away the credit from what Tucker Carlson is doing, even though we have difference of opinion. Same thing with Piers Morgan. All of a sudden, he agrees that. What I'm saying is, look, he's got his own following: 2 million, 4 million, 5 million, whatever. If we can get even freaking like 50 people to get their mind changed about Israel-Palestine and become more pro-Pali, can you imagine what that effect is? Like donation, go to protest, speaking to the Congress members. So both things can be true. So I would suggest you not to take away the credit from the people that are actually, that are doing, like, even bringing awareness. Even you bringing awareness, even on Twitter Space, or I'm bringing awareness on the Clubhouse.
All I'm saying is that I would like to see the balance shift a little bit to focus a little more on the short term and a little less on the long term, because I think that if it stays like this, we're going to lose the whole thing. Right? I think
we're not going to lose it. Hang on a second. We're not going to lose it because they've been fighting for over 50 years. They're still there, right? They're not going anywhere. Right, I know the life is very tough under apartheid and occupation system. They're getting killed, butchered, and slaughtered. But these people are resilient. The Palestinians are, mashallah, resilient. They're strong, they're brave, they're doing everything they can to survive.
I know we talked about the olive oil. I know, Simone, I'm saying that the balance needs to be shifted so that people are also aware of violent situations and not just the global. But they can do whatever
their country, like in their country. So I'm in America. Right? Everybody has their own responsibilities. Everybody's working from paycheck to paycheck. They can only do so much. There's a limit there. You see what I'm saying, Ambrose? So people that live in America, if you look into the majority of it, it's like living paycheck to paycheck, right? And what they're doing is they can bring awareness to this, talk about it, donate money, go to the protest. They can't fly out to Israel, and I would never fucking fly out to Israel. In my whole life, I would never fly out to Israel.
I'm sorry. I'm desperate, and I'm not talking about flying to Israel. I'm talking about flying to Palestinian territories. But
how do you get there? Do you get there through Israel, or do you get there through Jordan?
Through Jordan.
That's the Jordans that would give us hard time.
Hold on, Emerald. Let me ask you a very important question.
You do it for specific organizations.
This is an important question. Okay, I know for a fact I'm not going to get into Israel. Because I've been vocal in the past. I've been vocal about this for over 10 years. There is no fucking way they're going to let me into Israel. Now, if I go through Jordan, right? Okay, remember what this flotilla tried to do, right? Obviously, they got turned away. If there is a way for people who are to get into the Palestinian territories from Jordan, like, this is information that you need to share with people. So I'm interested for sure.
For example, you said that you have Jewish heritage, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it would be easier for someone like you to do it, for example, right? A lot of the foreign volunteers are Jewish diaspora because it is easier for them to do it. They use their privilege to do it. So this is one thing that a lot of Jewish diaspora can utilize. It will be a lot more difficult for, like, Edward will never be able to do it. I doubt Z would be, or Amir would be able to do it, right? But someone like you can actually do it, or someone like Buttercup, for example, right? And don't get me wrong, this is huge thing to ask of people, right? It's living in rough conditions, in a dangerous situation. You have to be mentally strong for this. A lot of the people, there's a certain European volunteer in the past month. His profession is a firefighter, right? So this is a lot of the people who do protective presence are awakened anti-Zionists that used to be in the IDF. And these are strong men who know how the IDF work and can deal with them. But the point is that we've gotten to the place where we're simply, I've been trying to help. There's a campaign, one of the NGOs that I work with is pushing Physicians for Human Rights, which is about opening a humanitarian corridor between Gaza and the West Bank. Do you know how many people we have contacted trying to get this campaign viral? Do you know how many people I have told them? Nothing. The most basic thing, right? Just move Palestinians that are critically ill from one Palestinian territory to the other. Israel won't allow it. We've talked to the Guardian, BBC, we can't get anybody to bite. This is the level of desperation that we're at. We're literally trying to save every possible life that we can.
I hear that. Can I ask you one very simple question?
Sorry if I sound desperate.
No. It's a desperate situation, and it disgusts me. Nobody.
I'm really sorry if I was rude to anyone.
No, you're okay, Emrose. I respect your passion, and I respect your work, and I absolutely understand where you're coming from, sister, 100%. But I have to ask you this question. I have to. You said a statement a second ago where we are focusing more on the long term, where the short term is far more critical. Can I ask you I told you where my breaking point is, where the breaking point I'm hoping for. I've articulated that. Can you articulate to me, in the short term, what's the breaking point where you're if we pass this point, then it's over. Then best case scenario, it'll be 100 years to reverse it. Where's that breaking point in your mind?
I think it happened a week ago.
So it already passed.
I think so. Yeah, I think it happened a week ago.
No, articulate
So we've been. I remember at the beginning of 2025, we were sitting in one of our anti-Zionist Hebrew spaces, and again, I don't want you people to figure out. A lot of the people there were Zionists, and they did serve in the IDF, and we were talking about we were looking at everything that was starting to happen in the West Bank, especially territories A and B, and two of the people in the group said, "Wait, we know this," and they were there during the last West Bank big operation, right? And we said, "This is exactly it. They're going after the West Bank," and that is when we started focusing and gathering the information about what's happening there. Statements that nobody noticed, and we realized what was happening, and we have been talking about it, trying to scream about it, and when the Security Cabinet passed, there were a few incidents. So the first one was when Bezalel Smotrich declared that they're resettling a place called Chomish. Chomish was a legendary settlement because it was one of the four that was erased during the disengagement. The disengagement was from Gaza and from 4 settlements of the West Bank that were evacuated. One of them was Chomish. The second that Smotrich declared Chomish a newly established, legal or not, right, settlement, that's when we started seeing the turning points. When the Security Cabinet officially passed the decision to annex civil intervention within A and B territories, that is officially saying we are no longer obligated for Oslo. And since there was almost no pushback on it, then I think that to me was the turning point.
That's amazing. Destroying Oslo.
So to me, that's what we have been screaming about this for over a year. I don't know if you remember, I came here, I started coming here about a month ago, and every day I said, look at the West Bank, look at the West Bank, look at the West Bank.
We are looking at the West Bank.
Look, real quick,
Smotrich said in 2017.
Please.
Does that answer the question, Yada?
No, it does not, because you have failed to understand the gravity of what I asked you. I did not ask what you saw. Like, I respect how you articulated certain flashpoints in the history that led up to this point, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you what you believe is the point of no return. You say it's in the short term. I'm articulated earlier that I believe that the war and the fight for the Palestinian cause cannot be ended just based on the land of Gaza and the land of the West Bank. That even if all these lands are taken and culled, like the filthy rat Zionists want to do, it still will not end the Palestinian cause. I've articulated clearly what
I don't understand.
Let me communicate to Emerald what you're trying to say. So Emerald, I think what Yada's trying to say is at one point would you just say, now there's really no more point in fighting.
It's
like that's what he means by breaking point, where it's like you're like, now there's no reason for us to even try to fight for it. I know you said there's always gonna be he tried to ask for it about a roundabout way and say, are you saying that there's going to be a time where you don't need to fight for the Palestinian cause anymore? But that's kind of what he's trying to say.
But I think this is where we're at. I think we stopped fighting for the liberation of Palestine, and we started fighting for the existence of Palestinians between the river and the sea. Okay. It's no longer about liberating Palestine. It's about making sure Palestinians stay and live between the river and the sea.
Okay, let me reframe that question. Is there a way, at what point would you give up on the West Bank, is what I'm trying to say, I guess.
Give up on the West Bank?
Yeah, so you said right now the Knesset has passed some laws which allow it to ignore Oslo Accords and to formally start slowly, like frog soup, basically taking over all of area ABC within the West Bank. Okay, so the question is, at what point do you think would be that West Bank would be a lost cause? I know none of us have control.
I think we're really close. We're really close.
Okay,
it's like on a breaking point.
Okay, so then to articulate your position, my understanding is what you're saying is that the West Bank may also already be a lost cause. Right now, we're just trying to find a way to get Palestinians to have rights even after Israel fully annexes all of Gaza and the West Bank, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Yada, what do you think about
I think I understand her point a little clearer. However, it really doesn't negate there's political ramifications, there's societal ramifications, there's historical ramifications that need to be taken into account to ignore the fact that throughout the entire history of this demonic experiment called Israel, throughout its entire history, we are now living in the very first point, the very first flashpoint where the majority of the populace of the nations that have propped it up, the majority of Brits, the majority of the French, the majority of the Americans, those who have put blood, sweat, tears, material support, political support behind the existence of this demonic entity, for the first time, their youth completely rejected, if not at least halfway rejected. I would say half of their youth. It's never happened before. Never. And to say that that's meaningless because we're already beyond the breaking point and Palestine's already gone. If in 2 years there's no Palestinian state, then the game is over, which is what I'm kind of hearing from your argument, Ambrose. I think that kind of shits on the monumental precedence of what we're seeing. So when Mike fucking Huckabee, the goddamn ambassador to the Israeli state, comes out and publicly endorses this Greater Israel policy, where Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, Egypt become sovereignly administered by real quick, M. Rose, let me finish. Where these people administer these states, where the ambassador of the United States is openly advocating for that. If you don't see that as a clear sign of the death throes of this ideology, I don't know what to tell you.
I would rather conversation.
Richard Nixon believed the same thing. He would never say it out loud.
I would rather conversation like these. I would want a bigger part of these type of conversations. But how many times? Yes, I am.
Yeah, but when is the death? Where's the point of death? You can't even articulate. This is where Palestine dies. But
Palestine will never die.
No one knows that.
The only way to focus
Palestine, stop talking with that. Listen, this melodramatic, ethos kind of speeches. Come back to the ground, okay? There are 18,000 critical patients in Gaza that we need to save. There are 42,000 people that have been displaced from the northern part of the West Bank. There are 45 communities erased from Territory C. Respectfully to the ethos and the melodramatic speeches, I need people to talk about how to get those critical patients from Gaza to the West Bank. A little bit more than they talk about Mike Huckabee.
Okay, M. Rose, can you?
What happens? No,
can we stop for a second, because this becomes some stupid philosophical debate. You've been like yapping for so long.
Please stop. Say this point, M. Rose.
You're never gonna stop, dog.
Yada, let us bridge the gap. I know what you're trying to say, Yada. I know what you're trying to say. Let me bridge the gap here, okay?
You don't fucking see
M. Rose, chill, bro, chill. M. Rose, give us some practical steps we can do. Are there charities? Are there organizations we can donate to?
Yeah, so I said there's a campaign. I said there's a campaign by Physicians for Human Rights, and in fact by a few well-known activists. The campaign is about opening a Syrian corridor. It's being led and promoted by a doctor from Nasser Hospital and the physician from Human Rights. I will put the link in the comments. It has an Arabic petition, a Hebrew, and an English one. And it simply petitions for the world to force Israel to let Palestinians go from Gaza to the West Bank. 18,000 critical patients that can and should be treated within Palestine. And all we're asking is for a corridor to allow them to move from point A to point B. Very simple.
Rose, okay, is airlifting? How does it help? Is airlifting an option?
No, it's not. It's a 40-minute bus drive, Saul. That's it.
Yeah. But here's the thing: if there's a blockade, they're not going to let people through.
Which is exactly why we would need people like you to talk about it. So imagine politicians, Congress, members of Congress saying, okay, guys, you need to let these people go from point A to point B. It's a 40-minute bus drive. That's it. From Gaza to the West Bank, a 40-minute bus drive, and these people will have their lives saved. That's it. I'll put the link in the comments. If people spend a little bit more time bringing awareness to things like that, we might actually save some children.
My question to you: when Israel allowed them to go to West Bank?
That's what Israel is not allowing it. This is why we're petitioning the world about it.
Mm-hmm. So we can sit here talk about it, but Israel is the culprit, the occupation. We talked about this a long time ago. I actually talked about. Hold on a second, so please. Hold on. We talked about this a long time ago when I first started opening up rooms. I actually talked to Jindab about this a long time ago. I'm like, would they allow people from Gaza into the West Bank? He said, hell no. You have to get special permits to, to be able to go to the doctor or something in the West Bank. And it's very disturbing. But I don't know. I think you're coming from a different angle. I think maybe you're not understanding what Yada said earlier, and what I said, Emrose, respectfully. I think both things can be true, bringing awareness and going over there personally and doing what needs to be done. But at the same time, Israel doesn't give two fucks whether you're American, Canadian, or Japanese, or whatever the fuck you are. They will kill you, they will butcher you, slaughter you. It doesn't matter. We seen an American boy from Florida. He owned an ice cream shop in Tampa. He flew over there. He was sitting in his porch in the West Bank, right? And these motherfucking settlers, these terrorists, Zionist fuckface, they came on his property, tried to steal his olive tree or whatever, and then they tried to set up a tent. And guess what? You know the story, right? And what happened to him? They beat him to death.
Amir, I'll give you an example that is very tragic, but Hussam Abu Safia, right? He's an icon. And the fact that he's an icon is both a blessing and a curse. Because on the one hand, it means that he's probably getting beaten and tortured pretty badly. On the other hand, because he's an icon, that gives him a certain level of impunity. Because if something happens to him, this would break out and would be an international situation. This is why we always say, don't stop talking about Hussam Abu Safia. It's the same thing. If things like this petition, like this corridor, manages to go viral among Gen Zs on TikTok and like really go viral to the point where media, Piers Morgan talks about it, and then a Congress member talks about it. This might create enough pressure. We did it with the water campaign, and it was a half successful because it managed to create enough pressure, along with pressure from other situations, to get something done. But this is where communities like these can be extremely valuable if utilized the right way. I put the link in the chat. You guys can do with it whatever you want, but
I wanted to say I do agree with both sides. I do agree with M. Rose in terms of having a solution, and it may or may not work.
Find a solution before use that word without.
No problem. No worries. I'll define it. The link that she posted regarding Doctors Without Borders, signing the petition to put pressure on the U.S. and Israel to allow Palestinians to go from Gaza to the West Bank to get medical care. I think that's a
solution to what?
To getting medical care.
18,000 to 18,000 critical things that lives whose lives can be saved.
Yes, and that's.
Hold on, can I?
Well, let me. I just can I?
Edward, please.
Okay, can I finish? I was talking. So having solutions like this on the table is very helpful because it brings what's happening to the Palestinians down to reality. We have two tracks here. We have the political track, meaning the global track. Israel is occupying the Palestinians and getting rid of the occupation. That's one thing. But at the same time, the micro level of helping Palestinians that need help, as the macro level track pans out. But having various, not just one, but multiple projects like this, where you're helping Palestinians and helping to slow down what Israel is attempting to do, especially if you have more than one project going at the same time. And it builds pressure on Israel and still brings awareness to people.
Saves lives, Edward.
Absolutely. It saves lives. It's a practical solution where you're actually saving lives. It could be, this project here, which is good. And then if you add on top of it a project like for water, I know you've done one already, Rose, but something else when it comes to water, something about helping to ease restrictions in the West Bank for people to get to work or school.
Things like this matter to Palestinians on the ground. So projects like this matter.
Look,
and they save lives.
I agree, but
my argument is,
hold on.
please. My argument is you guys are advocating for the body to take cough medication for the flu. Yeah, coughing is painful, it sucks. Taking cough medication may alleviate the symptom of coughing, but you still have the fucking flu. I'm saying
we can move on
medication.
But what's wrong with this program, though? What's wrong with
nothing wrong with doing both.
Exactly. No, I agree with you. There's nothing wrong with doing both.
Yeah, but if you have a fever because of the flu and you don't make sure to bring that fever down, you might die.
Okay.
So we need to start by breaking the fever so that we don't die of the fever, so that we can actually heal from the flu.
It was a simple analogy to articulate what I'm talking about. It's the source cause of the symptom. The suffering of the Palestinians who can't make it across the border to get the necessary medical attention in the West Bank is the filthy rat Zionist cause.
Okay, we don't need another speech.